Good morning. We have a full house this morning. Good morning. Welcome to the February 3rd Planning Commission zoning hearing. We have a full house and a full agenda, so we'll get right into it. I hear a little bit of feedback, so if you can help me there, I just hear a little bit of feedback or echo a little bit. But before we get started, I do want to introduce our District 2 Planning Commissioner that is here with us today. This is her very first time joining our board, so welcome, Sarah Micheletto. So we're very happy to have you on the board. Pleased that you're here with us to help us serve and continue this work. So what we'll do is we will start with our pastor, an invocation from Pastor Don Essa. Is Pastor Essa here today? Good morning. If you could stand there to the podium and give our invocation. After that, we will proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. Lord God, we thank you for this opportunity that you've given us to live in this community and for all of those who serve as elected officials to serve and guide and direct us. We pray that you will be with us in this meeting, that you will give your wisdom and discretion to those who are making decisions. Again, we thank you for our homes and our neighborhoods, our schools, our churches, and your many blessings on our lives. For we make this prayer in your name. Amen. Yeah.
Thank you, Pastor. If you could please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will call our February 3rd meeting to order. We will proceed forward with the agenda. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to get us started with our agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. If you are opposed, please stand up and raise your hand so you can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So please convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person here who wishes to speak on that case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side gets 10 minutes total, not each. So, you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. They may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. Before we begin the hearing, I would like to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your phones. When the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing, and any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. Madam Chair and Board, I did get one request for an early head count for one of the cases. So at this time, for rezoning case Z27 of 2025, Knight Partners LLC, if you are opposed to this case, please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 13 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z27 of 2025. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z27? Please stand and raise your hands. Got two. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people here in support. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for February 3rd, 2026. First case on consent is rezoning case Z3 of 2026. Forrest Boss requests a rezoning from GC to LI for a metal fabrication and repair business in land lots 371 and 422 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southwest side of Atlanta Road and on the north side of Ledford Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on December 4th, 2025, shall be followed, and a striped code-compliant parking area and landscape buffer shall be installed along the western property line where feasible. Number two, landscape plan to be approved by the district commissioner after review by the county arborist. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, water and sewer comments and recommendations. Number five, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number seven, site plan review comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z3? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z6 of 2026, Cauliflower Inc. requests rezoning from GC to LI for a hydraulics business in land lot 934 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of Old 41 Highway and Hames Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on December 4th, 2025, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number five, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number six, site plan review comments and recommendations. And number seven, no outdoor storage or outdoor display of merchandise. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z6? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z7 of 2026, Red Ridge Properties LLC requests rezoning from R30 to R20 for a single-family community in land lots 533 and 548 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Hembry Road, across from Creek Park Drive and Timber Bluff Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. Number two, final elevations to be approved by the district commissioner. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number five, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. And number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z7 of 2026? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And the last item on consent is LEP3 of 2026. Tego Santos requests a temporary land use permit renewal for outdoor photography in land lots 103 and 126 of the 20th district. The property is located on the north side of Old 41 Highway, west of Kimberly Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, final site plan submitted on December 3rd, 2025. Number two, maximum of 2 employees. Number three, one sign up to 6 square feet. Number four, clients by appointment only with a maximum of 3 clients per day. Number five, fire department comments and recommendations. And number six, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP3? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
All right, thank you very much. I'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Motion to approve consent agenda as it stands.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? Call the question. And we recommend the consent agenda passes 5-0.
Okay, and all those folks that were on consent, you're free to leave. Just come back in 2 weeks for the Board of Commissioners hearing. Okay, moving into the held and continued cases. First case we're going to hear today is Z2 of 2024, Florida Norrie Development Group LLC Request rezoning from GC to RRC for multifamily residential in land lots 763 and 764 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Atlanta Road and on the east side of I-285, south of the intersection of I-285 and Atlanta Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z2 of 2024? Please stand up and raise your hands. Three, okay. Let the record show there's 3 people here opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in. How's that?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record, as you already know to do. Please state your name for the record, and you may proceed with your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant, Flinoy Development. In this application for rezoning, this property is located on South Atlanta Road. You can see the location here in the center of your screen. It is a former pilot truck stop located at the off-ramp from 285 to South Atlanta Road. As you may recall, I know 4 of you were here in December when we presented this the first time, and so while I'll still be try to be concise and go through it, I do want to make sure that I go through it in detail for the benefit of all that are here. Again, this property is and was a pilot truck stop. It's currently actually owned by Cobb County. So this is presented to you in somewhat of a unique circumstance. Most times, in fact, nearly every single time that a rezoning application comes before you, the applicant and property owner are not Cobb County. In this instance, Cobb County acquired this property as part of road improvements that occurred on South Atlanta Road. There's been a remnant tract, and Cobb County made a decision, and the Board of Commissioners made a decision that they wanted to sell this tract and put it up for bid. Went through a very, very competitive bidding process, and ultimately the Cobb County Board of Commissioners selected Flinoy Development for their proposal of a multifamily development on this tract. And that comes to you now for recommendation back to the Board of Commissioners on the actual rezoning of this property. And if you remember, this has been held up for quite some time. In fact, one of the more lengthier applications. But that was solely due to the fact that GDOT's plans for 285, as many of you may know, for the expanded express and toll lanes across 285, that would impact this site in this intersection where there would be a flyover bridge. So those plans, once they were made known to Cobb County DOT and to us, we had to work with GDOT and try to obtain from them the plans necessary so we could understand how it was going to impact our site. And it does involve a portion of this site, so we had to work around that and revise our plans. This comes to you now as a multifamily development by Flinoy Development, who does outstanding work. They've done outstanding work here in Cobb County, including at the Battery, where they have a development that has been highly successful and executed very well. In this instance, a couple of things for your information and consideration. This started out as a proposal that was over 300 units. Subsequent to that, it was reduced down to 274 units, and subsequent to that, it now comes to you reduced again to a maximum of 249 units for this multifamily development by Flinoy. The other thing that we were able to do as part of the discussions that we've had and going through this process is initially this stood as a full 5-story building and structure. Now it stands as a 4-story. We were able to reduce it by a story. That's based on some input and some concerns that we heard from community folks that we met with during this extended period of time. Now it comes to you as a 4-story building. It's 5 stories, though, on the rear of the building as it faces 285 to accommodate the parking deck and so forth. But it has been reduced in that capacity as well. From last times here, from the last hearing in December, we talked a lot about traffic impact and particularly the access to this particular proposed development. Number one, we do have a right-in, right-out as our main entry feature that you see on South Atlanta Road, and then a further access and interest that's also a right-in, right-out on the southerly portion of the property. That feeds to the traffic light that is at that location and does require U-turns, and I'm going to go through that in more detail because we were asked that specific question in December. But I kind of want to go through why we ended up where we are. In this particular situation, any development of this property would require the right-in, right-out features there. That is not a location where you can have a full access across South Atlanta Road at that location. In addition, we have, as I stated before, revised this plan to ensure that it can be accomplished, constructed, and built on this property without being impacted by the GDOT flyover bridge. But importantly, I think it's also good to see exactly how this would be built, constructed, and look, and the aesthetics of what Flournoy development can do. And what we're showing you by this screen and rendering is that four-story structure as it faces out onto Atlanta Road, which we think presents very well and likewise fits in very well with the surrounding community. Keeping in mind that this is on the 285 at the exit ramp, as well as across 285 from this project is West Village, which also is 4- and 5-story multifamily development and mixed-use development that is located directly across 285 from this project in this area of South Atlanta Road. One of the things we also wanted to point out, now turning again to what we spent the majority of our time in December discussing, and that is traffic impact, and so forth. And what I wanted to really highlight for you with this is we did a trip comparison and trip generation comparison that our project traffic engineer who prepared the traffic studies and which have been accepted by Cobb DOT did a trip generation comparison of 3 potential uses. What we are proposing, which is multifamily at 249 units, a hotel of 150 rooms, and a medical dental office building, really a medical building of 50,000 square feet. Now, why did we pick those other two to highlight for you? Because those were the 2 other strongest competitors for purchase of this site. That is a hotel for this site as well as a medical office. And what I want to highlight for you is in terms of daily traffic trips, we're talking about traffic impact and traffic trips. Actually, what we are proposing with the multifamily project of 249 units is actually less total daily trips than either a hotel or a medical office building. And I highlight that for you so that we can, when we look at this, we understand that this property Cobb County has designated for sale to be developed in the private sector, and as a result, there will be traffic trips here. But our use, as opposed to the other 2 uses, which were the most competitive in terms of potential uses, are and actually do produce less total traffic trips than those uses. If you think about that and go through it and you go through with it, things like a hotel, medical building, medical office of that size, they're going to have a lot of daily trips, a lot of in and out throughout the day. And that's why you see this is according to the traffic engineer and their studies. Also, I wanted to address, lastly, we talked about the U-turns, and that came up at the last hearing, and we were specifically asked, let's get some more information on that. Let's really look at that and see how that's done. So I'm going to turn to the overall GIS that he's got set up for me. And you can see our site, and you see where we have, where we would come out and do a U-turn for those that are wishing to go back to 285. And we discussed how that U-turn is protected. It's a traffic light that would allow for that opportunity. And the question was raised, well, what if those coming out of the site cannot get over in time to get into the left turn lane to be able to make that U-turn? A couple of things about that I want to highlight for you. First, there is a traffic light further north when you get off of 285 that provides a stop. It's a traffic light. So what does that do? It stops traffic from coming south on Atlanta Road, or at least gives that break. So first of all, our traffic engineer wanted to make sure it was identified and pointed out that that break does occur and does provide for ample time for cars to exit and get into the left-hand turn lane to make the protected U-turn. Absent that, if you travel down about 1,900 feet, is the next opportunity, which is North Church Lane, and you can see it there. It's the next intersection. Is also a protected left turn signal, an opportunity for a U-turn at that point, and it's obviously protected with the traffic signal to allow that to occur. And even if they did not want to make a U-turn there, they can take that left on North Church Lane, then come back up to Log Cabin and come right back out in a safe manner as well. Each of those turns protected by a traffic light. What does that mean? It means, yes, there is some U-turn movement that will occur as a part of any development here, but it certainly would occur as part of our proposed multifamily development. But those U-turn trips and turns can be handled safely. They're handled at 2 signalized intersections with protected left turns, with protected dedicated left turn lanes. And so in that manner, we can accommodate it, and the traffic can be accommodated with the existing road network and with what we are proposing with our reduced version of this proposal for you. Again, we believe this project fits in very well with the surrounding area and provides an excellent opportunity for this property to be developed at a high level. Thank you for your consideration here this morning.
Thank you very much. I do believe we have opposition for Z2 as well. Just remember that you do have 10 minutes total for those that would like to speak on behalf of the opposition. Good morning, sir. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Sam Lindley. I'm with Stromquist and Company. We're located in the lighter lot right there at facing Brownwood Lane. We're concerned with the U-turns of people missing that and then coming up into our parking lot that is leased fully, turning around and then get in a queue line to use the light. We don't want them on our property doing U-turns. There's going to be around 500 U-turns per day at this. At the last meeting in December, 2 of the ladies tasked Cobb DOT for some solutions to the U-turn question. I've not gotten anything from anybody about that task. I would like to see what they have to say about it. The other thing is, a situation has come up with the state DOT. I've been working with Doug Stoner, trying to get some information about the red dot on the top of our building. We had a meeting set up last Wednesday at 1:30, the 28th, and I thought he was going to be bringing 2 state DOT employees. He brought 12. These 12 people, including him, is 13, were engineers, designers, managers of the I-285 widening for 2 lanes in each side. It turns out that they have moved the red line and is not going to take much of our building. We're working on getting that fixed too. They've just got it barely touching one of the corners. That red line that spares us also comes across the boundary into this old pilot truck stop. And it puts the .28 acre taking into question. They don't need it. They don't want it. Anything that they can eliminate taking of property, that's what they want. And that .28 acre, which entered into the property calculation on takings, where the property total went from 3.89 to 6 plus. I don't understand that math, how you make ground, on a plotted territory. But Mr. Peterson explained it, and I didn't understand it, still don't understand it. But what I'm getting at is that lot with the old red lines shows a .28 taking. it's not going to be taken, according to GDOT last Wednesday. They gave me 2 big maps that showed the red line moving. That would allow, if you go ahead with this problem, we're concerned with the dumpster pickup. All the trash that's going to be generated, picked up, compacted, diesel truck turning around and driving out. They put that diesel pickup on this most recent rendering right by our big back door, which is open 10 months out of the year. Their second iteration of this development showed the dumpster on the north end up toward the point where the Atlanta Road Bridge is. If you do it, I would like to see that iteration done to keep that dumpster away from us. I still like to know, how do you go east, west, or north on I-285 with 500 trips a day without doing U-turns? That's all I've got right now.
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Nat Milburn, thank you. How much time, is this the time remaining? 5, okay.
5, yes, 5.
Thank you, thank you. This here? So I represent more than 500 people with the Old Ivy community that when they make their way to the 285 and out in general, they drive through this intersection that's going to be impacted. And our opposition, we have a few points of opposition, which we presented at the last meeting. But our primary concern is not with some U-turn traffic, as it was put by the Flournoy representative. We have an issue with 500 U-turns. This intersection, if you have any experience with it at all, you know is already a strain, a burden. It can be a stressful intersection, particularly at rush hour. And that number of U-turns is what we have an issue with. It's a beautiful design, and we agree that it's been a bit of an eyesore, so we understand the challenge you have, the economic challenges as well as the other challenges you may face here. We just ask that you please take a very close look at several of the options that maybe the DOT has for reducing this U-turn traffic, because I personally, and I've seen other people almost get in accidents as people are looking south, coming down Beechwood, trying to turn from there. Here's the intersection. Are you able to play that, or do I? Okay. So, coming, you see where the motorcycle just went. As these people are turning, if anybody's turning there, right, they're looking south at the traffic coming up the hill. It's a little bit of a blind as cars are coming. So as you're looking this way, waiting for your chance to go, you start making that U-turn when it's freed up, the traffic coming north, and you start to go, and at the same time, that person who needs to U-turn is also waiting on that break in the traffic. And so you start to, kind of both people are flooring it, and you kind of end up right there on each other. So there have been accidents at this intersection. There's been some discrepancy in the last meeting about the number and how this increase in U-turns could affect the accidents there. We're not going to hold that. We just ask that you really think carefully and really dive into the data on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Good morning, Planning Commissioners. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as a result on the impact of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any others that are in opposition that would like to speak? Okay, I think we've finished with our speakers. This is in District 2, so I would turn it over to our District 2 Commissioner to see if she has any questions. Feel free to call some of our applicant or those in oppositions or staff up if you'd like that, if you have any questions to talk through the case.
All right, so bear with me since this is my first time here. But I have a question for DOT.
Okay? If we could have DOT come up, please.
And gentleman that's running the screen, can you bring back up the floor plan where it shows the site plan showing the turns? Thanks.
Amy Diaz, Department of Transportation.
Hi, Amy.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so quick question as we wait for this to come up. That's interesting information that they are not going to have to take the extra .28 property away from Illinois' development or future development. Is that correct? Can you confirm that?
We have not been part of the conversations that they've had directly with GDOT. I know that as of the last plans that we were provided, which are in the most recent traffic study, that they were not expected to impact this property. We were not evaluating the property next door, so he has had private conversations with GDOT about that.
Okay, I may have misunderstood. I thought he was referring to this property also not losing any due to the flyover lane. But then my second question to that is, currently there is a divided median separating the northbound and southbound lanes.
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been any previous conversation, understanding this project has been around a long time, and you probably have, had any conversations around making a traffic light at this inbound, outbound for the center of the property?
So there was evaluation for whether or not a left turn lane would be appropriate, which if a left turn, a full movement intersection was there, then we would have then taken the next step to see if a traffic study, a traffic light was appropriate. If you can bring up the GIS. And I have some photos that I can show if needed, but if you'll see the length of the turn lane, and then basically their entrance is right around the taper. The main entrance, the one that serves 90% of their traffic. So what we would do is if a left turn lane was provided there, it would require us to take away from the existing left turn lane at Brownwood to provide a left turn lane into the development. So what we did is looked at, could we do that? Was there excess capacity on that left turn lane? And there is not. It actually even overflows during some peak periods. But we have multiple photos of how it completely fills up, that all that capacity is needed at the signal at Brownwood. That is beyond whether GDOT would have approved a signal that close to the ramp, which they probably would not have because of the close spacing that's there. But beyond that, to serve the existing intersection, we denied the left turn lane.
So just making sure I understand this correctly, we already are over capacity for a left turn at the Brownwood signalized intersection. And we're now proposing to add additional traffic at that intersection. And the reason we can't approach a signalized intersection for this development is because it's already over capacity? Is that what I'm hearing?
So the U-turn will have less impact than installing a turn lane that basically you have to install the full length of it, whether or not it's needed in any given cycle. You have to then install a taper that takes away from storage from either direction. And so where it's not an ideal piece of property. Mm-hmm. You know, it does have challenges as far as what drivers will have to deal with, but the right in, right out is the least impact. What left out would have been more impact.
Okay. That's all for them.
I did have one other question, and I think the applicant definitely took us through questions that we had from our last meeting around where the U-turns would take place, because we know there'll be a significant amount of U-turns. Any thoughts, questions, or just additional input or analysis from you or your team just in reference to the U-turns? Can you speak to that at all as you make it, as you're coming out of the property and finding your way back to 285? Any additional information for us as a board?
Yeah, and I believe that you may have been provided a 3-page memo from the developer that came up recently. But What happens is if a person can't make that first turn, that they can go further down the road. The next U-turn location, which is also a signalized and is actually protected with a left turn arrow as well, is at North Church. And that's about 1,300 feet down the road. So during periods where they're able to get a gap, either because it's been metered by the upstream signal, which means when the signal is blocking traffic from coming through, they get larger gaps at a intersection downstream. That's just a function of how traffic signals and unsignalized intersections kind of interact. That's not specific to this location. But they can get bigger gaps than would have occurred naturally because the signal is interrupting. Every time it puts a red light and it interrupts the flow of traffic. So people that don't get those gaps, however, and have more difficulty getting over, do have another option further down the road. So it is, as I said, not an ideal location. Ideally, we would have liked at least 500 feet, 550 feet from where the U-turn comes out to where the U-turn is located. But right in, right out driveways are how we deal with kind of non-ideal locations. You know, they had the least impact of all access. If access has to be provided to a development, then we would recommend a right in, right out before we recommend any other kind of access. As far as the traffic study, you know, it did look at a residential development. Residential developments tend to be among the lower trip generator. So again, we would recommend, you know, that whatever is put here is a lower trip generator. You know, it's not the lowest, and perhaps that's something the board is considering, but it is among the lower ones compared to office or retail.
Thank you.
Have there been some consideration given to providing U-turns or no U-turn signs for specific businesses along that, that spread so that it would minimize some turnaround to some particular spots?
I have seen, you know, it is, I believe, and our police could speak to this, but I believe it's illegal to turn around in a private property like that. But I know that it is not something encouraged by DOT. It is something that I've seen signed as no U-turns allowed or no turnaround allowed or things like that that are signed. They would coordinate with our signal group to if it's in the right of way, it would be one of our signs. If it's on their private property, it would be their sign. You know, who pays where, how it's installed. All of that would be coordinated with the adjacent property if they need to address that. Enforcement would be something they would coordinate with the police.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boulogne?
So if I was listening correctly for the last 7 years, examples of lower trip generators would be senior housing,
Senior housing is lower.
assisted living.
Assisted living, it depends on how many beds, so it's a little bit more flexible, but yes, I would say it's probably lower. And then I'm sure self-storage is in your list, because that's the
That was number
absolute-
3, but that's pretty good.
I'm beating you to it. That's the
What-
absolute lowest. So,
What was the next thing I was about to say?
I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I have no further questions for the DOT on my part. Does anybody else?
Anything
No?
else? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then I do have one question for the applicant. I have one, okay. Sorry. If you can't hear me, just tell me and I'll try to get closer. So given the information about the new flyover, is that the first time you guys are hearing that there might be a change to the path?
Yes, we have not been informed that GDOT has changed any of their plans as it relates to our property. That's not what
Okay.
they've informed us of. We'd be thrilled if they didn't. That would certainly be great for us and for Cobb County, but it's not what we've been informed. So it would just mean we could, you know, alter the plan somewhat. More importantly to this conversation, if that's the case, then we have the ability to locate the dumpster on the other side.
That
which
was
we'd
going to be my
happy
question
do.
is,
Yeah.
if they don't, and if that is true, can you guys work with Stromquist next door to make that better? And if
Yes.
it's not true, or if it isn't going to change the way that you guys are able to build out your site, have you guys worked with them to do some kind of landscape buffering or come to an agreement of how you're going to protect his views from your dumpsters?
We've had quite a number of conversations with the owners of Strongquist and the representatives of that property. First, this is not just some open clanging dumpster that's going to be sitting on the side of the property. Understanding they have a light industrial warehouse, so views go both ways. But as far as the dumpster, it's a compactor. I mean, this is a residential multifamily development, so it's a compactor, high end that takes care of that. It's not just some open clanging dumpster that's sticking on the side. It is on that side of the building because that's where it would need to be for access to come, where they come in and collect that and come back out. But in terms of being able to provide a buffer, there's not really a good opportunity to do that here.
Okay, and can you set times for pickup with that service? So you can say it's after hours, before or after?
Sure, we'd be
business
happy to work with them on hours on that. There's no issue with that whatsoever.
Okay, and the secondary lane that's showing exiting at the south side of the property, does that also connect to the parking deck? Or do guests and tenants have the ability to use that as an outbound?
It does, doesn't it? Yes. I just wanted to
Yeah.
confirm.
Okay.
Yes, it does as well. It's a secondary access. You're required to have two separate access points for development such as this, and it provides secondary access for residents, but primarily it would be used for those kinds of things, just secondary access, correct.
Okay, and then I have a kind of random question. On your inbound lane, you have a decel lane coming in, right, so next to 285. Are you guys projecting any kind of separation, a median, a raised section, a landscape buffering so that somebody clearly knows when they're coming off of 285 or down Atlanta Road that they're not supposed to get in that lane because it's not widening to a 3-lane, it's actually a turn? Has there been any conversation around that?
This is just based on anecdotal kind of experience, but that dedicated deceleration lane on Atlanta Road to that primary entrance will come with road markings, and most likely they'll want signage as well saying right turn and that type of thing. But Cobb DOT controls that as far as that goes, as far as what signage is put up and how that's marked. But it would be very clearly marked that it's a right turn lane, deceleration lane into this development, not a further right-hand turn lane down Atlanta Road.
Okay.
And we're happy to mark it however Cobb DOT would like us to do so. But they generally don't want us to put any further impediments or obstacles in the road at that point, but they would like to have it be well marked and signage included, which we're happy to provide.
Okay. And then one last question is, there's been a lot of conversation around safety, U-turns, and then you were asking for a reduction in your setback from 50 to 0 feet, which currently puts your sidewalk about 3 feet off the street with a small landscape buffer. Do you feel confident that that's going to provide the safety measures for the guests and for the people that are using this facility? So if somebody comes off 285 at a high rate of speed and crosses that, we feel good about that?
I do.
Little tiny.
Let me show you the rendering again, because that's at that, where that's located. If you could turn back to the, yep. So this is where you can see it from Atlanta, basically from Atlanta Road. 0 feet doesn't mean it's on the street, because we have significant right-of-way that we're adding to this project at the deceleration lane point. So we have the opportunity, as you can see, we'll have some landscaping out front, and feel that we have no issue whatsoever, 100% confidence in the safety aspect of that from that question.
Okay. And can you confirm it is a 3-foot landscape buffer before the 5-foot sidewalk?
There is a, yes, because we're required to, it's basically a beauty strip that we're providing for, as well as the sidewalk, which will all be in the right-of-way at that point.
Okay. I think that's,
For the dumpster bays, I think one of the nearby residences mentioned the smell impact. Is there anything that your client or the applicant has thought about to mitigate or to lessen the impact of possible smells from dumpster?
Sure. So again, to see where the dumpster location is, if you look at the bottom left where you have that secondary access road coming in, it's a compactor. So it's not sitting right there on the property line. And so it's not that open dumpster like you might see at a fast food restaurant that sits there that has that type of thing. So it's a compactor, fully enclosed system. So it doesn't have the emanating odors that you would otherwise have if you just had an open dumpster with the top that they come in and dump and those types of things. So this is a different type of system than that.
Thank you for explaining that. I think I've seen that in multiple buildings, so.
Yes.
All right, any other questions for Kevin? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, are there others that we need to call up from staff or opposition to get additional questions from the board? Okay. I'll entertain a motion for this particular case.
That's me? Oh, okay. All right, I'm a little torn on this one. Is it okay to have a discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay. It's been in front of this board a long time. I hate
Yes.
to have things bogged down somewhere where a decision is probably needed.
Yep.
But I do think that the information that the DOT could possibly be changing the amount of land they're taking could be a game changer in the conversation for this project. Specifically, my big hang-up with this is what I think everybody else is, and the questions that I have are the U-turn. I have the fortunate or unfortunate kid that plays a sport at a facility that has this exact same setup, and it causes accidents. I mean, it's 2 Hail Marys and a lead foot, only thing getting me out of that gym at night. So I have questions, but I also don't want to bog it down. So I think I'm looking for feedback.
Okay. I would say, I know we've had this discussion. I think I expressed in our December meeting that the U-turns were a big concern for me as well. I think what I've seen here today is additional information in how someone would access 285 from the property. It's not ideal, and I do think that it's still a concern for me. But I think that this is all of the changes that will be made if we're going to have this type of property on this particular lot. So I think my questions have been answered based on just the information from today. Any additional feedback, discussion from the board? Okay. Yep. Mhm.
Okay. So I recommend that we push this to the next commission. I vote that we approve with the conditions that are met from all of the different boards that have weighed in on the report that we've been given. Plus, I would ask that we seriously consider not approving the 50-foot setback against the front line and instead do a reduced 25 or 30, just to really buffer that development from the main street. And then I would also put a condition on there that we continue the conversation with the DOT around how much land they really truly are taking, and if that could alleviate some of this conversation around the U-turn.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Madam Chair, can we just reiterate what the motion is, just for the record, to make sure that we think the motion is a motion to approve with conditions and stipulations?
Yes, it's a motion to approve with conditions and stipulations, and adding the 2 additional stipulations of continuing working with the DOT to make sure we are not or are taking that extra space, and the denial of the 50-foot request from 50 foot to 0, and instead considering a reduced at 25 feet. Is that better?
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, as far as approval, meaning we're going to recommend approval to the board, we're not going to hold it till the next month and they won't come back here. Is that correct? Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve with the stipulations that Commissioner discussed.
And I believe that the motion would also contain language saying anything in conflict would not govern. I believe that's the standard language. All staff comments not. Yeah, all staff comments not in conflict.
Say that one more time.
All staff comments not in conflict to be included.
Okay.
And when we have a second, this person making the second can confirm and wrap up that all together as well. So.
Apologies, it's my
And
first
this is
time.
for the record. This is for the clerk to make sure that the record is actually taking in what the intent of this planning commission is.
Yeah. No, this is good. You want clarity around the motion, so it's okay to go talk through this part. So we do, I think we understand our motion. Do we have a second? And we can also get more clarity with our second.
For purposes of discussion, and just very briefly, for all the reasons articulated by the chair and by the District 2 Commissioner, I can't support this use here because it's just, there are just too many people. There will be too many people making U-turns there, and I do consider U-turns to be a dangerous condition for a lot of reasons, including the fact the driver, considering making a left-hand turn, is usually thinking that others are going to make a left-hand turn, and the driver making the U-turn generally stops shorter, and that's a big reason why I think so many of these wrecks occur. I would much rather see us pursue, if the property has already been sold, that's one thing, but I think we've established with the DOT there are other uses that would generate less traffic, and I would, if Flournoy could develop one of those there, that'd be great. If not, I would rather see something that generates fewer of those U-turns and less traffic coming into this location.
Okay. We have a second from Commissioner Bloin for discussion, I would say, based on his comments. Any discussion, just on his thoughts? Yeah. No, Deborah's gonna talk a little bit.
Well, my comment would be that I agree with the statements both contained within the motion and also within the comments subsequent. And for that reason, I would offer a substitute motion that we approve it with all of our comments contained in both motions moving forward to the board without a recommendation for approval or denial.
So are you saying that we would move it forward without a recommendation for approval or denial?
That would be my motion.
So that motion is allowed under our rules. There would need to be a second to make a no recommendation and contain all the conditions and stipulations as it moves up. If the clerk is comfortable with what that would look like, but we do need a second for the substitute motion.
Sarah, are you in agreement with that recommendation?
The recommendation to not approve or deny, so no vote of confidence. I mean, yeah, I could have been fine with that.
Then I'll second that motion to approve, or I'm sorry, to send this particular claim directly to BLC. No decision made with special stipulations and comments added.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any further discussion?
Just very briefly, can somebody apprise me of whether Cobb County still owns this property? Yeah, so, yeah, that would just, my concern is here that I think we need to be particularly cautious that Cobb County has a financial interest that varies from I think the best interest of the people that live in this area. So that'll be my reason for voting no on this motion. But thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
Would you feel more confident if they had the opportunity to take another month to address the denial? No. Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. Mhm. All right, so we have a vote 4-1, Commissioner Bloin. And this is to move Z2 forward to the Board of Commissioners with without a recommendation from our Planning Commission Board, as well as the stipulations that were discussed earlier within the original motion. Okay. All right, thank you for your patience with that. We usually get one opportunity to get this right, so we don't take it lightly. So thank you. We'll move forward with our next case on the agenda. That's going to be Z27. And we will turn over to Mr. Peterson.
All right, next case is rezoning case Z27 of 2025, Knight Partners LLC. Request for rezoning from R20 and TS to CRC for a convenience food store and with self-service fuel sales in land lots 754 and 759 of the 17th district. The property is located on the northwest corner of South Cobb Drive and the Riverview Road. The applicant is present. Earlier, there was 13 people here opposed and 2 in support. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, good morning again. Please proceed.
Good morning again. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant Knight Partners in this application for rezoning. This property is currently zoned TS, which is tourist services. We don't see that a whole lot, but it does exist, and it's a real category. This tourist services as well as R20, and you see the property that's highlighted there. It's on South Cobb Drive at its intersection with Riverview Road, which is a signalized intersection. It totals just over 1.5 acres. We are proposing rezoning from the TS Tourist Services and R20 classifications to the CRC classification for a proposed convenience store with fuel sales. A little bit about this particular existing zoning, and so that you have an even better understanding of what's the property's entitled to as of today without coming through this board or without a zoning application. Tourist services is a zoning category which does allow as a permitted use without any further action or application for zoning, but it does allow for, as a permitted use, a convenience store with fuel cells. And then obviously R20 doesn't, but the R20 is a residential category. But importantly, this property is included within a community activity center on your future land use plan. So the future land use plan includes all of this property within the community activity center that's located here at this intersection. So you can see the community activity center stretches across this property, the adjacent property on 285, across Riverview Road and across South Cobb Drive. And as you can see where this property is located, it seems like this is the day for being just off of a 285 exit ramp. This is located at the exit ramp of South Cobb Drive and 285. What is otherwise an ideal place for a convenience store with fuel cells. That's where you have them, at exit ramps of major interstates, and that's what we are proposing here today, especially since half of our property is already zoned to an appropriate category. It's also important for your consideration that you can see we have a general commercial category for property that's located to our rear. And then on either side of this property is located light industrial to the rear on Riverview Road and light industrial across South Cobb Drive. So where this property is located from that perspective is not only highly intense, it's intense with general commercial, one of the most intense commercial categories we have. It's intense with existing tourist services. It's intense with existing light industrial zoning and uses. Now, once you get past Riverview, you can start to see, and you'll see the residential neighborhoods that are there, and they certainly are there. And we have had meetings with them, and productive meetings, and they've been very good conversations. And we've, as a result of that, have developed a stipulation letter and additional conditions that you don't often see with convenience store applications. And we'll go through those here in a minute as well. But I want to take you through the site plan after that kind of setup and context of where this property sits as an acre and a half, what it's zoned today, and what's being proposed for zoning to CRC. So I'm going to take you first to the site plan because I want to go over some of the, in particular, the DOT and road improvements that we are proposing for this development. All right, now taking you to the site plan. Here is South Cobb Drive, so 285 is here where the exit ramp is, and this is Riverview Road. Here you see the site plan and arrangement for the convenience store with fuel cells here, as well as a small car wash located here. So this particular access for this proposal includes a right-in, right-out access point here on South Cobb Drive because there is a median through here as a left-hand turn lane. This is right-in, right-out access. Their median will also be extended per Cobb County DOT recommendations to ensure that that movement is honored as a right-in, right-out movement here. In addition, we have a right-in, right-out movement here on Riverview Road. And lastly, we have interparcel access here to, not interparcel, but we have additional access, parcel access to Manor Road, which has an intersection here on Riverview. This additional third access point would enable it to have a full access and turning movement, so those wishing to leave and go back to 285 or go north on South Cobb Drive are able to turn left and then come out to the signalized intersection here at Riverview Road. And again, this is a existing signalized intersection. We have added additional deceleration lanes on Riverview, deceleration lane on South Cobb Drive. One of the other improvements that we have discussed with DOT and have ultimately agreed to is that we would add a full left-hand turn lane here on Riverview Road. So that would provide for a left turn lane, dedicated left turn lane at the intersection of Riverview and South Cobb Drive, which the reason why it was something that had to be worked out with DOT is because it could be considered a system improvement, meaning it's already needed due to the existing traffic conditions and system of road network, but we wanted to make sure that we did our part as part of that in working with DOT, and so we have agreed to go ahead and install it so that it would be at the developer's cost and not at the county's cost for this type of improvement, which we have agreed to do. But overall, what we're trying to provide is making sure that we have successful access that allows for a full access and left turn to go back up to South Cobb Drive. That ensures that what we're trying to limit is U-turns, coming out, taking a right on South Cobb Drive, and then doing a U-turn movement here. By having the access onto Riverview, they can get out easily, safely, and do so at a protected left-hand turn signal at that intersection. Also important for your consideration, we have a stipulation letter that's dated January 28th, and I want to highlight for you stipulations that were the result of our meetings with some of the community members, some of which you'll hear from today. Community concern, probably the largest concern was over the potential for a 24-hour operation, like you see most convenience stores, especially ones that are located at the off-ramp of a major interstate. However, we have agreed to limit retail operations and limit the operations so that it would be closed from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. So those hours it would be closed and not a 24-hour operation. And as part of that, we've also agreed separately that we would provide secure entry and access when it is closed. And that is, we would make sure that it's not just simply a dark parking lot. We will have secure access through the use of either gates or chains off of the right-of-way sufficient distance to meet Cobb DOT standards. But that way it impedes or at least frustrates those who may want to try to just simply come there and park in the middle of the night. They would not be able to do so. We've also agreed to utilize 24-hour security cameras throughout, as well as we've agreed with them that a lighting plan would be provided to Cobb County, which they would certainly have the opportunity to review to ensure that the lighting for this proposed development is constrained to the property boundaries and not beyond, which we would also do and we would agree to. These are stipulations that you don't hear. Some of them you hear, especially as it relates to security, but convenience stores that limit its hours, that limit its access and go those extra miles is something that you don't see a lot, and I really want to applaud the applicant for agreeing to limit their own operations in response to a community concern. A lot of the opposition concerns, so to speak, just deal with having a convenience store at this location because it's close to their neighborhoods. But I want you to consider where convenience stores should be located. The name is convenience stores because by definition and by nature, they need to be convenient to major road systems and major road networks. Put in a convenience store in a location that's not very convenient or accessible runs opposite to what it's designed to do and what it's designed to serve. This particular location is in fact ideal. You get off of a major interstate 285 on South Cobb Drive, one of the most major substantial arteries in Cobb County, and that's where this property is located. It's ideally suited for a convenience store. With the stipulations and conditions that we've put in place, we're being sensitive, and the applicant is considering the concerns of the community. But convenience stores need to be in locations exactly like this. That's what makes them convenient. That's why we use them, is because they're convenient. That's why we go there, because they're either on our way home or on our way to work or on our way to wherever we're going. That's why you choose to use a convenience store. And that's why convenience store traffic is not a traffic generator. It just pulls existing traffic off the street. That's the way you go, and that's where you would pull in. And that's why they're convenient and by their nature and definition. And please also understand, as I pointed out to begin with, half of this property is already zoned for this use and could be developed for this use today without the stipulations that we're proposing. But we think with these stipulations, this application should respectfully be recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have several in opposition to Z27. Is that correct? Okay, you'll have a total of 10 minutes for all of the opposition to speak, so if you don't mind, you can make your way to the podium. Just, if you want others to speak, just remember the 10-minute rule. Good morning. If you could please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin DeRuyter, and I'm a resident of Forest Acres, which is one of the communities that is immediately next to this proposed rezoning. We are, however, just one of 6 residential communities in the area. On this map, the little parcel that's highlighted in red is the at-issue parcels, and you can see all of our surrounding communities. This truly is a highly residential neighborhood. Our community does not support any rezoning that would allow the operation or construction of a gas station. We, in Forest Acres alone, have obtained 83 petition signatures from just our community, and that's not including the other 5. We do very much appreciate the applicant's willingness to think through some stipulations and try to think out of the box on how they could limit the impact on our neighborhoods. Unfortunately, the very nature of a gas station is going to negatively impact our communities and is at odds with the residential area. So top concern for us is traffic, not just because of convenience, but because of these safety considerations. We live here. This is our home. Most car accidents happen when you're very close to getting home. This is already a heavily congested area. On the map, the gold dot is where the at-issue parcels are. The green dot is the sole ingress, egress to the Forest Acres neighborhood. And the red X's are places where traffic is routinely completely blocked with stopped cars all the way up until. That top X is turning from Plant Atkinson Road down onto Manor. That was my drive home on Friday. And that completely blocks all of there's already heavy traffic blocking all of our communities off of Manor. Trying to get off of 285, there are 3 traffic lights from where you exit 285 to the subject parcels. There is already insufficient space for safe lane changes. This is not an ideal location. There will be no way for motorists to safely navigate to these entrances and then back away from this area. And then backing out down Riverview, the traffic is routinely at high traffic times blocking where that rear exit would be designed. Our neighborhood is particularly concerned about the risk of increased U-turns. Already a lot of motorists, they don't want to wait, or they just cannot get to that left turn lane when you come off of 285 and you're heading south. If they want to do a U-turn, they can't get across in time. So they go through that intersection and they do a U-turn directly in front of the only way in and out of our neighborhood, or they turn in and then do a U-turn in our entrance. We are highly concerned with the risk of increased accidents, both volume and severity, as well as road rage incidents. We've seen a lot of horrifying things across Atlanta. We don't want conditions conducive to road rage where we are living and raising our families. We have a lot of other concerns as well: noise, light, and odor pollution. There's stipulations to close operations and restrict the hours. Does lessen that, but you don't just sleep in your home. It's where you build memories and have people over and try to break bread. No one wants to sit in their backyard and grill or play catch when you can see, smell, or hear a gas station. There's also environmental impacts of light pollution to be considered, increased air and water pollution, and increased risk of health complications. Living near a gas station has been linked to increased risks of cancer. This area is already at an increased risk due to the Stereogenics plant. We implore the Cobb County employees and officials to protect our community from further risk of increased cancer rates. This area also simply does not need a gas station. There are 13 gas stations within a 2-mile radius of this intersection, with 2 more just outside that radius. I'm sure this committee is well versed with Steinberg criteria. I'm not going to walk through all the points, but simply stated, I think a careful consideration makes it clear that gas stations are not conducive with the residential area of our community. I do think it would have a great burden on the neighborhood, the community, and county resources, especially police and first responders, when we have those increased accidents. I do want to speak about criteria number 5, which asks whether or not local government has adopted a land use plan and whether the zoning proposal is in conformity with the policy and intent of that land use plan. In this case, it is not. We are in a community activity center, which is highlighted in red. The at-issue parcels are highlighted here in white. But according to the future land use plan, specific development proposals, such as this one, that are within a CAC must be considered with respect to policy guidelines and small area policy guidelines. We have one such guideline that impacts this CAC. It's CAC P16. And when this community activity center was created, in order to protect the surrounding established subdivisions, it was decided that the board would only consider uses permitted within the LRO zoning district. What does that mean? That means that this proposal should not be considered. The requested rezone to CRC, nor the staff's recommendation of deletion to NRC should be considered or approved. LRO is low-rise office. Examples would be banks, professional offices, in no way, shape, or form a gas station. It is other non-retail commercial uses, certainly not a convenience store or a car wash. In summary, in consideration of the safety and health of our neighborhood and in keeping with the future land use plan of Cobb County, we ask that you vote to recommend denial of this application Z27-2025. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name.
Good morning. My name is Jillian Newberry. I'm a 7th-generation Georgian, a proud graduate of the Georgia Institute of Technology, and a 12-year employee of a Cobb County small business. I board my horse at a historic Cobb County farm, GV Stables, which has preserved 100 acres of Cobb County for over 75 years. My wife and I live in a Cobb County home that has been in her family since the 1960s in the Forest Acres neighborhood, the neighborhood most adjacent to the affected parcel. I speak from all of these places when I say this isn't for our community. I did a little bit of research about the applicants. Mr. Tabani's family or family business is currently registered as the owner of at least 3 different businesses and 2 multi-million-dollar homes, all in Fulton County. They've done very well for themselves, and I don't begrudge them that. What I do have an issue with is the applicant's intention to disrupt a neighborhood they don't live in a county they don't currently pay taxes in to further enrich themselves. I don't know if you've ever sat on South Cobb Drive, as Caitlin described, but those 3 lights, it can take 15 minutes. People are constantly blocking the box. They're taking illegal and dangerous U-turns. It is not safe. I actually recently emailed the DOT because I reported a problem with an intersection 3 years ago, and then there was a fatal accident a couple of weeks ago. It's not a great place. It's not easily accessible, and there's no protection for our neighborhood. Additionally, the U-turns in front of our neighborhood, as Caitlin described, those are already untenable, and then, you know, they mentioned a signalized intersection, but we've seen the problems with those signalized intersections. Caitlin covered that. I'd like to address the companies that will be involved in this and how it addresses the businesses and the jobs available. An online review of Petrazone LLC, which is Mr. Tabani's family business, highlights this. Quote, the owner was great and very cooperative, but there was no job security and advancement. Wages are low, hourly job. This is not the kind of investment Cobb County can afford when wage stagnation is threatening our security daily. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, is that the applicants are requesting variances and exemptions in order to place their unwanted business in a county they don't pay taxes in currently. They're asking you for special rights to come into our county and make money off of us, when the residents are here telling you, we don't want this. They also make no mention of the fact that there was a gas station there prior to the T3 Auto Shop, which lease was canceled so the Louise G. Howard family land ownership can make more money off of this land. We don't want this, we don't need this, we've said this. We had a meeting with them. They decided to decline any of our suggestions and tell us just how much we're gonna love a gas station. That's not an investor that is interested in the community. That's an investor paying lip service. I really highly suggest that you oppose this. Additionally, one final point, the permeability and the water consumption was not addressed in their proposal, and Riverview Road already floods, especially near those brand new nice live, work, play areas that we all want to support and enhance. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 41 seconds left, but feel free to come up and please state your name and share your comments.
Yes, good morning. My name is Betty Ann Cook, and I think they've covered most things, but I think the critical factor that I have not heard discussed is that the Colonial Pipeline, the Colonial gas pipeline runs through that property. It runs all the way down South Cobb Drive. The yellow signs are all there, the actual poles of a gas line. That is a critically important gas line, but it will blow up a community. Can you imagine putting gas tanks under that area? Can you imagine? The Colonial Pipeline sends notices every 3 months. If you smell gas, immediately notify.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay,
I'm so
thank
sorry,
you.
but your time has expired. Thank you so much. All right, thank you for the applicant and opposition's comments. We'll move into discussion for the board. This is in District 4. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Massey to help us lead discussion.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. First of all, I just want to commend our county. I love our county, and I love the fact that our constituents come out and support or oppose and are engaged in what happens in our county. So I want to applaud all of you for just being interested and being engaged in what happens in your community. So I thank you for that. Can I have the applicant up just for a moment so I could ask a few questions? Mr. Moore, good morning, thank you.
Good morning.
In light of what the two opposition, the folks in opposition mentioned, I know that you met with the community before, and I know that there actually is another meeting that we have on Thursday for the community scheduled with Commissioner Sheffield. Can you speak to some of the issues that were raised and what the applicant is prepared to do to mitigate some of those issues?
Sure. I'll speak to two specifically. First, I know that they expressed concern, which we had discussed, and I discussed earlier, about traffic impact on South Cobb Drive and the potential for adding U-turn movements, which is why we've put in place the added access point onto Manor Drive so that we could have full access and avoid having U-turns. Does it mean it'll always happen that way? No, but it'll certainly limit it because we'll have the ability for drivers to make a safe exit and go back to 285. So to us, at least, a concern about the safety and traffic safety and U-turns is something that is just is something that we have mitigated by installing, at our cost, a full another access point. So we have 3 access points to this one proposed development. Also, as it relates to the Cobb County Land Use Plan, the Cobb County Land Use Plan for this property designates it as a community activity center. That portion of the community activity center across Riverview Road is designated for LRO according to the small policy guideline, not this property. And lastly, as it relates to the Colonial Pipeline, I know that's a concern, and people get concerned about a pipeline and development occurring. That pipeline and any development of this property is simply a development concern that the developer has to address and make sure things are done correctly. But any development of this property has to deal with the Colonial Pipeline that is there. For example, there's a Colonial Pipeline that runs right next to the Brave Stadium. They worked around it, moved it actually, but it's still there. But it's taken care of and done so in an appropriate fashion. So the Colonial Pipelines run through our county and are dealt with on a daily and routine basis. They're dealt with safely and in a manner that is directed by not only Colonial Pipeline, but directed by Cobb County to ensure that those are safe. So in terms of listening to what the community concerns have been, we did listen to those concerns as it relates to this proposal. What concern can we not deal with? There's no way to address it, and that is the concern of we don't want a convenience store here at this convenient location off 285. We can't, this is what the proposal is.
Okay, thank you for that. If I heard you say that based on the current zoning standard, or the gas station can be built, would the applicant build the gas station if this is not approved anyway?
Very possibly.
Got it. So it's very possible that it will be a gas station regardless of
Correct.
whether or not this is approved.
And one without conditions or stipulations.
Okay. Thank you for that. Does anybody else have any questions or comments for?
That could be the applicant or anybody else. I don't do ultimatums. And so,
Understood.
but it is a reality that that's what that property is zoned for.
But if it were to move forward without this approval, it would be confined to the TS zoned
It would.
parcel?
It
And
would
so
be
you
in the
still have
TS, not the
protection of
R20.
the
Correct.
residential okay.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you. So Kevin, does your client, the applicant, already own the R20 parcel?
No, it's under contract.
Okay. Can you go back to can you have, bring up the slide that shows the site plan? Okay. So on the site plan, can you tell me what the 2 rectangles are nearest to Riverview Road? Are those gas tanks? Yeah, okay. Our resident architect says those are gas tanks.
And she would be correct.
She would be correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you know the distance from the nearest gas pump to the nearest houses across Riverview Road?
I'm going to give an estimate. So gas pump here, this section here is not, the houses here are not who is speaking today. That neighborhood kind of goes from here. But this is the residence, or residential property across Riverview Road would be here. So I would say 200 feet or more, 200 to 300 feet maybe.
All right, and can you do you have a handle on roughly where the dividing line would go between these two tracks relative to where your plan is? Would it impact how close those tanks might be to those residential houses?
When you say the dividing line, I'm not.
Yeah, you have two tracks, yeah, between the two tracks?
Yes, okay. Where that zoning line is today?
Yes.
I can lay it. It's about like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sure, of course.
So just a question, how important is the car wash? It feels like that is pushing the development closer to the residential. Has there been any other contemplation of arrangement of this facility so that it is confined to the TS currently zoned section of the property? Be it further away from residential?
As far as moving, you could flip-flop them, but no, that had not come up as a, let's look at removing the car wash and transitioning this closer to the TS portion of the property. It's not something we had looked at, other than they've looked at how they would go about developing the TS portion as is today.
Has that been shared with the community?
Yes, that was part of the discussion. Again, not in the sense of this is what we're going to do. It's in the sense of this is what can be done. That you're very likely to have a potential for a convenience store here regardless, because that's how that TS piece is zoned.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate you.
Thank you for your questions.
Can I have DOT up for just a moment, please, Ms. Mary?
Cobb DOT, Amy Diaz.
Hey, how are you?
Doing fine.
Can you give us some insight as to what we can anticipate from a traffic perspective? I know that there was an updated traffic study done recently, but can you give us an update as to what impact that would have to the surrounding neighborhood in terms of peak times, what impact they should anticipate seeing?
Certainly. So the resident that spoke is correct. There are existing queues, even in the existing condition that extend quite extensively through here, especially on Riverview Road. Looking at the overall intersection, the impact, if they do no improvements, if no improvements are put in at all, went from a level service D in the worst case to a level service F in the worst case. So it did have a significant impact on the operation of the signal. So as you get signals closer and closer to capacity, each car you add has kind of a disproportionate additional amount of delay. It's that last stick on the balance that you can tip it over into not working at all. Mm-hmm. And so this area having very little capacity means that adding the extra vehicles, even though like on that northbound left turn from Riverview over to going back on South Cobb Drive toward the interstate, they added about 15-20% traffic, but the delay went up almost 50%. So that's the kind of the impact I'm talking about, and that's why we were still in discussion with them on what is a site improvement and what is a system improvement, because it's our goal to, given our traffic study procedures, to try to bring those level services back to a D, which we consider a acceptable operation in an urban environment like this.
It sounds like you're currently not there.
We actually, I'm pretty confident that since they have accepted all the recommendations, which include that left turn lane, that the next iteration that they give us, the traffic study, will be the last, and so that we could continue on to the board as long as they submit that and let us look at it before the board hearing. So one thing that I'd like to mention is if they are limited to the TS portion, that all of their access will be right in, right out, and have to U-turn at the signal. They won't have that back access to Manor anymore. The little, that little side road is called Manor, where they have the full movement access. We actually pushed for them to have that access because, again, we liked the standards for the spacing from a driveway to a signalized intersection for right in, right out is 100 feet. But when we know people are going to be making U-turns, there's no national standard. So we don't have a standard we can hold them to, but we know from research in other states that 500, 550 feet is kind of a recommended distance. We aren't there with this. So we want to limit how many people are coming out of that driveway. Now, having to limit them to the TS portion will also limit their footprint, so that will reduce the traffic, but that is something I want the board to be aware of, that by limiting them over there, everyone that accesses that property will have to U-turn if they're wanting to go back toward the interstate or northbound on South Cobb Drive. One of the big improvements, and they have agreed to it, is to install that left turn lane on Riverview Road. Because of that existing queuing, that is something that they identified first as a system improvement. We came back and said, no, you add traffic to it, and it's going to get a lot worse with your traffic, so it's partly system, partly yours. We ask you to do the improvement along your frontage, which is not as far back as perhaps would be ideal, but at least it is 330 feet, so probably about 200 to 250 feet of storage, much better than what there is today. That will help reduce that queuing on Riverview because basically those left turners have somewhere to get out of the way. Through movements can continue going through. So, it will improve the intersection overall, and it brought it back to a level service D when you're comparing to what happens. There were other system improvement they identified and something that we commented back to them, that if this development goes in with the improvements, that we will continue to monitor it, and if there are additional system improvements which would not be tied to the site, then we would then coordinate with the city of Smyrna, who actually operates that signal, and the Georgia Department of Transportation, who owns the roadway. There's a lot of coordination at this location. That we would work with them on any system improvements that were identified beyond that left turn lane that they've agreed to do.
Okay. Thank you. Does any of my fellow commissioners have any other questions for DOT? Okay.
I did have one question, and this may not necessarily be for you, Amy, but just in reference to the site, where is the gas easement, the gas pipeline easement? I think they mentioned that. Is it actually on the property itself, or?
I don't actually know. The developer may have that information. You can call him back up and ask.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem.
Do you have any other questions? Okay. If we can have stormwater.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Hi, just a quick question. It was brought up before that there's an issue with Riverview Road flooding. Have they adequately addressed your stormwater concerns, and are they providing stormwater?
Yeah, with respect to stormwater, this site would actually be an improvement for the overall basin. The site that's there now doesn't have any stormwater management provided for it, so the new site would have to have stormwater management provided for it. This site is actually on a relatively high point along Riverview Road, but Riverview Road, if you continue down, starts going down toward the river, and certainly when you get in those lower areas, there is flooding concerns down there. That's a little different area than this is. This site won't be able to, of course, relieve that flooding of Riverview Road there, but at least it will be a little piece of improvement in the basin, in the sense that this site right now, to my knowledge, doesn't have any stormwater management provided for it. So it will at least be a little piece of the basin that does get stormwater provided for it. So in that regard, it would be leaning toward improvement instead of, something that would make flooding worse.
Thanks.
Well, just so I understand correctly, the contour lines as shown here, the direction of stormwater flow off this lot would be roughly perpendicular and downhill to those lines. Is that generally correct?
Yeah, it's maybe a little difficult to see. Along that R20 parcel to the south, there's an area, maybe about half of that R20 parcel that drains back to the south, back toward Riverview Road. And then the rest of the parcel, because of the way Riverview Road is, there's kind of a localized high point along Riverview Road. And from that localized high point, what's on the South Cobb Drive side flows back towards South Cobb Drive, and that little piece of that R20 property is on the other side of the hump, you might say, and it flows back toward Riverview Road. And actually in that image that you can see on the screen, it looks like there's a little piece of concrete that's sticking up toward that site. That's a little flume that's capturing that very southern part of the R20 site. But I would say, just looking at it, probably 3/4 of the site's drainage is going to make its way toward South Cobb Drive, and only that maybe half of that R20 parcel is going back toward Riverview Road.
Okay. And the portion that drains across Riverview, it would continue to drain across Riverview to the lower residential properties?
Chances are, although that hasn't gotten that far in the design, in my comments, kind of the way I've considered it, is the drive from that area that's being developed on site. If they build it as it's proposed, it's going to go down and kind of intersect in that road on the other parcel there to the south. And so the way I've envisioned it, they probably would want to use some sort of trench drain to try to intercept as much of that drainage as they could. But whatever is below that, the little remaining portion of that, what is now that R20 parcel, you're right, it would continue to drain onto Riverview Road. But overall, we're going to require them to reduce their flow rates off onto their adjacent properties. And so although there will be likely a little bit of that R20, what's now the R20 parcel, continuing to drain on toward Riverview Road, it should be a lesser amount and a lower flow rate, in the developed condition. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I am ready to make a motion. I do feel like there has been significant improvements made and considerations made to listen to the constituents in the area. However, I do feel like there are some things that are still missing. One being the most recent traffic study that will help us understand the true impact to the neighborhood, as well as there is an outstanding community meeting, and I think that the community deserves to be heard before we are to make a full decision. And I want to make sure that we are accommodating for that. So my motion will be to hold this until next month to give opportunity for us to receive and review the site study from the applicant, for them to have reviewed and provide some additional information as to the concerns that were addressed by both traffic and the constituents in the neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Massey. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, and it passes 5-0. The board's recommendation to hold Z27. All right, at this time, let's take a break. Let's do a 11-minute break. Let's return here at 10:50 to start the rest of the agenda. All right, good morning. We will resume our agenda. And we're going to move things just slightly as we move forward. We are recording, so if I could please ask you to keep your voices down, and we're going to make sure that we project a little bit more just to make sure you hear us as well. So we will go ahead and resume our agenda. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson. I think we're going to move our cases around just a bit, but thanks for sticking in there with us, and we'll continue with moving forward.
Okay, if it's okay with the Planning Commission, we're going to move LUP 4 forward on the agenda to hear it next. That's okay?
Yes, please.
All right, next case we're going to hear is LUP 4 of 2026. Jean Baptiste requests a temporary land use permit to allow more people and vehicles than the code allows in land lot 203 of the 17th District. Property is located on the west side of La Rose Drive, north of Windy Hill Road. Is the applicant here for LUP 4? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 4? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning, sir. Please make your way to the podium. Please state your name for the record.
It's Jean Baptiste.
Okay. You have a total of 10 minutes. If you'd like to use all that time, but feel free to go ahead and tell us about your application.
I don't have all the paper with me, so.
Okay. Can you please speak up just to make sure we can hear you?
I say I don't have all my paper with me today, so I don't know.
Okay. Okay, you can just talk through your application, share any thoughts that you'd like to share with the Planning Commission about your application, and that way we'll know as far as moving forward. We may ask you some questions as well, okay? But you may proceed.
Can I get another day to come out?
Okay. John, let's talk through that. He's asking for another day to return for the case.
And why is that? Why? Why do you need another date?
Because I don't feel good today. I got.
Oh, okay. So it'd be up to the Planning Commission, you know, if you want to continue the case the next month, so if he feels better, then that's up to the Planning Commission.
This is District 2, so Commissioner Michaeletto, would you like to follow up?
Sure. I have a couple of questions. Is it because you're ill or because you feel unprepared? Because I can.
Yeah, I feel like dizzy.
Oh, you feel dizzy?
Yeah, I feel.
Well, I don't want you to fall out.
So.
Can we have a motion to hold the case until next month?
If we can, since we asked, I know that there is quite a bit of code enforcement issues that are happening, and I don't want to be insensitive to the applicant's health either, but I do understand that there are grave concerns with respect, not grave concerns, but a lot of concerns as it relates to code enforcement. So I want to, also mention that and have that part of consideration.
That's fair. If we got you a chair, would that be helpful?
What you say?
If we got you a chair, would that be helpful?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want mine?
No, I don't mind.
Okay. If we can give you a chair, and then we can just ask you a few questions.
Okay.
And is there one can we borrow one of those? Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna walk you through this. It's my first time, you're sitting down, it's all good. So you're asking for us to give you a temporary use permit to park additional vehicles on your property?
Yes.
Okay. I noticed in your application that you have 6 related adults living on property. Can you
Yes.
talk me through whom all resides there?
Yes. I live with my family over there. We're all 6.
So is it, who might be in your family? Is it a spouse?
Yes, my daughter, my wife. I got four daughters with my wife, is me.
Okay, so your wife, and your 4 daughters?
Yes.
And I'm gonna ask the insensitive, because I don't like people ask me this. How old are your children?
Me?
Your 4 daughters?
How old are they?
Are they all of driving age?
Yes,
Okay. And are they all living with you and working, and that's why they all have vehicles?
yes,
Okay. Are any of them in college?
yes, they're in college.
Okay. So you're asking for a 24-month temporary use?
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions for the applicant, but I think it may be good. I think code enforcement is included in this, so we could ask code enforcement to come up and walk us through their case and share any thoughts with us. So, sir, if you don't mind, I know, well, let me just ask first, are there any additional questions from the Board of Commissioners for the applicant at this time?
I did want to get more specific with you, if you could answer this. I know you said that there is, I think the application said there are 6 people? 6 people that you're asking for, so there's 2, you, your wife, and 4 daughters. What are the ages of your daughters?
One is 24, the second one is 23, the third one is 21, the last one is 18.
And do you know how long, not to be insensitive, just a general question, do you know how long your girls are planning to live at home? Do they have any plans to leave within the next year, the next 6 months?
I have no idea, I don't know.
You don't have any idea, they've not expressed those things to you?
Because
Okay.
they live with me. I don't
Okay,
know.
thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. At this time, we'll ask code enforcement to come up. Sir, do you feel comfortable to go ahead and return to your seat, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You may go ahead and return to your seat. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Yolisa Foster from Cobb County Code Enforcement. We've had an active case on this property since June 10th of 2024. It's been a year and a half of violations. We received a complaint stating that there are 5 to 8 cars at the house. And unfortunately, we issued 3 citations, and recently the case was in court on December 18th of 2025. So the property continues to be in violation for single-family dwelling. When a notice was issued, it was noted that the property allows for 2 adults and 2 vehicles, and there were more than 2 vehicles being observed at the property. Most inspections shows that there were a good 4 vehicles at the property on all of the early morning inspections that were conducted. It was 3 different rounds of early morning inspections, and they last for 2 weeks consecutively. And each round, they were in violation.
Have there been any attempts to rectify the situation after the citations, or is it just continuing violation?
No, we're continuing this right now, and the thing about it is when we issue a notice of violation and they have too many cars and people, since 2024, we advise the party that their options is to remove adults and remove vehicles from the property, or to go to zoning and apply for a land use permit. So this option that is coming before the board today could have been completed a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Can you give us a little further description in addition to the picture we're looking at of what's in the backyard?
I'm not sure. You're talking about the backyard?
Yep.
The backyard is not in violation right now.
That's not your violation at all?
No, it's not in violation.
Okay.
The backyard is not in violation right now. The only thing that we're addressing right now is that they have too many vehicles, but other violations are not an issue at this time, sir.
How many cars would they be allowed to have?
2.
And from your overview or your team's view of the property, is there a place to park the vehicles? For example, I can't see from here, but is there a garage, carport of some sort that could be used to rectify the issue?
I did not inspect the property, so I can't answer that question without pulling up a full view of the house to look at it. But if they do have a garage or a carport, then that would be an option, but at the end of the day, they're only allowed 2. Now, if it's inside the garage and the garage is closed, then we don't see it. But they would be allowed 2, but we don't know if they have their garage full of junk or what the case may be, or if they even have a garage. I'm not sure. As the officer inspects the property.
Okay.
A quick question. It looks like Article 3 states that you can have a maximum of 4 vehicles for a single-family residence, where you have a residence of 390 square feet or more. So can you walk me through the difference between the 4 and the 2?
For the ordinance for single-family dwelling, that's the max vehicles at a property, but you have to look at the square footage of the property. So when you go through the tax assessor's office, when a notice was issued, we have to calculate from there. Every property is not allowed 4. Some properties are allowed less. When the officer issued the notice back in 2024, stated that they had 1,154 square feet, and that you divide that by 390, that allows 2 vehicles and 2 adults at the property. So they would not be allowed the 4 unless they come before the board, as they're doing right now, and received a land use permit for permission from the county to have additional adults and vehicles.
Okay. And you were saying that if they built a carport, that would not satisfy that regulation?
No, that's a continued violation because we're looking at the square footage from the tax assessor's office, and that still would be a violation. Their only options is to remove the vehicles or to get a land use permit with permission of the BOC, stating that they can have these additional vehicles, how many they can have, and what is the time frame that they're allowed to have these vehicles.
And just one other point of clarity, these vehicles are in a driveway. Is there any violation as far as them being parked on the roadway, on the grassy area, or it's just the violation of the number of vehicles, not necessarily the issue of the location of where they are parked?
They did get a violation for parking on the grass, but they did clear that up. As far as parking on a vehicle, code enforcement is not responsible for enforcing street parking. So if they are parked on the street, as far as when it comes to early morning inspections, yes, we do have to count the vehicles that are sitting there, but as far as them parking on the street, we will not violate them. That is a police issue. Okay. Or if they have an HOA, that will be between them and the HOA to enforce.
Okay, thank you.
But you did say that on inspection, there was always 5 to 8 vehicles.
No, the description of the complaint stated that there were 5 to 8 vehicles, but what my officer that conducts the early morning inspections, majority of the time he caught 4 vehicles, and there were times that he did, back in 2024, he caught 5 vehicles majority of the days.
Thank you so much. I do have another question for the gentleman, the homeowner.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And have a seat. Hate to ask this, but the applicant, if he feels still able, if you could make your way back up to the podium. All right, thank you, sir. Have a seat, please. And if you could pull the mic down so that we can hear you. We have a few more questions for you, okay?
Yes.
Please pull the mic down so that we can hear you. Thank you.
Just a couple quick questions. So I went on to Google Earth, but it looks like you blurred out your house, so I'm not able to see. Do you have a garage or a carport currently existing on the property?
Carport?
Do you have a garage or a carport?
Yeah, I have a garage.
You have a garage?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you're not parking a vehicle in it?
Because the guy got some stuff in there. I just park the car in the parking lot. Because it's a big parking lot, that's why I park it. I don't park the car in the street, I just park it in the garage.
Right, it's not an issue of, we're not talking about the street today, we're talking about the number of vehicles at your property.
Yeah.
So if you have a garage, could you clear it to fit a vehicle?
Yeah, I can clear it.
You could?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would alleviate one, right? I noticed that your daughters' ages are 24 to 18. Are they, the 21, 23, and 24, are they in college actively enrolled at this time? Are they getting ready to graduate?
All of them, they go to school. So I got one is in college in South Carolina.
Okay. And then all of the vehicles, are they registered and
Yeah,
insured
they're
to you?
in my name, yes.
To you, okay.
How many vehicles do you have?
Got 4.
4,
Yes.
and they're owned by you or they're owned by your
By
daughters?
me, by me. I buy the car for my daughter and my son.
I'm sorry, you and what?
I buy it for my son
you-
and my daughter, so they're in my name, all of the 4 vehicles.
Is your son at the house too or not?
Yes. This we 4, Matthew, Jessica, Gabby, and Baker.
I think we just may have misheard you earlier. You stated you had 4 daughters?
Yes. No, 3 and so
So do you
3
have 2?
daughter and the son. Yeah, Matthew.
Okay, all right. We all thought, oh no, there's a 5th. Okay, so you said you have 4 vehicles that you own and registered to you.
Yes.
There's 6 vehicles parking on the property. Where do the extra 2?
No, I don't have 6 because I request for 6. I only have 4 vehicles in my property.
Okay, so during the violations, where did the extras come from?
I say in case I got somebody come in, so if it's there, that's
Oh,
what I request for 6. I got
visitors.
4 vehicles. I don't have 6.
So do you have the ability to park 2 vehicles in a garage? Like if you were to clean out your
Your garage
garage?
is small. It's not. I think there's only
It's
one.
one
Yeah,
vehicle?
yes.
Okay, one vehicle.
All right. Okay, does anybody else have any additional questions?
These are always difficult. Commissioner Massey?
I have some concerns. I hate to kick people's children out.
I know.
I hate to separate families, especially in these times, especially with young adults not quite being completely ready and being in college and all the things. I think it would make sense to have the applicant clean out the garage so that there is an allowance for 1 vehicle. I would deny the additional 2 vehicles as it is not needed in current day practice. I do think it is reasonable for the amount of adults at the ages that they are to have the number of vehicles they do, especially if he's able to provide a garage storage for 1 of those vehicles, which takes 1 of them out of the driveway and leaves 3. I think that that could be reasonable.
So just to clarify, 1 in the garage and 3 on surface parking?
Yes.
Okay. I would agree that that's reasonable, especially considering what I'm seeing in the surrounding neighbors' driveways. Okay, do we make a motion?
Yes.
Tell me what to do next.
So Commissioner Massey, I believe that was a motion. Was that correct?
It was actually
A suggestion?
suggestion
Okay.
towards a motion.
All right.
To help our fellow colleague here.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion?
Hold on one second.
So I think just to clarify, I think there's a total of 4 vehicles on the property. I believe that that is what we're saying, and that is in violation. There should only be 2 vehicles based on the code. One thing that you can do is to, and this is what we'll make the motion for, but it's to have one of those vehicles in a garage.
Yes.
And so that would be important to do because that would help you get closer to being in compliance with our code.
Okay.
So with that said, I believe that we be making a motion about making sure that we approve LUC 4 with the contingency or the details related to the fact that one car would be in the garage, and I do think it would be important to put a time limit on it so that we can ensure that that's taken care of. But we would be approving 3 additional vehicles outside parked in the driveway.
Okay.
So hold on one second for the applicant just to.
So do I need to make that?
In addition
Okay,
to
so
that,
I'll
if
make
you
the
can
motion.
add the approval of the number of people as well to reside in the property.
That's correct.
All right, so we're making the motion to deny the original request of 6, but to instead approve the 4, 1 being housed in the garage with a time limit of, can we assign a 30-day time limit to get the vehicle safely stored within the building? So you have 30 days to clean out your garage and move 1 vehicle in, and then we will give you permission for 3 additional in your driveway.
Yes.
I believe the timeline you're asking for is 24 months. Given the ages of your children, I'm comfortable with 24 months. But at 26, you'll have 1 child off of your insurance, so they should find a place. So 24 months approval, and we allow the additional people at this time.
Okay.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Yes. So it would go on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners.
Yes, please.
All right, yes, we put that on consent for BOC, especially because there's no opposition. We have a second from Commissioner Massey. Okay, any discussion?
Are there any? No? Okay.
Okay, no discussion? Call the question? Okay, and 5-0, LUC 4 is approved with the stipulations addressed in the motion, okay? And that's approved for, it's recommended. We are a recommending board, so we'll have to go in front of the Board of Commissioners for final approval, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Can you remind him to come back in 2 weeks? Thank you. All right. Okay, next case is rezoning case Z1 of 2026, Francisco J. Garcia Sanchez. Request a rezoning from R20 to LI for a tree service in land lot 133 of the 16th district. The property is located at the western terminus of Elnora Drive, west of Shalford Road. Is the applicant present? Oh, let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z1? No one? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
All right, good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Luis Silva.
Yes, good morning. My name is Francisco Garcia. I'm the owner of the property. He's gonna help me translation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, you have a total of 10 minutes if you'd like to use all that time, and you can just talk through your application, why you're proposing this application, anything you'd like our board to know as we help to make a recommendation to BOC.
Okay. So he has a business company, a tree service, and he has this address property where he keeps all the equipment, all the trucks and stuff. And a few months ago, they had a complaint because it wasn't a commercial property. So he wanted to change that so he doesn't have any more complaints with like any other property around him. He already got like letters from all the properties around him that they're okay with it, like with him being there. It was just that one complaint a few months ago, but that person has already moved out of that property, so.
Okay,
That's
anything else you'd like to share?
Dile que solamente entramos y solamente estamos ahí salimos temprano a las 6:30.
And we don't really, they don't bother nobody because they go in the morning like around 6:30, 7, they pick up the trucks, they leave, they come back at like around 7:30, and then they just leave again, so.
Okay. All right, you can actually stay there just a second. We'll see if you have questions. I don't believe there was any opposition for this case, correct? All right, this is in District 3. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Dance to lead the discussion.
Okay, can you tell us how long you've had a business at that location?
Hemos estado ahí establecidos por algunos 3, 4 años con un par de camiones, pero a través de ese tiempo hemos estado teniendo más vehículos.
It's been like 3 to 4 years, but over time, at first it was only a couple of trucks, but over time it's been increasing, so it's a little bit more now. But it's like around 3 or 4 years.
Okay, how many trucks is it now?
Por ahora como alrededor, cuando están todos ahí, como alrededor de 8, pero a veces hay solamente como 4 o 5, no todo el tiempo están los 8.
When they're all there, it's like around 8, but sometimes it's only like 3 to 4. But when they're all there, it's 8.
Big trucks.
They're the big trucks, like big chipper trucks. So.
Uh-huh. And so you understand that the property is zoned residential?
Yeah, that's, it's not residential?
That it is now residential,
Oh, yeah.
right? Okay, do you have a residence on the property as well?
Por ahora sí.
For right now, yeah.
So he has a house there too?
Yeah,
Okay, so you operate, you have a home and then you operate a business on the property?
yes.
Okay.
Pero sí hay problema que lo pueden ir.
Do you have employees there?
A what?
Does he have employees there?
Ahí viven los employees. Yes,
How many employees?
4.
4. Okay, do they work on the property or off
No,
of the
they never
trucks?
work on the property. They just go to there, pick up their equipment, and leave to work at other sites.
Okay, and what kind of business is it?
A tree company, like
Tree company.
Tree service.
Okay, so you were performing tree services off-site or on-site?
Offsite. Never work on that property. They never work. They work outside of the property.
Okay, so the purpose of the trucks on the property is parking?
Yeah, just for the parking.
Okay, are there any other tree operations that occur on the property?
No.
No cutting operations that occur on
No.
the property? So all dumping of trees and things occurs off-site, is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah. Sometimes he has logs there, but they just because they need to replace like the truck that might they need fixing, so they dump some of the logs there, but the next day they pick them up and they take them away.
Okay, and how long have you owned the property as a residence?
Como por 9 años.
Like 9 years.
Okay. Okay, and so originally it was your residence, and then you added the business to it?
Yeah.
Do you have a business license?
Yes.
Okay, and who's that with?
¿Con quién es la licencia?
No la tenemos aquí, pero la puedo traer.
I mean, he didn't have it right now, but he can bring it.
Oh, was it with the city or the county? What is it with?
Y es por en the city.
The city.
City.
The city of what?
Cobb County.
Cobb County, yeah.
Cobb County,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, and have you had some citations on the property? Have you had any complaints
It was
about
just
your use
the
of the
one
property?
complaint a few months ago.
Okay.
It was like a neighbor behind him, like but he's not living there no more.
It was a rental.
He rented there, but he moved out.
Okay, and so you have, you indicated that you had permission or non-opposition, letters of non-opposition?
Yeah, we got letters for like people around there saying that if it was okay to keep the trucks there, like.
So people around there, is that residents? Who is that?
Sí, ok, sí, las personas que cuando sometimos la aplicación nos pidieron que sí, pues que sí podíamos agarrar firmas de los vecinos de alrededor.
¿Pero solamente son que viven allí o son otros businesses?
No, son personas que viven ahí.
Yeah, it's just people that live around houses around.
Okay, can you see that map that we're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Y un comercial.
where are the trucks parked? In that cluster where they are, in the center?
Back in that side.
It's like back in the side.
Yeah, and like back on the
Is that how it looks right now? Because
Así es como está ahorita.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is right now. Yeah, that's how it is right now.
So you would have 4 on the one side next to the structure,
No,
about 4 in the middle, you got some others on there too? Looks like more than 8 on that picture. Is that not accurate?
yeah, but it's a big trucks only like, but we got the small cars.
Well, yes, yeah, it's. I think he's saying that it was the big trucks, yeah, but we have other small trucks like cars.
Small cars. And the
Okay.
personal cars.
Okay, and there's 2 structures on the property. Which one is the residence?
The one in the far right.
It's
That one, that's the house.
yeah, that's a house. Yeah.
The one that he's circling right now?
Yeah, that's the house.
Okay, and what is the other structure?
That's like a poly barn.
A pole barn, what's in the pole barn?
Poly barn. It's like an open poly barn.
Okay,
He has like classic cars there, like trucks and
Personal cars.
like personal cars.
okay, you have cars in there.
Yeah, but he like collects classical trucks, and that's where he has them. So.
Okay. Is that enclosed?
No, it's open.
Okay. Okay, anyone else have questions?
So just wanted to get clarity on the number of vehicles. This could be the trucks you use for the tree service, it could be personal vehicles, it could be collector's items, vehicles, those type things. What's the number of vehicles that you typically have on site?
I think it's different because the workers, they go there and they leave their personal car and take like the big ones and they just leave. And then whenever they come back, they take their personal car and leave
And how many employees would typically do that?
Que llegan
¿Cómo cuántos son?
llegan algunos, podemos decir un mínimo de unos 8 o unos 8 carros ahí que entran porque se vienen con unos con otros.
It'll be like people that come there is around like 8 cars because some of them come with other people. So it's like 8 cars usually that show up.
So 8 cars could be on the property outside of your personal vehicles, and then they would leave those cars there, utilize the company trucks in order to do the tree trimming, right-of-way trimming, all of
Yes.
that. And then you also have other personal vehicles that are on the property, trucks, collectors as well. How many would those be outside of the employee vehicles?
¿Cuántos son de esos?
Ya sí tengo como que están en los dos garajes que son como algunos 12, como 13 creo.
And the
Que
two,
están, pero que están ahí casi siempre, nunca se ven.
and the two like sheds, there's like at least 12, but they're like they're always there.
So 12 vehicles that are in the covered
Yeah.
carport area, and those are more collectors.
Yeah.
Outside of that carport area, how many as well?
Solamente como los 8 de los trabajadores y algunos 2 o 3 que están dañados, que estamos para arreglarlos, para llevarlos.
There's like how I said, there's like 8 of the workers that show up there, and then there's like a couple of ones that are like getting fixed or getting ready to get out. So
Okay, so potentially 8 workers, 12 cars that are more collectors, and then several cars that could be
yeah,
getting
they're
fixed,
they're fixing
repaired,
up, or
so
they're-
on
yeah,
and so
oh,
forth.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
And your request is to rezone this entire property to what, light industrial? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying? And why is that?
He just doesn't want any more like for future like any complaints. Because that was the first complaint. The first complaint was because it wasn't like a commercial property or anything, and like he doesn't want to have like any future problems with that same.
Quiero hacerlo legal.
Yeah, he wants to make it like legal, like a legal property of a company.
Have you considered at all, I mean, you obviously you're trying to attach to another light industrial property nearby, but the location of the vehicles you have on the property is nowhere near that area.
So the company in front of it, is that what you mean?
Well, you got a LI area to the right. I'm assuming that's what you're trying to relate yourself to.
De la otra compañía que estamos
Yo te decía
que está como quiere no hasta poner al lado de él. No, como que tú quieres que te. He wants to. What, you mean like he wants to be part of it, or what do you mean?
Well, what I was asking was, I'm trying to understand your reasoning here, because you have a residential property in a residentially zoned area.
Uh-huh.
You're operating a business there. obviously you've made an application to zone yourself, the entirety of the property, including the residential area, into light industrial, and try to somehow indicate that you're more relevant to what's at the LI side of it. But your operation is spread all over the property. So, I mean, had you considered splitting your property?
Quisieras que yo como separar la casa del business.
Sí traté una vez, dile que sí, no, más bien no, pero si lo puedo separar, si hay manera de separarlo en un futuro, pues que sí, lo puedo separar.
I guess maybe he just didn't know, but if he's able, like if he can separate from like the house from the business, he can, like, if there's a way to do it, he can do it. So.
Porque si no, yo puedo hacer que se muevan las personas que viven ahí, solamente tenerlo como industrial.
Because the people that live there, he can move them to a different house and turn like the house on into something else that's part of the business. Is that?
The people who live there, you don't live on the property?
No. Tú no vives allí.
You rent?
No, I don't live there.
The workers live in that house. He doesn't work there.
The workers live in the residence?
Yes.
Okay, how many workers are living in the residence?
4.
4. Do they pay rent, or is it part of their employment?
They pay rent.
Okay.
We have a question from Commissioner Michaeletto.
If we were to move forward with this application, would you dedicate an area to parking, and by that improve the surface that you're parking on? So some sort of pavement or pervious surface that delegates where those trucks are to be parked. So if we're contemplating the bifurcation of this property, would be closer to the L1, and then having a parking lot of some sort so the cars are confined to that area and not just kind of on the property.
Que si ya que la aprueban, que si vas a como poner como más en orden. Que si yeah, if it gets approved, yeah, he's gonna put a better driveway and kind of fix where he parks all of them, like in the right, like a right way.
Is there a plan to grow the number of vehicles intended for the business?
Que sea hacer como comprar más.
Puede ser que sí, un par más. No sabemos, depende cómo crezca el negocio. Si estamos hasta ahí, pues ahí nos vamos a quedar. Y si en el futuro crecemos más, pues puede ser que un par más.
Depending on how the business grows, he might get 2 more, but it just depends on how his business is running. So.
Okay. I have some comments after.
That's all the questions I think we have for you at this time. So if y'all can step down, then we're going to call some other people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can have code enforcement come forward, please.
Good morning, Yolisa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning. So can you give us a report about what's been going on at this property and the nature of violations that have been reported?
We received a complaint. The first one went back in 2019 for the business at the property, and then it was cleaned up. And then our next complaint came in May 2nd of 2025, stating that they're running a business from the home with 6 to 7 commercial vehicles. The property was inspected, and they have too many commercial vehicles. They have debris, tree logs, large tree logs there. They have outside storage items, and under the ordinance for customary home occupation and property zone residential, you can't run a business from the property. You can't have more than 1 commercial vehicle under 12,500 pounds. You can't have employees at the property. During the applicant's presentation, I realized that we missed a violation. He stated that he's in violation of single-family dwelling. He has unrelated people living on the property, which are the employees that are all living at the property. So I understand that he is asking for the property be rezoned, but he also has a LUP issue as well now.
The LUP issue would be what?
The unrelated adults that he has at the property, along with the 12 vehicles that he has at the property. But also the property needs to be cleaned up with the, he has the wood chippers, and he has debris sitting around the property, tires and other junk sitting around the property.
Right. Do you have some photographs that you can show us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that inspection was when?
That inspection was conducted on January 29th, which was a few days ago. And that's the current conditions of the property at this time.
Okay. Okay, anyone else have questions for?
The fence with the vehicles parked against it, where we saw a building on the other side of the fence, was that someone else's garage?
I can't hear you, ma'am.
The picture that you shared where there was vehicles backed up against a fence and there was a building on the other side, was that the neighboring property's outbuilding?
I am honestly not sure, because looking at your view and that view, I cannot tell. Okay. I was not, my officer did the inspection, but it more than likely appears with the fence and everything to be the neighboring property. I'm just not 100% sure.
And the picture of the vehicles in the pole barn was what? Can we see that again?
I think those are the collector vehicles or something he was referring to.
Well, I'm looking for your January pictures.
Okay, hold on. I'm not aware if these are employee vehicles or these are just his collector vehicles that he has on site.
Right. And do you have a picture of the residence itself, too? Was there one of those?
I didn't, let me look at it again and check.
I don't think so.
We do not have a picture of the residence, as our main focus was to get the photos of the violations to show what the present conditions of the property is. But if you are requesting that, we can definitely go back out and take full pictures.
Okay, we'll talk about that. Thank you.
Just one last thing. Were several of those vehicles non-functional? Of the tree ones, it looked like they were broken down. I don't know if your officer reported that or not.
I can't answer that question right now because we have a legal limit on a property. And, you know, the officer is curtilage. The officer has a certain point on a property. If he sees a flat tire, then it will be considered an operable vehicle. If he can see from where he's at that the tag is expired or there's no tag, then that would give him reason, or if the vehicle is wrecked. But without full permission from the property owner, we can't trespass on the property. So the officer did not document that, and from the pictures, I can't tell if the vehicles are inoperable. So unless we get permission, that's something that we cannot issue a notice at this time.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. You can step down.
Thank you.
Does anyone want to hear from anyone else? No. Okay, at this time I would make a motion to deny the request for rezoning and to direct that recommend that the individuals be directed to clean up all non-business, well, all non-residential uses of the property within 60 days. That would be my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I just have some discussion, or I would like to have some discussion around this because I do, I have the second, okay, so I'll second it for the purposes of discussion.
Okay. We have a second from Commissioner Massey, and let's jump into the discussion.
So I think where I'm conflicted is that the property is right up to light industrial. This applicant has been conducting this business for some years without opposition. I do feel like there can be some work done to clean it up, but I do feel like there might need to be some further investigation into possibly splitting this parcel into two usages. Just in the length of time that the business has been conducting itself in this manner without interruption to or impact to the neighborhood other than the recent call that that person is no longer there. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk through and get your thoughts on.
Part of my thought is the applicant is without excuse. They knew in 2019 that they needed to clean it up, but they know the residential nature of this property. So if they were going to be in compliance, that's their burden. They want to talk about bringing forward a matter for rezoning, then they ought to talk about splitting the parcel. I don't think that that's our job to do. I think that that's their job to do, and I think it's a matter of integrity. So I think we can't do that job for them, but I hear you.
Or any other discussion?
Maybe we could just hold this for 30 days so we could have a discussion, a work session about some possibilities here, given the new developments. Just throw that out as a thought for the District 3 member.
Any other discussion?
Wild question. Can we put this on table for a hold? Can we put a stipulation on the request for a hold? Can we say you hold for 30 days, you have 30 days to clean the property and show good faith?
That is correct. We can do that.
Is that doable?
The planning commission can ask them to do that, but y'all cannot make them do that.
So at this time, could we ask questions of the applicant? Or do we need to, while we have a motion pending, are we able to ask questions of the applicant?
Well, it's preferable once a motion is made that discussion is only among the members of the planning commission. The motion could be withdrawn and then continue with the questioning, and then that will lead to an additional subsequent motion perhaps.
So the motion would be to withdraw or just?
Just the unilateral withdrawal of the motion that was presented and then proceed with additional questioning.
Does that require a separate motion when you say unilateral?
Well, whoever made the motion would be the one to withdraw it. With the approval of the second, whoever made the second.
Okay, well, I would move at this time to withdraw the motion for purposes of exploring what we're talking about.
Second that motion.
Okay, I have a second to withdraw the original motion from Commissioner Massey. Do we need to move through the approval for that?
For No, that motion has been
Withdrawn.
made. Yes, and
Okay, so now we
Clerk,
can move
is it-
forward with the discussion.
let me ask the court, there's no
you
vote
should vote.
necessary for that, right? Yeah, I mean, the motion and the second has been withdrawn. Now there are no motions
Thank you.
pending.
All right, now I think we can move forward with the discussion. I believe you wanted to ask the applicant more questions. Is that right, Commissioner Dance?
Yeah.
Okay, can we get the applicant to come back up to the podium for additional questions?
You can go ahead and ask.
Oh.
Hi. All right, so you've heard the discussion, right, and the path forward, and it feels like it's gonna either go not so great, or there's a possibility that we could hold this for 30 days, and you guys could make a good faith effort to mediate the property, clean it up, make sure everything's away from the fence, there's no debris. Does that sound agreeable?
Que nos dan como 30 días para que limpies y hagas como que limpies las cosas ahí.
Y el día ser que para ir luego.
Ya, venir otra vez, ya decido.
Está bien. Sí.
So you have like 30 days to go and like kind of fix everything, clean up stuff?
Fix fix all the debris, the violations, and then at that time, also start considering the proper path forward for separation of the property.
So separate the house from the business, okay.
¿Cómo qué tipo de limpieza?
You mean like cleaning up like the tires and like you said not to keep everything not so close to the fence?
Just,
Here's the thing, if you get with code enforcement and find out what needs to be cleaned up, are you willing to do that in the time that we hold this matter, and we come back next month?
To send somebody and go check and then he'll let us know?
Right, if you could check with them as to what needs to be done to clean it up, are you willing to do that within the next 30 days and come and report back to us?
Que si quieres que alguien vaya y te diga qué es lo que tienes que como limpiar y mover.
Pues no es necesario, si ellos me dicen nada más que quieren que limpie aquí, si quiere mandar a alguien o pues yo limpio todo, trato de organizarlo lo que puedo.
I mean, yeah, he can try and like organize everything as much as he can, and then we'll see from there. Or if you said you would send somebody, or we would have to get somebody to go and look.
we have code enforcement's here.
Okay. Que vaya
So,
ella.
Just a quick
Que vaya,
question,
mande a alguien, la señora que esté ahí, que ella
and this
mande
is
y-
more so, I guess, for just discussion from the board, but let's just say they do a great job as far as cleaning up the property. We're back in 30 days. I think your ask in the application is to rezone the property to light industrial. So where does that get us in 30 days? If we come back here with a cleaned up property, we would that be still on the table? And this is more so Commissioner Nance, but still on the table to move to light industrial? Or are we still saying that the path forward is really to look at you as an applicant exploring splitting the property?
I understood from, not from you, from Mr. Boulogne, that, it might be an opportunity in the interim for the board to discuss some things at work session. So we might discuss some things, but they should also be discussing what their path forward is. But we would be interested in seeing some good faith showing.
Would it be easier if he just made the house like part of the business instead of separating them, or no? Would that make it any easier, or?
That's not really something we can talk about at this time.
Okay.
But you could talk with code, you could talk with community development about that kind of stuff.
Okay, but so for now, just the kind of the
We're-
30, try to clean it up in 30 days and then come back
And make a report back to code enforcement,
Uh-huh.
so that maybe we can come back with some different pictures that would show us a comparison from one time to the next.
Okay.
But in the meantime, you should also be having discussions about what you can actually do with the property, because right now you're just totally out of compliance with the zoning code.
Okay, so,
And you need to make your own, as she said, path forward.
what, sorry?
You need to come up with your own path forward for how to resolve your issues,
Oh, okay.
okay? So if you can do that with consultation with staff and then come back with us,
Okay.
okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so, okay, so do we have to wait the 30 days and then come back, and while we talk to her?
You can talk to her right after this, and she can get your name and number and that kind of stuff, and y'all can have a follow-up conversation.
Okay,
But y'all can have a seat right now.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so I make a motion to hold for 30 days to allow the property owner to do some cleanup measures and meet with code enforcement and meet with community development as to their plans forward, and allow this board time to meet and have discussions in its planning session.
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and it passes 5-0 to hold. This is Z1, to hold Z1.
And that would be to the March 3rd hearing date.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
All right, let's move forward with the next one before we break.
Madam Chair, would it be prudent to let the audience know we're going to hear Z2 next, and then after that, we're going to take a break for lunch, and then we will come back about an hour after we finish.
That is correct. Just make sure everyone did hear. We will work on case Z2 next, then we'll break for lunch for about an hour break. Commissioner Bloin?
Can I just ask before we break that a head count be taken of the folks that showed up, because some may not come back?
I'm assuming for Z4? Yes. Okay. Yeah, we'll do it right now. All right. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z4 of 2026, Field Time Athletics LLC? Please stand up and raise your hands if you're opposed. All right, let the record show there's 16 people here opposed to rezoning case Z4. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z4? Please stand up and raise your hands. All right, let the record show there's 10 people here in support of rezoning case Z4. And with that, I'm ready to move on to the next case, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's move on to Z2.
All right, last case of this morning is rezoning case Z2 of 2026, Piedmont Residential LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RM8 for a single-family community in land lots 858, 859, 870, and 871 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Bells Ferry Road and on the north and west sides of Dixon Road, south of Interstate 75. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z2? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who wish to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning again, Madam Commissioner. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant, Piedmont Residential, in this application for rezoning. This concerns 17.8 acres. It's an assemblage of properties located at the intersection of Bells Ferry Road and Dixon Road, as you can see on your screen before you, which is located just before Bells Ferry Road goes under I-75, just as kind of a marker. So this is just north of the Bells Ferry Road Cobb Parkway intersection. Some other landmarks, if you're familiar with the Tommy Novus Center, that's just south of this location as well. So at this particular intersection of Dixon Road, you also see Turner Road. This is this across as well as an intersection at that location. What Piedmont Residential is proposing is a rezoning of this property from its current R20. As proposed, it was to the RM8 classification for a maximum of 68 detached single-family homes. But since that time, and given staff's recommendation as well, it would certainly be our request that if recommended for approval, that it be recommended for approval at the RA5 classification, which is what staff has also recommended for approval. The nomenclature doesn't matter to us. We just want to zone it, hopefully have it zoned to the category that best suits staff's recommendation and this board as well as the Board of Commissioners. This property is actually, when you go to your land use plan, this property, even though it's zoned R20, is shown as industrial compatible on the land use plan. That is because there's some industrial properties that are in the city of Marietta to the south, but it's shown as industrial compatible, even though you've got medium density residential just on the other side of Bells Ferry Road. You have developments within that are just in the city of Marietta, just south of this. You can see the one there called Cottage Way. That is residential as well as other newer townhome developments just south of this and off this map. So it's kind of a mixed bag here. There's also, in addition, as you go up Bells Ferry, if you're familiar with that area, it is dominated by other residential uses. Primarily there's apartments. There's also some additional townhome developments that are stretched within this, I call it, segment of Bells Ferry Road. So you have a kind of a mixed bag. There's some light industrial type uses. There's some fairly dense residential uses, as well as some older commercial uses that you might expect along an arterial road such as Bells Ferry. So you have a real mixed bag, but ultimately your professional staff viewed this application and recommended approval at RA5, believing that as a transitional use of RA5, this provided for an excellent residential use of the property as opposed to industrial use of the property. It's more in keeping with the surrounding residential uses as well, as opposed to coming in with an industrial use that would probably be a lot less compatible with those existing residential uses and certainly less sensitive to the property itself, because it is encumbered by some floodplain and sensitive wet areas. So turning now to the site plan itself, which will be up on your screen, I'm going to walk you through some of the important components of the proposed site plan. Just highlight these for you. Just to again orient you, this is Dixon Road and Bells Ferry Road, with this intersection located here. First and foremost, you have a maximum of 68. These are detached homes, but for all homes that are along Dixon Road, those would be rear entry garages. So those are all front-facing homes with rear entry garages. So you have a really good streetscape on Dixon Road as opposed to garage, as opposed to the rears of homes. You have the fronts of homes that'll be facing along Dixon Road, and that's so you can create a better sense of streetscape and place. We will be installing a new sidewalk along Dixon, and that gives us opportunity then to engage with that streetscape along Dixon Road and the sidewalk and with the fronts and the front yards and the fronts of the homes. And it'll present very, very well and very, very nicely. We have our main entrance is located here on Dixon Road. Also, I wanted to note, you'll see this here, it says exit only. This is a right turn exit only location and access point onto Bells Ferry. So only right turns would be allowed there, and that'll be done through the routing of that access point and raised medians and so forth, and raised curbing so that it's a right out only. The reason for that is so that we can take a little stress off of this particular intersection of Bells Ferry and Dixon Road. That way folks that are leaving this particular community, residents that will be leaving, if they're going to head north on Bells Ferry Road, they can do so very quickly by taking a right turn out, and therefore do not need to come out and come to this particular intersection. That intersection would be for those wanting to, really mostly would be turning left and going to Cobb Parkway and going that route. So just a way, I thought it was, I think it's a very good use of design even though 68 homes is not that large of a traffic impact, it's a great use of design, and we worked this with DOT as part of our traffic study as well to just lessen and mitigate impact on this particular intersection. It pulls cars out of there that would just be going north, and we think that's an excellent use of design. You can also see by the site plan we have a good amount of area
that is encumbered by streams and stream buffers as well as floodplain. Not all of this area is floodplain. There is some that we've identified as part of this plan, but also the additional area that we are leaving simply undisturbed, which is primarily made up of smaller streams and stream buffers and impervious setback areas. But it does provide for an excellent area for the residents to use in the future as walking trails and that type of thing. Just a good place to relax and have more passive open space setting for future residents of this proposed community. Also, I wanted to provide for you elevations. These are proposed elevations from Piedmont Residential. I'll just give you an example of both types of homes. The first home is the type that would be the rear loaded. That is, this is how it would face out onto Dixon Road. So you can see how the homes will look, very attractive homes with the front porch type of look and those types of accents that would face out onto Dixon Road. And then also the types of homes that would be to the interior of the development when you have a front-facing garage for those homes. So you have a mixture of those two that you can see are presented here for your consideration. But just to give you a flavor for kind of the massing, styling, and architecture that Piedmont Residential can provide at this location. We have also provided for a stipulation letter that's dated January 28th. Do not need to highlight anything specific, but just wanted to make you aware there is a zoning stipulation letter that includes the types of conditions and stipulations that you would be accustomed to. This will be a community that is controlled by a mandatory homeowners association. It will have mandatory covenants and restrictions throughout so that the architecture and maintenance of the community as a whole remains consistent and remains valuable to those that buy and future homeowners as well as time progresses. So I want to make sure that those were noted for you and for your consideration. Again, we are in support of your professional staff's recommendation in all respects, and we appreciate their review and help in their recommendation of deleting this request instead of RM8 to the RA5 category because we are less than 5 units per acre. We think that's appropriate, and we appreciate their recommendation along with our stipulations and conditions, and respectfully request your recommendation of approval consistent with that to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I do believe we had one person in opposition at this time. If you could make your way to the podium. You have a total of up to 10 minutes to speak and share your thoughts. Good morning. Also, if you could state your name.
It's still morning. Good morning.
Yes, we got a few minutes, 2 minutes. So please state your name. Good morning.
My name is Mary Lynn Thomas. I live on Huntington Drive. My property backs up to Crest Ridge. If you go to the top left-hand corner, you see the circle there, that's Corvette. My property is the one to the top going, come across, go to the circle. Come to your left. No, from the, who's driving? Regardless, so that's where I live. I am opposed to the development for the following reasons, and you've heard these reasons time and time again. Traffic, utility overload, wildlife, and this one hasn't come up today for these other applications, the homeless. Traffic. If you go back to Mr. Moore's drawing where he has the entrance down there on Dixon, people traveling southbound on Bells Ferry Road will need to make a left turn to go to their entrance on Dixon. Yes, there's a traffic light. Yes, there's dedicated left turn lanes. However, there are no left turn arrows for either going north or south. I would appreciate the left turn arrows On the other side of Bells Ferry going down Turner, there's about 316 homes, and Turner is heavily traveled, as some people who have responded to accidents down there know. We've had a couple crashes at Turner and Sheridan, one drunk driver, one rollover. I also pick up the trash along Bells Ferry and Turner. I see the Fireball bottles dumped along Turner and Bells Ferry. I see all sorts of debris left on the side of the road. So the traffic light will help people to get to either side, either to get to this new development or to get to where they live further down Turner Road. With regard to this development, 68 proposed homes. If you go a little further north on the map, there's another development for the city of Marietta, the Palms at Paces Ferry. That's another 20 new townhomes they want to put in there. So that's 88 homes, increasing the traffic load along Bells Ferry. You've heard time and time again, the traffic on Bells Ferry, the traffic on Bells Ferry. It's not getting better. With regard to the traffic on Bells Ferry, there is the I-75 bridge that is not very well illuminated from the underside. The homeless hang out under that bridge. They dress dark clothes. They blend in. Some of them come out into the street and you have to stop short. So you have that issue. My point is to please, can we have the traffic signal? Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we've heard from our applicant in opposition. This is in District 2, so I will turn it over to Commissioner.
You just call me Sarah.
Hold on, I want to get it right. Michaeletto, to please lead us in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for both parties for speaking. And I just want to make sure that the opposition I'm hearing, the biggest issue is the increased traffic, but just the failure to have, or the non-existence of current turn arrows, left-hand turn arrows. Okay. Homeless, we can't help. I have a question for the applicant. If you want to come up. And if you wouldn't mind, would you put up the floor plan or the site plan? So a couple of quick questions. I noticed that all of these properties are fronting onto Dixon, and it seems to have no street presence on Bells Ferry. Is that intentional?
Right, well, the residents, that's because of the way the property is shaped. So we have limited frontage on Bells Ferry on the north part. We're not proposing any development or construction on that northern piece of it. And we have very limited on the southern one where our access comes out. So there's not it becomes difficult to design turning those and still having the access road come out as far as just how it would work. Geometry wise. Could you? Yeah, I guess you could, but it would be a little odd looking, potentially.
You could.
But we could. If you said do that, then we would do that.
And then have you contemplated continuing the private property road that's going parallel to Bells Ferry and then exiting, so kind of alleviating some of the traffic from the exit only on Bells Ferry to making it two exit onlys on Bells Ferry? So in the section that you have nothing right now, where it's continued to be undeveloped, undesirable area, could you continue your road there? I'm just thinking of traffic, and
Sure.
There's a lot of people coming out right at that traffic light. So,
So
It's just a question.
I just want to clarify as far as taking and then having another access point where we're currently showing no development there. The issue there is because of if the dash lines is where there's a stream, a state water stream present there, or what's defined as a straight state water stream. So in order to put that access in, that would mean we would have to disturb it by going not only across it, but parallel with it, and it would run through all of those buffers, and we'd prefer not to do that.
Okay.
It's better for sensitivity to to the state waters to leave that alone if all it's doing is providing a right turnout.
And just a couple of quick clarifications. You mentioned this is an HOA, and this is an owned property or rented?
These would be for sale as
For
how it's
sale.
proposed, yes.
Is there any kind of community engagement area? Is there a clubhouse, centralized mailbox? all of
Yes,
this?
there are a couple of areas for that.
Just making sure.
There we go. Just want to identify them for you. There's a couple of areas for that. We have an area here at the end of this cul-de-sac where we have some additional guest parking, and parking for that is here. Also, we've identified this area here, and then there's this area here as well. As far as what they would be providing to be some sort of community gathering structure, where it just kind of depends on how the final design of where it would fit the best in terms of how that looks and things, but most likely one of these two locations where you have the additional parking.
Okay. And have you guys made arrangements, or are you contemplating gated access and safety and security measures for the property? So fences, gates?
Yes, so you said security or ADA, or both?
Kind of the both.
Okay.
So are you planning to fence the property and gate the property, or some combination thereof?
It will not be a gated, it's not proposed for a gated community. We do anticipate having, especially on Dixon, just in terms of that look as you would come down Dixon, we do anticipate having elements of decorative fencing through the frontage there. As far as ADA compliant, yes, everything would be absolutely ADA compliant and designed. As far as the new sidewalks, the connections, and the connectivity to the community gathering structures and things like that.
And are the roads wide enough, your private property roads wide enough for future gated access?
The roads are wide enough. As far as future gated access, you would have to, as long as that gate, if they wanted to gate it, they would just need to make sure they can meet the Cobb County requirements for gating, which has to be set off by at least 50 feet. You have to have a way to have a return in case you have to come back out. If they wanted to gate it, we're not proposing to gate this though. But they could make that redesign change in the future if they needed to. But the roads themselves meet all Cobb County standards as far as construction width and so forth. But they would be private in this instance.
Okay. Did anybody else have questions for them?
So you've already pretty much answered this question, but oftentimes when we've allowed a higher density use that's surrounded by R20, we've required landscape buffering. So,
Yes.
So the lower density housing wouldn't have to look directly, but you've stated that your intent is to actually have these front facing the Dixon Road so that folks in these 6 or 7 houses right along Dixon Road who are R20 would be looking at a lot of units, basically, right?
That's correct. So they'd be looking at decorative elements along Dixon Road, along that frontage, but the fronts of houses, so that, that's where you would have the least amount of activity, but a better view shed, so to speak, for those. And understanding too that all of those houses are currently set as industrial compatible. It's a little strange, I know, but that's what they are.
Is there any intention to have a landscape buffer other than the natural, whatever's there now, adjoin the R20 to the north?
To R20 to the north, all of that would be left undisturbed, and so where you're seeing no development beyond that cul-de-sac on the kind of the north side, all of that's undisturbed, so it provides a tremendous buffer, actually.
Yeah. And then the stuff across the street over here to the west, what was the name of the road over there?
Bells Ferry.
Yeah, well, across Bells Ferry, there was another road whose name came up, and
Turner Road.
Cottage Way.
Yes, Turner Road and Cottage Way, yes.
What's the zoning on Cottage Way?
Cottage Way is a zoning in the city of Marietta. It's a age-restricted community or age-targeted community. That is, if I recall, it's been there for quite some time. Nicely done. It's somewhere in the 6 to 8 units per acre. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for your questions.
Nobody else has questions. I have a question for the police. Can I ask them a question?
Sure.
you.
Thank you to the applicant.
Thank you. Sorry. Bear with me.
So public safety, I think, is,
Public safety, is that,
Brian?
can I state the question? You can tell me if I'm allowed to ask it.
I would advise that he's here for security and not for expert opinion as to certain issues.
Yes.
I think if there is a question
Oh, I can-
about public safety, let's direct it through proper channels to the Department of Public Safety so they can address any issues that might involve this zoning application.
Okay. And that would be subsequent, not here.
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I guess at this time, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I would motion that we hold this for at least till the next meeting to just get a little clarity around some public safety questions that might arise and allow us to have one work session to communicate.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and it passes 5-0 to hold Z2 to our next meeting.
And Madam Chair, before we break for lunch, I did get one late request for one more early head count. That would be for rezoning case Z5, the Revived Land Group LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z5? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here opposed to rezoning case Z5. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z5? None? Okay, let the record show there's none. And with that, Madam Chair, Board, I think we can go ahead and break for lunch.
We have one more question from Commissioner Bloin.
So I've received a request from the applicant that we not break for lunch yet. Can we just, perhaps could you inquire whether it's possible that we hear the matter at 1:10 or ish? Maybe you can ask the applicant or
Sure, which case is that? That is for
field time.
Z4? Okay, so you're just saying to ask the applicant around, so can we have the applicant for Z4? Okay, at this time, we just had a quick question. I think you were, tell us more about the timing issue that is at stake right now.
We were just hopeful to be heard before lunch. There were a number of folks that were here before the case. The head count earlier showed, but I think at this point, I think some have left, expecting to come back after lunch. So
okay,
we were ready and hoped to beat the lunch hour, but I don't know that we've been able to do that. So
yeah, thank you for your patience, though.
sure, no, I know you've had a lot. We're ready, but I think that others left relying on lunch at this point.
Okay, I think I think we got a decent count for to show the opposition and those in favor that were here. So are you okay, Commissioner Bloin, to continue with lunch or move forward with the case? Okay. Okay, so let's
Thank
just
you for
plan
that,
to start swiftly at 1:15, and we'll break for lunch at this time. Thank you.
push back like that. Let her dance across the table.
All right, good afternoon. Thanks for your patience as we took our quick break. We'll proceed with the rest of the agenda on to Z4. I'll turn it over to Mr. Peterson to get us started.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z4 of 2026, Field Time Athletics LLC. Request rezoning from LRO and O&I to CRC for a commercial indoor recreation facility, which are batting cages, in land lot 329 of the 20th District. The property is located approximately 330 feet east of Earnsbury Parkway and behind the Pike Nursery and to the north of the Home Depot. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 16 people here opposed and 10 people here in support. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, good afternoon. If you could please state your name for the record, and you can begin your discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planning Commission, good afternoon. My name is Adam Rosen. I'm a partner with Rosen, and Riley here in Marietta, and we represent Field Time Athletics, your applicant in this application. If you'll show that picture. Yeah. So just to get us back started after lunch, I'll show you what I've been calling this case is the battle over Battle Forest. This application is for just under 6 acres of currently vacant property. There's nothing to play. Next door to the Battle Forest subdivision. A number of folks from that subdivision are here with us today. This property has been undeveloped since a couple of prior zoning applications that we'll talk about that brought us to this point today, and undeveloped despite being zoned since that time in 2011. If you go back to that. Didn't get the resounding laughter from that I thought I might get. We'll try it again at the end of the presentation. So this is Z4 of this year. This is a request to rezone for the purpose of commercial indoor recreation. I know that you've seen a stipulation letter from us, you've seen a rendering, you've seen a couple of different things that has been submitted, and I want to tell you a little bit more about that and what's been going on in this case up to now. Here with us for field time today, we have John and Carol Branham, owners and those driving the force behind this application, and also others that are here that will be a part of the ownership and part of the operations if this is something that we can move forward with. This is an exciting opportunity for Cobb and for this location, particularly in this district. Talking to you, Commissioner Boyne. This is an indoor baseball and softball and sports facility, but it's different than a lot of what you see and have heard about with DBAT and the others that you know of in the area. This actually provides for infields, not just batting lanes and pitching lanes. It's more than that. It provides an opportunity for practice at a level that isn't provided with just an area to go batting and pitching. It provides an opportunity for practices to be held, for tryouts to be held. I think you'll hear, if you hear from him today, that they were having tryouts a couple of weeks ago without the opportunity for an infield because of weather and did not have a facility like this. This is different than anything else you have in this area, and that's why it's important that we not just look at some of the things we're hearing about the concerns, but that we look at what benefit this provides to this area and the things that we've done to make sure that there is no negative impact to those that are around us. So this is the property. It's a combination of what's starred there plus the 3 that are the parcels adjoining it. And as you might imagine, with the commercialized intersection of Dallas Highway and Barrett Parkway, in that main interior of that intersection is a community activity center, CRC zonings, just outside of that neighborhood activity center, NRC, but also for our property, zoned O&I and LRO, the larger white rooftop there just south of our property is Home Depot, who's here and represented today, who I expect you to hear from with what I believe to be discussions that are ongoing between the 2 of us. But Ms. Ellen Smith is here representing them today. And then, of course, across Barrett Parkway, Publix, the other side Target, so you're familiar with this intersection. The LRO, or O&I and LRO zoning is from a 2011 zoning, which followed an earlier commercial zoning that was on this property. This rezoned the property for a senior living facility, over 60,000 square feet of space, and 75 or 76 units, bedrooms. That's what it's currently entitled for, and the only thing it's entitled for, specifically because of the stipulations from that 2011 case. Since that time, it's been the forest that we referenced before. So you'll look at this site plan and see the difference, see the location of the building, the location of the driveway, the location of the parking lot on the property line that adjoins Battle Forest subdivision to the north of us. We originally filed our application. This was the site plan submitted. And I'll show you a couple things that we changed since then, but look at the northern property line where we adjoin Battle Forest subdivision and look at the location of our building and our parking lot and our access. So initially, Barrett Parkway access, initially a back row of parking spaces closest to the 40-foot buffer, a different detention pond, and a 30-foot building height, now changed to 25. Top left of the site plan, you'll see the Barrett Parkway access is removed. That was removed or stipulated to not be an access point in the prior case. We thought we needed it to meet requirements. We've since removed it to follow that earlier condition, reoriented the stormwater pond, took out that back row of parking in response to concerns from being adjoining to Battle Forest subdivision. So we're further away now. Parking lot's, I think, 65 feet from the property line. Building is 113 feet from the property line. So that's part of why you have a parking space reduction variance request, which we had already asked for because we were already focused on trying to limit the amount of parking for the concerns, not because we don't want it, because we don't think we need it, but also because of the concerns for being limited in our impervious surface and limited in our impact to our neighbor. Like I said, change the building size to reduce it. And then we included a lot of stipulations about how it will actually function that we can look at in our stipulation letter. So that's the site plan. That's what's proposed. This is the architecture that has been submitted to you as part of our stipulation letter. And this is something that we haven't looked at a lot. This is where you can start to see the difference between this facility and the others that are just, say, bottom left of that screen, the lanes for batting or pitching. That's what you're going to see at any other facility. This is different because it has actual full infields for practice, not an outfield. We're not talking about having a full field where you can have games and you have spectators and like you often see in an indoor facility, which is a great concept too, but that's not what this is. This is indoor fields plus batting plus pitching, and you can see the orientation of where everything is. And I'll show you how that fits in next to Battle Forest subdivision. The infield's batting area in the center of the building, the batting lanes bottom left, specifically so that they are central to the building, so noise has further to go to get out of the building, and so that they're bottom left in the screen, so they're further away from Battle Forest. So this is the layout, that's the proposal. The overall operations are small in scale. 3 or 4 of the guys that are here today are gonna run this facility. Their passion is baseball. I met them through coaching with with them, of my children and their children. This is what they love. They know that this need is there. We have a lot of support from a lot of folks in the area that know that this area in the middle where this property is serves a huge need, but it also still, again, provides infield practicing that you don't have in any of those facilities. Parent Christian School down the street with their baseball and softball coaches saying, this is a godsend, we want this, tell us when we can come over. Same message from Morgan Park, who unfortunately had to leave earlier. Is there a way to play this? It's a video, if you click on it, bottom left. This is taken at another batting facility that shows that you can't hear the batting outside of the building. We understand that's a concern. I want to save the rest of my time. I want to let you hear quickly from the real estate broker for the seller, who's going to give you a minute and 20 seconds of, if he can hurry up here, a little bit of background of the seller. This has been a long time coming for them to be able to have the opportunity to put something together to sell this property, so he can tell you more about that.
This property, I'm Don Edwards. This property is owned by a group of elderly investors who bought it back when it was zoned for 2-story offices and a retail component in 2007. They thought highest and best was assisted living, had it rezoned for 75-bed. They have not been able to build it. If you'll note that everything around it's 2 and 3 stories for senior living. That concept that's on the property now went out years ago. They've been trying to sell it ever since. They're hoping not to die with it so that their estates aren't boogered up. We've had half a dozen contracts on it. We've had opposition to an autistic school, townhouses, small bay, industrial, heat and air guys, plumbers, just have a little warehouse and a little office, townhouses. So it's been no for everything. We've tried to offer it to Home Depot, and until this morning, I'd never seen anybody from Home Depot. I was glad to meet her. I've got her card, and we'll have that discussion. I know that the county's had some issues with Home Depot about some of the things going on their side of the fence, but all these folks want to do is just sell and go on down the road.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you to both applicants for sharing your information. I do believe we have some in opposition for this. Is that correct? You can make your way up to the podium. Please state your name. You have a total of 10 minutes for everyone that would like to speak in opposition, so please feel free to share your time. Good morning. Good afternoon.
I'm glad you said that because I was going to do the same. I had written down good morning and good afternoon, and hope we'll keep you awake after the lunch break, and thank you for that, so you're not hungry. I'm Ellen Smith. I'm with Parker Poe. I have the pleasure of representing the Home Depot in connection with this application, and several of you know me as generally a developer's attorney. It is exceedingly rare for me to stand before this commission with a request for you to deny a rezoning application, but I do so at my client's direction and desire. A little bit of history you did hear from Adam and from the owner's representative, but just to give you background, the Home Depot owns the West Cobb store at 2350 Dallas Highway, immediately adjacent to this property, and we're the between of the battlefields, apparently, or we're on one end of the battlefield. We have about 25 acres, and it's been the West Cobb store for a long time. I'm not sure of problems with the Home Depot that the county has. I'm not aware of any, but happy to address those separately. Just from a history and background perspective, for a little more than 18 years, almost 20 years, there has been a private agreement in place, both an unrecorded agreement to develop this property as between the Home Depot and the property owner, and a recorded reciprocal easement agreement that also includes restrictive covenants. The development agreement expired on its own terms, but the reciprocal agreement is still of record and is still valid. It provides for access through the Home Depot's driveway to this property. It provides for a drainage easement. It provided for a temporary construction easement that has expired and is no longer there. And it provided for signage. The development agreement that the parties had negotiated before the zoning was, the zoning wasn't changed, I mean, I guess it was, but it's not RSL like it would be currently because it was done so long ago in 2011 for assisted living. The development agreement between the parties provided for development of the property for a different use, not assisted living, but small office building, kind of, the broker said retail. I'm not sure that it was retail, but in any event, a much less dense development. That agreement and the reciprocal easement agreement that is of record has use restrictions. It also provides, for example, that parking will be no less than 3.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of development. So there were a number of things that the parties had negotiated privately at the time, almost 20 years ago, some of which are still in place, but which this application disregards. We are opposed to this rezoning. I'm happy to have continued conversations with the applicant. The conversations we were going to have was whether or not you would continue this to March, as they were having ongoing conversations with Battle Forest. But if you apply the factors in the zoning code, in section 134, 122 of the zoning ordinance, dictates that you deny this application as written. I haven't seen the stipulation letter, but even with a reduced square footage of building and with further reduced parking, the Home Depot is not interested in sharing parking. It is not interested in being the conduit for cars coming and going on an hourly basis to drop kids off, to stay there, to create additional traffic on our right-of-way, which would be very different and more intense traffic than an assisted living facility for sure, especially one limited to 75 beds. And if they're like my parents, who are in their own assisted living facility, should not be driving and should have their driver's license taken away, so traffic would be further reduced and provided by a bus. The staff recommends approval with various deletions and conditions, and with all due respect to staff, we propose to you that that's not enough, that this property really should not be rezoned for the request because of intensity, and the justification for reduced parking is simply not there, and we respectfully request you deny this application. I'm happy to answer any questions. I yield to folks at Battle Forest, I think.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the opposition or any others that oppose that would like to speak at this time? We have about 5 minutes and a few seconds left. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. My name is Jean Kearse. I live on Battle Forest Drive in Marietta. This subdivision is adjacent to the proposed batting practice facility that is before you today for a zoning change approval. Battle Forest is a well-established community in the Barrett Corridor. We have coexisted amicably with our adjacent commercial neighbors that have joined us over the years. Their impact on our homes and our lives has been both reasonable and respectful. The current proposal before you today, however, creates cause for concern for several reasons. The Cobb County Comprehensive Land Use Plan that was updated in 2025 addresses developmental compatibility when bordering residential areas. It was specifically designed to recognize the negative impact developments such as this proposed facility can have on adjacent residential communities. If you look at the projected image in front of you, you can see those are Battle Forest homes, and the enlarged X shows where the proposed 40-foot buffer would be. You can see that the Battle Forest windows, if that was your bedroom, if that was your living room, how close this is going to be to a 40-foot buffer to a batting practice facility. This is precisely why the current zoning for the area in question promotes low-scale professional offices, nursery schools, very limited retail. Currently, the property is zoned for small-scale senior facility living. These are examples of proper intensity and appropriate use of the land to ensure compatibility with adjacent single-family dwellings. Staff believes the proposed structure would not adversely affect adjacent properties. Again, if those were your bedroom windows or your living room windows, you might feel otherwise. Our adjacent commercial properties consist of a small daycare, a bank, a floral nursery, all of which are appropriate for step-down nodal zoning adjacent to residential homes, and none of which are of similar use to a batting practice facility. Their limited hours of operation are well suited to residential living. Where there is a Publix and a Target in this Barrett corridor, they are not adjacent to our homes. And they are not operating in similar use to a sports complex. As for Home Depot, the same logic applies. It poses no disturbance as adults are shopping for home necessities. But when batting cages are built in very close proximity to subdivision homes, noise will inevitably disrupt a residential setting. The daily disruption will have a profound effect on our neighborhood and forever change our community. No protective or mitigating measures can address this, short of prohibiting these types of developments from residential areas. Because there is no mandate for unaccompanied youth, and given the hours of operation till 10 p.m., this undermines the quiet residential lifestyle that we currently enjoy. We are concerned as the potential noise both inside and outside the facility and its parking lot is not compatible with residential living. Moreover, it is reasonable to assume that our subdivision will become a de facto parking lot during peak practice time and events. Existing Cobb County batting and sports-related facilities are often located in more commercial industrial sites, similar to where our county gymnastic and cheer facilities are located. Cosmetic greenery may serve very well as a buffer for appropriate commercial entities such as a medical office or something less impactful in its establishment. But greenery is not a useful buffer for impact noise to a batting facility. We are not against development. We are asking this commission to carefully deliberate the placement of the facility. Residential homes are not a suitable backdrop for a batting facility. As a community, we encourage sports for children, such as the proposed development before you. But land that supports this facility with proper placement and zoning already in existence is well-managed growth. Such land does exist within the West Cobb Arena, and developments such as this
Time has
belong
expired.
there.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, time has expired, but thank you for your comments. All right, at this time, we will turn it over to District 1 Commissioner Bloin to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So there would be a lot of issues we would have to consider were it not for the Home Depot opposition, including the Home Depot statement, which the applicant has not rebutted in any way or challenged, which is that their planned construction easement doesn't currently exist, and that they would, Home Depot would apparently deem this use to be in violation of the, as planned, to be in violation of their covenants. My understanding as of yesterday was the applicant was interested in the continuance, and I actually encouraged that, but in light of the fact that everybody went forward at a beginning point today, I don't see this as being, I don't want to even hear from you. I'm just going to make a motion that we hold this for 60 days and instruct the applicant to advise me within 30 days if he's reached any agreement with the Home Depot. And if so, then we'll begin a process of giving serious consideration to this. But at this time, it didn't seem like this should have even moved forward today, in my opinion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I have a second to hold.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? Okay, call the question. It passes 5-0 to hold Z4 for 60 days. Is that correct? 60 days, so for a 2-month period.
Thank you for your time.
And that date would be April the 7th.
Thank you, John. April 7th. Is that right? April 7th.
All right, is Kevin Moore back yet? No? Okay, we'll just move on to the land use permits then. Okay. Next case we're going to hear is LUP 1 of 2026. Jonathan A. Elmer and Sarah Elmer request a temporary land use permit to allow breeding dogs in land lot 300 of the 20th District. Property is located at the western terminus of Lost Valley Lane, west of Old Mountain Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 1? Okay, just raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here in opposition to this case. Is there anyone here in support of LUP 1? Please raise your hands. 1, okay. Let the record show there's 1 person here in support. All those who wish to address the board, either for or against this application, please come forward and be sworn in.
And Mr. Peterson, so Z5, remind me, are we?
Z5, the attorney had an issue in court next door, so he wanted us to skip over those till he got back from court.
Okay, all right. All right, good afternoon. Please state your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes to share your comments.
Jonathan Elmer.
I'm Sarah Elmer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. Thank you for your time. We're here to request a land use permit for our property, 4998 Lost Valley Lane, for the purpose of a home-based dog breeding business. I do, sure.
Yeah.
So we, as part of our business, we don't have any employees, no customers, no signage, no deliveries, no traffic. There's no outdoor storage, kennels, dog houses, or accessory structures. The breeding takes place entirely inside our home, although the dogs do exercise outside. We are requesting a permit for 24 months. This is a picture of our property.
Part of it.
Yeah, that's part of our backyard. Our property is 4 acres in size. It's currently zoned R30. We have a large fenced-in backyard. It encompasses about 1 acre. The fence is set back from all of their property lines by 80 feet from our side neighbors and about 40 feet, or 120 feet from our backdoor neighbors and about 40 feet from the church. We are directly adjacent to Burnt Hickory Baptist Church on Due West Road. All the dogs live inside our home, as I said. There are no outbuildings. Our house is over 10,000 square feet, so there's plenty of room inside our home for our dogs. The site, we are licensed by the Georgia Department of Agriculture, and our home and the interior of it has been inspected and approved for dogs. This is an overhead view of our property, just a screenshot from Google, but the section outlined in yellow is a rough estimate of where the property lines are. It actually goes a little bit farther to the west, but the red markings, if you can see it, is where the fence is located. So There's a large landscape buffer between all adjoining properties. Our neighborhood, we are in a platted subdivision, but it consists of just 6 houses. We do not have a homeowners association. Our land does have covenants, conditions, and restrictions. The explicit covenants I've cited here talks about other animals, and it says no animals, horses, livestock, or poultry of any kind may be raised, bred, kept, or permitted on any residence with the exception of dogs, cats, or other usual or common household pets. That I emphasize the exception because that was carved out in the covenants. We are now, and I've always been in compliance with our CCNRs. Unfortunately, we mistakenly thought that because of our land size being larger than 2 acres and the compliance with our CCNRs meant that we were permitted for dogs by zoning.
We didn't know dogs were a different category than poultry or animals or other things,
right.
according to Cobb County.
That's why we're here today, requesting a land use permit. After there was a result of code enforcement that brought this to our attention, and then we applied for the application. This is a little bit about our dogs. So we currently have 18 adult dogs. They are miniature poodles, Cavalier King Charles Spaniels, and Havanese. Our dogs, we have a designated area in our basement for a dog room, but most of our dogs live in our home. These are just some pictures of our miniature poodles and some of the areas that we have in our home. We do in-house grooming for our dogs. We don't do any grooming for anybody else, just us.
Yeah.
We don't have any customers or anything like that, like I said, but we do maintain our dogs and care for them as part of our family. This is some additional information about puppy litters. Litters obviously can range in size from as few as 1 to about 4 at a time. Each litter is contained in a pen in our home, and they're watched over continuously by us and our children. We have 9 children, ages 3 to 14, who participate with us in our business, helping to raise our dogs, and they each have their own dogs that are part of our program.
We're a homeschool family, so we live with our dogs all day long, every day, and homeschool at home.
Correct. Part of our purpose and what we do is we want to prepare these puppies for their future homes. We find it's more ethical that they're raised in a home environment than in a commercial environment, and that's part of what we have been trying to do. It's been a very valuable thing for us and for our kids as part of their education, in addition to the opportunity to care for and respect animals. We currently have a waiting list for our puppies. We don't breed indiscriminately, but we try to make sure that we are committed to ethical breeding practices. This is a home occupation, and we do it entirely within our home. I mentioned before we don't have customers, traffic, or anything like that. There's no signage. All of our dogs are companion dogs, or non-sporting, as the AKC refers to it, and they're purebred AKC. Some are CKC registered dogs.
All of our dogs are purebred dogs. We've gone to great lengths to acquire them from other breeders that we respect and admire, and that's how we established our program.
None of them are aggressive or dangerous. Their average size is about 10 to 12 pounds. Again, the Georgia Department of Agriculture licenses our program. We understand that there is some opposition to us, and we've read some of their concerns. Prior to this meeting and several months ago, we did meet with our adjoining neighbors on our street, the 6 houses that constitutes our neighborhood, and asked them what we could do to minimize any impact. The one thing that was actionable was don't have anything on Google, no Google Maps listing, so we took that down immediately.
Our private residence is not listed on anything that you can find online. You'd have to Google us to find where we live personally.
And other than that, they said there was nothing that we could do. So we did make a good faith effort to meet with them halfway, but they didn't give us anything else. However, we understand that dogs make noise, so we try to be mindful of that. We are always outside with our dogs, even though we now have a 1 acre fenced enclosure. We always have somebody outside with the dogs. If they just last night there was a possum in our yard, and that would cause some barking. But I shooed the possum away, and I took the dogs inside because I was out there with them. So we are also committed to safety for our children. Like I said, we have 9 children ranging from 3 to 14. We homeschool them. Additionally, our next door neighbor, who I want to leave some time for to speak on our behalf, has 3 children who come over to play. We would never do anything to endanger them. The area we live in is unincorporated Cobb County. I believe it's District 1. And we live directly next door to a vibrant church. There are also horse farms nearby on Due West with stables, chickens, other things. So we believe that our land use request is compatible with the area and suitable and reasonable for our 4-acre property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a little over 2 minutes for someone else to come speak on behalf of the applicant. Please state your name for the record.
Joshua Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson.
I'll try and be brief. So, yeah, I moved in about 3 years ago. My understanding is they were hobby selling dogs up until that point. So I actually work from home. I share the adjoining property with the Elmers. So I am there all day long. I'm sure someone might mention noise complaints. I would assume that'd be the only concern. I work from home. I'm there at home all the time. I'm a homebody. I don't hear the dogs. So full disclosure, though, their backyard faces away from me, but I am the closest house to them, I would assume, except for possibly Ray's, but I'm right next door. I don't hear the dogs. I've never had an instance ever of a single thing getting chewed up, a hole dug in my yard, any damage whatsoever to my property. Again, share the property with them. I've never seen a buyer on my street. There is no additional traffic, as they stated, so there's no comings and goings, any strange people within our cul-de-sac. There's no signs, there's no indication that there is a business there. There's nothing posted in the yard. If you drive through there, it's in accordance with all the other covenants that we have for all the houses. Everything's the exact same. After they install the fence, prior to the fence, a few months ago, I did see a dog here or there. I have not seen a single dog in like the last 7 months or so since this fence went up. And I have 3 kids between the ages of 9 and 5. They spend all the time over there. I've never had a single instance of a bite or a scratch, which, considering they just said they had like 20 dogs there, which is a really good track record. You could have 1 dog and there could be an incident. They have 0 incidents, at least with my kids. So that's as far as the business. Just one note on their character. I'm just going to throw this out there. John is a deacon at the church. Sarah, she homeschools her children. She also runs counseling sessions there. I'm just going to state that they're great neighbors, been fantastic community for us. I don't know my time. I had a power outage. They had a generator on my porch within 15 minutes. I'm just throwing this out there. It's not relevant to this case, but I'm just stating as far as the impact that they have on the community, the thought that they would do something that would undermine the fabric of our community or something like that, I find is just being a misrepresentation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not sure, did we have opposition for this case? Okay. At this time, someone from opposition can come up. Please state your name. You'll have a total of 10 minutes to share among those others that would like to speak in opposition as well, sir.
My name is Jerry Haller, and I've lived in the resident of the Valley at Lost Mountain community for 30 years. Our beautiful neighborhood consists of 6 homes, like they said, including the Elmers, who are the applicants in this case. I'm speaking today on behalf of 4 of the Valley at Lost Mountain neighbors, and 8 other households in the neighboring residential communities that are all opposed and directly impacted by the special land use permit. You got the overhead? No, I want the picture that shows the satellite view. Well, let me just speak without it. The Valley at Lost Mountain does have 6 houses. 4 of the residents of the 6 are opposed. He backs up to another subdivision, or ours does, called Berkshire Woods. There's 2 opposing that connect to his property there, and 1 that approved. And the remaining 6 are either to the east of the subdivision or to the south of the subdivision. The church that was submitted to look like an approval is actually, they're neutral. They don't take positions on neighborhood disputes. The look and feel of the Valley at Lost Mountain have been preserved for the past 30+ years. The zoning of R30 is meant to maintain the non-commercial, low-density residential characteristics of such neighborhoods as ours. A special permit of this kind introduces commercial activity into a neighborhood that was expressly planned and purchased as a quiet residential area. The proposed use raises significant concerns regarding noise from barking dogs, odor and waste management, increased traffic potential, and ongoing enforcement challenges. These impacts would negatively affect the residents' quality of life and would diminish surrounding property values. It's important to point out that this dog breeding business has been in place for more than 3 years in violation of county ordinances and without a zoning variance. It took almost 2 years before the Elmers notified some of the neighbors of their business intent, and only then after being questioned by the HOA. The Elmers indicated, however, that they would continue the dog breeding business despite the majority of the neighborhood and several other surrounding neighborhoods objecting. Therefore, the negative experiences we'll present to you now have actually already happened. They're not just potential future concerns. The Elmers admitted in a neighborhood meeting this past summer that at the time, they had 29 dogs. On numerous occasions over the past 3 years, one or more of these dogs ran loose in the immediate neighborhood, surrounding neighborhoods, and the church parking lot. The dogs are aggressive, and growling, running toward people, and stopping traffic. Regarding the nuisance, I personally have toddler grandchildren who very frequently stay at our house and like to play in the driveway in the cul-de-sac. On more than one occasion, the dogs have aggressively approached them in our driveway, raising concern for their safety. They have also aggressively approached me when I was maintaining our front yard. The dogs have on numerous occasions impeded traffic at the intersection of Lost Valley Lane, and that's our street, and east-west running street, and the adjacent perpendicular street, Old Mountain Road. Several drivers that stopped have asked our neighborhood residents who owns these dogs in an attempt to try and get them out of the street so they didn't get run over. Residents and neighbors who walk and run in the neighborhood and adjacent parking lot of the Burn Hickory Church have on numerous occasions seen the dogs running loose in the parking lot and interrupting church volleyball games and other outside activities. Also, the dogs have blocked children at the bus stop in the Berkshire Woods subdivision when they returned from school trying to get home. Mr. Elmer, in a discussion with one of the Berkshire residents, said that a particular dog named Sadie is a repeat offender, often escaping through open doors in their rather large home that has many exit points. With the Elmers having 11 family members going in and out and a large number of dogs, it's our opinion that the dogs cannot be consistently contained even with the best effort. Mr. Elmer sent an email to us last July 21st at the Valley of Lost Mountain neighborhood asking what he could do to be a better neighbor. After roughly 10 years of minimal interaction, which is how long they've been there, this seems somewhat out of character, but the neighborhood had a meeting on July 27th assuming positive intent. The meeting devolved into a request to change the neighborhood covenants, which don't allow dog breeding. And Mr. Elmer indicated that there was nothing left to talk about if we were unwilling to change the covenants, so he and his wife left. Then on October 2nd this year, or last year, 2025, the HOA president received a cease and desist demand letter from the Elmer's attorney threatening further action if any further requests regarding the dog breeding business were given to the Elmers. It's now clear that the good neighbor email was only to document an attempt at being a good neighbor with no intent to do so. The matter is not about the applicant's character, but about enforcing covenants, county zoning, and addressing ongoing noise and nuisance impacts and the measurable effect on the surrounding property values in the neighborhood. Regarding the noise issues, the dogs are let out in groups in Elmer's backyard, and the barking can easily be heard by the neighbors in their front and backyards, with some neighbors even having trouble hearing their TVs inside their home in the Berkshire Woods subdivision behind them. It's despite how big that backyard looks, the tree line separation isn't that much, and it's not that far. 10 poodles can easily create a very loud, stressful environment, potentially reaching 90 to 100 decibels or even higher, comparable to a loud car horn. So you can imagine the noise 29 poodles could potentially make if they were all let out at the same time. But there's nothing like hearing it for yourself. The following is a view from a house adjacent to the Elmers on the opposite side of the street from where Josh lives. So they're the next closest. And it's a view and an audio from his back deck. That's what you hear when you're outside and the dogs are out. Regarding property values, 2 of our households are retired already and 2 nearing retirement, and we're all counting on our homes as our nest eggs. The prospect of trying to sell our homes with a large dog breeding operation in the neighborhood is nerve-wracking. An appraiser's perspective was sent in with public comments on this case. There's too many issues to go through in this meeting, but the likely financial impact based on that input on the home sale price could range from a 10 to 30% reduction, with a commercial dog breeding business being a severe deterrent for buyers. Imagine if you're a potential buyer and when you step out on the deck, you hear that chaos, which would be a great bit louder if you walked out into the backyard and walked the property line. In terms of the Elmer's application, Mr. Elmer noted in his application that the goals is 1 breeding dog per child, which implies a 9-dog minimum. But this is not counting male dogs, their puppy litters, or their children's current pets. As stated, the Elmers have had up to 29 dogs that we know of. If a special land use permit's granted, I don't know what the scale of this business would be, what it would come to, and how it would be monitored. And the residents would be put in a position of probably having to police any restrictions. There's already a precedent with this property violating Cobb County ordinances for operating a car repair business in 2019 and 2020 in their garage. That's ultimately shut down by the county. Also, there's a precedent for Cobb County declining previous requests for establishing dog breeding businesses in residential zoned areas. Mr. Elmer also notes in his application that he was unaware of the Cobb County requirement, and despite the Department of Agriculture, where he got his license from, clearly requiring county licensing and therefore zoning approvals. It doesn't seem like the continued oversight should fall on our neighborhood. Although this dog breeding business may teach valuable lessons to his children, the personal needs of one household should not be allowed to negatively impact the needs of the whole community. We feel bad for the children, however, the parents were made aware from the very start that most of our development and surrounding neighbors were opposed to this dog breeding business. Try to sum this all up. Zoning in Cobb County creates predictable, functional, and pleasant places to live by setting boundaries and standards for how land can be used residentially. We're requesting that the board protect the interests of our community by upholding the intent of the R30 zoning without modification. Certainly, there's more appropriate zoning districts within Cobb County and neighboring counties for animal breeding businesses that are better equipped to manage the operational impacts without disrupting residential neighborhoods. We're concerned that approving the SLUP would set a troubling precedent by allowing commercial enterprises within R30 zones, undermining long-standing zoning protections that homeowners rely on when choosing where to live in Cobb County.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me. Here.
Pardon me?
Yeah, your time has just expired. I'm sorry, but thank you for your comments, okay?
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Commissioner Bloin. It is in District 1 to lead the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Can I get code enforcement to start? Have you made any reports about this matter, or do you have any reports about this matter?
Yes, sir. We received a complaint on July 14th of 2025 in regards to breeding dogs at the property. It was advised that there were 18 dogs. The officer went and inspected the property on July 15th and issued a notice of violation for animal breeding, boarding kennels. He spoke with the property owner about the violation and advised him of the process for applying for a land use permit. Finally, the permit was applied for, and that's where we are today. But the officer did go back out there on December 18th, and they still had 18 dogs there.
And can you just tell us, if you know, where in the county it would be legal to have a residence where one could also breed dogs?
I would like to refer that question over to Mr. Peterson, please.
Okay.
Breeding is only allowed in light industrial or heavy industrial. It's not allowed, it's not permitted in residential districts.
Okay. So if and to the extent they wanted it in a residential district at all, they'd have to get a LUP in addition to probably having a lot of land. All right. Any other thoughts or observations from code enforcement?
No, on this case, they did not have any other violations at the property. We do have a prior history from years ago. At one point of time, they were operating, there was vehicle repairs going on at the property, but the issue was rectified. That was back in 2020.
What was the problem in 2020?
Working on vehicles at the car, working on vehicles at the property.
Their own vehicles or other people's vehicles?
Other people's vehicles.
Hey, Madam Chair, if anyone else has any questions for code enforcement? No? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let me hear from the applicant just a little bit. So how long have you lived out there?
We moved in January 2015, so 11 years.
How long have you been breeding dogs out there?
We first acquired the dogs in 2022. We were considered hobby breeders, where you only have one litter a year. We did not start breeding additional litters until the beginning of 2024.
Okay. Do you have another job for
We
income?
both
Yes,
do.
we both have. I work full-time and she works part-time.
Did you consider trying to find a commercial place to breed dogs at all?
Since this process has begun, we have looked into other options. Yes, sir.
All right, tell me how that's coming along.
Slow. There's not anything very close to us. We would like to be in close proximity so that we could continue engaging our children. And because we also work, she works part-time at the church right next to us, and I work for Walton Communities as a property manager. We would need something that would be very close to us in order to properly care for the dogs. It would be a much different business if we had to find additional space. We'd probably turn it into something where we'd hire employees or do
In
something like
addition,
that.
we actually don't want a commercial business. We just want to keep it small. Somebody's throwing around 29, but we've never had 29 dogs. We've always been under 20. And most of our dogs don't breed. 9 of our dogs breed. So the other ones are being vetted. You have to own a dog for a few years before you decide if you're going to breed them or not ethically. And so we can't, that's where you get that number from, but we've only bred 9 of our animals in our house. So it's very small. Our footprint is very little, and we have a dedicated space in our house with its own laundry and kitchen and sort of things for our dogs, so they stay separate. So that's why we're asking for the permit instead of just transporting some of our dogs to a commercial property or some other sort of thing, because we really don't want to scale it that large. We'd like to keep it small and be a small breeder.
Have you reviewed these covenants for your neighborhood?
Yes.
Do they?
I brought a copy of them if you would like.
Do you know if they prohibit dog breeding, as has been suggested?
So when we met in July, there's always been a disagreement about that language. That's why I included it in the presentation. When it says no other animal or no animals may be raised, bred, kept, or permitted, with the exception of dogs and cats. The neighborhood has always said, we never intended for there to be any animals. And we said, well, that's not what the language says. The language says except for dogs and cats. So we had no way of knowing what you intended to write. We just know what's plainly written. When they said that we did not meet in good faith, which is not true, we did. And someone who's not here, our next door neighbor on the other side, requested that we take down the Google listing. We did that. No one else offered anything in way of compromise or asking us a specific request. But at the time, we were under the impression that we also had a homeowners association, and they insisted that we cease and desist. We since hired attorneys who did send our own cease and desist letter. They identified that we did not have a homeowners association, but rather that they had been enforcing laws as if they were a homeowners association. That was not actually legal.
Including not letting us build a fence, which is why our dogs got out a lot. I'm sorry if that's jumping over someone.
That's okay.
We had no fence.
So we did not build a fence because the homeowners association told us, or they basically stonewalled us. They never gave us approval to build a fence. Once we determined that there was no actual homeowners association, we built one anyway. And so now that we have that, a lot of the other concerns have been significantly mitigated.
All right, you see this little pathway back there in the rear of your, I'll call it the rear of your property nearest to Julia's Way, or
Yes.
Julia Way?
Mm-hmm.
What are those structures back there?
There are no structures back there.
That's a paintball course.
Paintball.
Our boys play paintball. It's like little
Or
pieces of
airsoft.
pallets. Yeah, it's a really large, all of that is all trees too. A lot of it is evergreen, but a lot of it is hardwood. So we're open to the idea of placing even more evergreens in between. The property that's right there on the screen, they have no problem with it. We're friends with them. And they say, sometimes we hear the dogs, but it's not a big deal, which is how we also feel because we do live there. We don't like to hear a lot of dogs barking incessantly either.
We try to be very mindful of quiet hours, especially 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. We never let the dogs out. But in addition, when we reached out in July, we said if ever there's a situation where you have an event or you want to go out by the pool with your family, just let us know and we will make sure to accommodate. But no one's ever reached out.
Okay. Madam Chair, if any of my fellow members have any questions?
My only question is, you said you have less than 29 of them are breeding. The other ones you're vetting? So do you?
We have 18.
Yeah, so we have 18 adult dogs.
That would be a dog over the age of 1.
Last year, we had 8 that were breeding.
Bred, yeah.
We've added 1 or 2 more this year that will be breeding. And the 29 figure is inaccurate. I think they asked us how many puppies we had to that point, and that's where they got 29. We've never had more than 18 adult dogs, maybe 19.
Okay. So
It's never exceeded 20. I can say that with full confidence.
Right.
Is there ever a point in which all 18 will be bred and then actively producing puppies?
No.
4 retired this year and will go somewhere else. So we'll already be reduced. We'd like to always stay under 20. That feels appropriate for our house, our children, our family, for us to do. Like I said, we both work too, so.
And I know that sounds like a lot. We kind of live a different lifestyle, I would say. We have a large house, we have a large property, we have a large family. It's kind of our brand, I guess.
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel overwhelming to us. We feel very comfortable with the level that we have now and that it's manageable, especially now that we have built a permanent fence. It was unfortunate that we were not permitted to do that sooner, but that was not our own fault. That was actually our neighbors prohibiting us.
When was the fence built?
November 7th.
Of 25?
Yes, ma'am.
We asked for it
Months
prior, but they just never addressed it with us. They never came back and approved it or denied it. So that's why we had to get a lawyer involved to figure out what our rights were on our property.
The homeowners association president said he was on a cruise and couldn't get to our request.
Yeah.
But there is no homeowners association.
Correct.
That's correct.
We actually didn't know that. We've been giving them dues for 11 years, and we don't even have a homeowners association.
Like a
So
bylaws.
that's a very
true
separate issue. So we're
So
not trying to get into that here because we know it's not your.
We do have CCNRs that
Right.
run with the land. That
Land
is
use
in
permits,
effect.
yeah.
And they do specifically permit dog breeding.
Right. That's why we chose it.
So just a if we think about future, we certainly understand, I think we've heard that that it is disruptive to some people in their
Absolutely.
perception. Okay,
Yes.
so, and we understand what the code states.
Yes.
So how small are you open to go? I know you mentioned small, 18 is where you are today. You know, if understanding and hearing everything that you've heard today, what could you do?
Yeah.
What are you willing to do
So
in order to make it, to, I guess, be collaborative to a solution? for all?
Absolutely, yes.
I appreciate that. You know, we respect the recommendation of the Planning Commission and ultimately the decision of the Board of Commissioners. You know, I hear that video, and I could take a video of everybody's dog barking at some point. It did sound like I could hear a lot of wind in that too, so maybe it was turned up pretty loud. But that being said, we always want to be mindful of noise concerns and things like that. I almost, you know, I want to maintain about this level of dogs. I think it's appropriate for our property and the size. The fact that they're not all breeding at one time, some are still younger and not of age yet. We want to breed them ethically, so there have been times when we've had dogs that we have raised from a pup to an older age that we did not breed, and we ended up finding a new home for that dog. Every dog has been rehomed to a family. We do not ever sell to commercial wholesalers or any of that. That is not who we are. And so, and then similarly, if a dog shows, we have had a dog that showed some distress having a litter, and we retired her. You know, it's
Actually,
it's
the one
about
that Jerry's
maintaining it.
referring to, she actually has been changed to a family. She had kind of like an emotional reaction to people really quick that weren't her people. And so she now lives with a family somewhere else. She actually doesn't even live with us, so.
That's
the-
part of
yeah.
the purpose of our business. We discovered early on, because our first dog came from a commercial enterprise, and she had difficulty adjusting. And so part of what we saw as an opportunity is to be very purposeful in raising dogs ethically in a home, held by our children, loved, cared for, so that they are better adjusted for their future owners.
We didn't bring any, like, we don't know what we're doing, this is new, but we didn't bring any, like, support, like, that people who have gotten dogs from us. But just a quick glance on our Instagram account or our website will show you we have tremendous testimony from many people saying how grateful they are that they got a dog from us because they were raised in a home, they heard vacuums, our children touched them. You know, so we would like to stay small. We don't want to grow commercially because that undercuts and undermines what we're trying to do, which is just stay small, ethical breeders. All of our dogs are seen by Good Dog Veterinarian, which is right down the street from us, which is another reason we'd really like to stay local. And we feel like with the size of our property, even if we went out into ag or moved something like that, we're still gonna be trying to find a property that's a similar size. So we feel that it is compatible, and also the covenants support the compatibility just as they're written. So we apologize for not knowing that we needed a zoning permit.
Thank you. Commissioner Bloin?
All right, just, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
So just open it up to this group if you have any comments. Before I make a motion, I'll welcome them.
My only question to you is, this is a temporary permit, correct? Or are they going, is this a temporary permit or is this a permanent permit that they're going for today? Temporary. So we'll have to, okay. So what happens when it expires?
Come in and apply for another one or not?
Yeah, this is a temporary permit where the board can grant up to 24 months approval of it. So after 24 months, they would have to come back and reapply for it.
Can we find out from the applicant what the plan is long-term? Because this seems like it will be a perpetual issue moving forward if this is granted. Seems like this will be something that would have to be grandfathered in accordance to what their wishes would be.
Sounds like they've said their plan is to keep doing exactly what they're doing.
And John or Brian, is there some state law that concerns how many litters are permitted on a property?
Well,
Per
that's all-
year?
That's all That's our, it's regulated by the Department of Agriculture through their state license. It's not regulated by us.
Do we know what that is?
I have no idea what that number is.
I'm not familiar with it. I mean, we could certainly research that, but I'm not sure if there is a limit, an express limit, but I can look into it.
Is that something we could find out?
In the short term or the long term?
I think for the purposes of discussion, I think it's really important to denote the impact to the neighborhood. I get the family size, the house size, the lot size, all of that, but I do think the number of animals is, even for that size house and family and lot, is a lot for the neighborhood to have to contend with, even if, in fact, with the greatest control, they're able, if an animal or two or three gets out, that does become impactful to the neighborhood. And I think that seeing all of the opposition does make me think a lot about not just one family, but all of the families that are impacted. So I just want to add that for consideration, and just the fact that there would not be a plan moving forward, or maybe we should develop a plan for how that is to be handled, because again, it looks like this will be a never-ending situation.
So, any other comments? No? So, my thoughts are that this is an unfortunate situation. There's nothing we can do to not be somewhat disruptive. My concern is that we not be unduly disruptive. As the owner of a Cavalier and knowing how needy they are, and also as one of 8 children, I'm sensitive to the fact these kids are in school, right? Well, they're homeschooled, so that could take place anywhere. So I guess that's a little bit less of a consideration. But I really think what has to happen is you're just going to have to move. I don't have any better answer. But I don't want to be unduly disruptive. So my motion is to approve this for 5 months with no renewal. So you just figure out a way to deal with this within that 5 months. And I'm doing this in consideration of your family and to minimize disruption to your family. I think that's frankly slightly unfair to the neighbors because you created this problem, not them. But that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second for purposes of discussion.
Okay. Have a second from Commissioner Dance, and discussion, please.
Thank you. So that seems a very short time frame, and on some other matters, you know, and particularly you've structured some things that it has been over time to be a reduction. So is that something you would consider?
I did, but I really can't think of an easy solution since they have the children helping out with the care of the dogs, and there are a lot of them. The alternative would be they would have to get the dogs off site, but more rapidly than 5 months. But I think that's going to prove even more unworkable. You know, and I know this has been going on to some degree for 3 years now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been that lenient, but I think they just need to bite the bullet and find another situation where they can continue this process, whether that's finding a house near some space that's LI, zoned LI, or whether that's finding something where they're in a place where they're apparently not in Cobb County, where they can clearly do this in some adjoining county.
Would you be open to capping the number? I think we've looked at that opportunity in some other cases.
I heard you raise that, but they were dismissive of the suggestion. So.
That is correct.
But that doesn't mean that couldn't be what our decision was.
I heard that there were personal dogs dogs that were for each child, and I hear that there were 9. So I understand the connection to animal for children. So I would feel comfortable with the kids not losing their pet. However, I do feel like with the additional pets, there has to be something that the homeowners can do commercially to accommodate for the breeding, so that we can give the neighborhood a little bit of some buffer, some relief, resolve there, because that's a lot of, even 10 dogs or 9 dogs is still a lot of animals.
I would agree with that. I mean, the fast math is 9 that are breeding, 9 that aren't. If each of them at the breeding dogs had 2. We're at 46 dogs at some point between puppies and full size. So that's a lot of furry happiness running around. So can I ask, kind of on top of what you were asking, are you in the 5 months saying that they could dissolve the business, remain on property and remain with the personal animals, but have a cap number of those? Or are you suggesting, I guess I lost that part of the 5 months.
Let me inquire of the county here. Their application is for the breeding of dogs, correct? Is that correct? All right. So is there any, I guess the question is being posed, is there a number of dogs that they can be limited to from a home standpoint generally? Or where do we go on that?
There is no limit on your personal pets.
They've admitted to being in the breeding business and having 9 dogs that were breeding. That's the problem, or that is a problem. Yeah, I think, you know, per our county code, we just need to stop the breeding of dogs there, period. But I'm trying to do this in a manner which is respectful of the family and the animals, and in the past, we've generally given time to come into compliance.
My personal opinion is 5 months. You're saying somebody needs to relocate and all those kind of things within 5 months. That does not sound right to me. We have previously said, you know, if you're breeding 9 dogs, then reduce it to 7 by a certain time, reduce it by 5 by a certain time. I don't think it's reasonable to say you can't ever breed a dog, because people do breed their personal dogs. So it just seems to me like there ought to be some kind of step down, and you ought to allow time or allow conversation with these folks as to what actually they could come up with, rather than be so specific as to say it's this and you're done. That's just my opinion.
Willing to listen, just trying to find a compromise, but I'm also trying to be respectful to the neighbors who shouldn't have to put up with the situation in perpetuity.
I think toward that end, though, if we're talking about a breeding business versus personal pets, I think that the line can be a little clearer, and the streamline can be made in terms of identifying which pets are breeding. Those that are being bred can be relocated to a facility that the applicant can acquire at some other time to operate a breeding specific business, and then for the personal pets that they have at home, to limit those, and to have full operational components with all of the personal pets that they have, but just making sure that when they are operating from a breeding perspective, that they transition that to a commercial space.
I think 5 months is a generous time within which to find another location to breed, and but you know, if folks think otherwise, then I think somebody else should make a motion. But that would be mine.
Do you think that it would be good to ask the applicant whether or not they could fulfill that timeline, just so that we don't set them up for failure? Okay. If the applicant can come forward just for a moment, just to answer that question. And if you could just answer that question specifically, we're giving, if you can relocate and possibly rehouse or rehome those babies that you breed to a commercial location within 5 months. Is that something that you're able to do?
So the question is just relocating the commercial breeding dogs, not moving our whole family? Because moving our whole family in 5 months would be an impossibility.
Not
We
moving your
heard him
entire
say
family.
that, so we were.
No, just.
Also, I think it got communicated that we weren't willing to accept any kind of conditional restrictions, but we are. I heard Mr. Boulogne say that, but we are,
Yep.
to make other people comfortable, even to, you can't bring all your dogs out at once, if that makes it better. But
Or reducing the number of
Yeah,
breeding dogs.
reducing
We are
the number.
amenable to that. I tried to say, I think I said that we would respect whatever the planning commission
Right.
recommended for that.
We're okay with that.
But yes, if we had to find another location, this is the busiest time of year for us with 9 kids, and activities and sports and things like that. So anything that you could offer us would be gracious and we would accept.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I heard was they're amenable to a step-down program and maybe timeframes that gets them outside of the school year. Even though they are homeschooled, I'm sure that their sports operate on a school calendar. Does that sound approachable? So 1 month for a plan, 6 months to roadmap?
So I think what Commissioner Boulogne is saying, he's offered his,
There you go.
his motion, and so I know we do have a second on that, but if someone wants to offer a different motion, I think that we could, as a board.
I think the applicant has agreed. So I think Commissioner Boulogne's motion as it stands should be okay, giving them 5 months to find suitable positioning for the babies that they're going to breed, so the dogs that they are breeding.
So, but
Correct?
I think, let's just clarify, because I believe what Commissioner Boulogne is saying, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that within a 5-month period, any dog breeding business should be completely finalized. We're not giving any additional time after that. I think you're proposing that we would step that down so that it wouldn't be ended, the business wouldn't be ended, but we'd have a reduced number from 18 to a different number. Please correct me both if I'm wrong, but just want to clarify the point so that we can move forward.
My understanding was that it wasn't going to be a step down. I was okay with Commissioner Boulogne's recommendation of giving the applicant 5 months. We were able to confirm with the applicant that they are able to make some adjustments within that time frame. So I'm supportive of giving them 5 months to relocate their breeding business and to allow them to keep their personal pets.
Okay. And yes, sir.
Can we get a clarification on that? That personal pets is not to include those dogs that are those female dogs that are being bred? Yes, okay.
And if we also can place some conditions upon which the neighbors can be less impacted, so that the noise is reduced for them. I don't know what that means. I know that they said that they were willing to make some adjustments, so I know that they don't let the dogs out between 11 and 7, but maybe we can make some additional adjustments. Maybe they let a few out at a time. I don't know. I don't want to be too invasive, but I do want to put a little bit of teeth in to ensure that the neighbors have a little bit more resolution.
Are you able to put that into words as to what that might be? And who would police that? I'm fine to continue with the motion that's on the table.
All right, so I think we have a motion and a second. It does not sound like that motion has changed. If it has, we probably would need to restate it. Yes, sir?
Point of advisement. I think I heard somewhere in the discussion about barring the property owner from a renewal, and I would caution against that they have the right to apply for any relief they think is necessary. Now, our code says you can't come back so often, but to complete bar, I think, would be overstepping this commission's authority.
I understood it to be your motion now, but my understanding is that we've been advised by council to delete the requirement that there be no renewal, and so my motion would be that the 5-month LUP for breeding dogs with those female dogs that are being bred to no longer be on this property within 5 months stands. However, the requirement that there be no renewal is gone.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and it passes 4-1. Commissioner Dance to, in a sense, approve the LUP for a 5-month period with the stipulations as discussed in the motion.
Okay, moving on to the next case, rezoning case Z5 of 2026. The Revived Land Group LLC requests a rezoning from R20 to RA5 for a single-family community in land lot 691 of the 19th District. Property is located on the east and west sides of Ernest Barrett Parkway and at the western terminus of Old Horseshoe Bend Road. The applicant is present, and earlier there was 5 people here opposed. All those who wish to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, please proceed.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kevin Moore here on behalf of the Revive Land Group in this application for rezoning. This property is located on Barrett Parkway, just north of the intersection of Barrett Parkway and Macedonia Road, which is just north of the intersection of Barrett Parkway and Powder Springs Road, just to give you an idea of where this property is located. So it's before you get to the Mud Creek Park, which is further north on Barrett Parkway as you're approaching Macklin Road. The property is a 10.7 acre tract. We've identified it here on the map in front of you as to where it's located, but primarily also to highlight for you what the existing zonings are, both across Barrett Parkway and behind us. So our property is zoned R20. Directly across Barrett Parkway is a new townhome development that was zoned RA5. That's a townhome development directly across the street on Barrett Parkway, zoned RA5, which is the category that we are seeking as a rezoning to RA5. And then behind us is a PRD, single-family residential development that then is also, as you kind of grow from there, is R20, known as the Horseshoe Bend neighborhood that actually accesses primarily off of Powder Springs Road and does not access directly onto Barrett Parkway at this location. So that gives you kind of the sense of where this property is positioned. And what we want to highlight for you here is that we have RA5 townhomes to the west and a PRD single-family detached to the east. What we are seeking is RA5 for a single-family development of detached homes. And the reason Revive Land Group looked at this tract and said, you know, let's propose it for detached homes is because there's townhomes directly across the street. And it made sense from our standpoint as a residential developer that you have some distinguishing types of housing. You can do townhomes across the street, but then don't just repeat that and do townhomes as a proposal here. Let's do single-family detached homes, and that way it provides an excellent transition to the larger single-family PRD as well as R20.
Again, we want to also, though, highlight what those look like in reality in terms of those uses and surrounding uses. Again, the townhomes and development directly across the street from where you see our property is highlighted. You have the single-family residential that's on the other side of us, which is to the east, where you see where our property is located. And then to the south, and you see where it says multifamily. That's actually in the city of Powder Springs. So there's a large multifamily and residential and mixed-use development. You can see just the northern tip of it as it approaches our property so that you know exactly where this is. That development is located at the intersection of Macedonia Road and Barrett Parkway, so rather large multifamily mixed-use development. And then across the street from that, you have a Chick-fil-A and a Walmart and then a racetrack. So you can see how the progression of intensity has occurred here, and I think it makes sense. It actually makes perfect sense from a pure land use perspective, and that is you have, as you get to the intersection of Powder Springs and Barrett Parkway, which is a major intersection where the east-west connector then continues beyond that, then you create that large intersection. Then you have the multifamily mixed-use development, the Walmart that's there, and then as you get it just a tad further, now we start to see on this side of the road, on the left-hand side, it's a townhome development at RA5, a lot less density. What we're proposing is single-family residential detached RA5 at less density to transition to the single-family residential. So from a pure land use standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to see that type of nodal progression. And that's why you see on the future land use map, and it just reiterates this, and that is on the future land use map, our property's in the center of what is a medium density residential area, which makes sense if you think about the progression of intense land uses from the major intersection through the multifamily mixed use to this property is a nice step down into medium density residential, which we are proposing. Medium density residential, as you know, but for others, medium density residential encourages from Cobb County's future land use map densities ranging from the minimum of 2.5 units per acre up to 5 units per acre. And so we are proposing an RA5 development that is under 5 units per acre as a single family detached residential community of a maximum of 43 homes. And you see our site plan, and we thought it was good to show you how this site plan, show it in terms of an aerial, because then you can see the development of the townhomes across the street on Barrett Parkway. You can see how that arrangement, we're somewhat mirror properties just on either side of Barrett Parkway. And it also, I think, lends a lot of credence to the applicant and Revive Land Group's approach to this project is saying, well, if there's townhomes directly across, let's do single-family detached on this side of Barrett Parkway and let that transition into the larger single-family lots and detached to the rear. Now, importantly, when we look at this site plan, because I know this has been a concern that has been that we believe we have addressed with the community and with those that we have met with and talked with even prior to today. So, Old Horseshoe Bend, which is a road that comes into the top left corner of our property. So Old Horseshoe Bend Road dead ends into our property in the top left and actually provides it, would provide it access. That's where it terminates, right there. But then it also continues. The road actually before Barrett Parkway was constructed went all the way through. It no longer goes all the way through to Barrett Parkway. There is old right-of-way there that Cobb County would be abandoning as part of this. The point being is that our project would not access Old Horseshoe Bend, would not access and come through the existing established longtime neighborhood that I call Horseshoe Bend as an area and as a neighborhood. We would not be accessing through their neighborhood to build our neighborhood or to have access through. Our access would be limited to Barrett Parkway only. With a right in, right out, we're installing a deceleration lane, exactly what you see across the street on Barrett Parkway with the townhome development that was approved there. Same type of an arrangement in terms of its access. We're just simply accessing Barrett Parkway. And as a result, this proposal, if approved, does not impact the traffic and utility of Horseshoe Bend neighborhood. We're not accessing through there. Where they come out, where they access out onto Powder Springs Road is not where this development, even at a modest 43 homes, is not impacting them from a traffic and utility standpoint and infrastructure standpoint. Also, just to point out for you on this site plan, you see across the top of the site plan, we have significant areas that we are setting aside as will either be undeveloped buffer or where there is the necessity, and it's only in a couple of small locations for development. We have established the landscape buffer along that border so that we're adjacent to any existing residential. It's either heavily undisturbed or heavily planted as a buffer, which is appropriate across our entire, in this case, that's the eastern boundary, but it's on the top of your screen for this proposal. Also, in terms of elevation examples, we wanted to show you types of homes that we envision being built both on an individual basis, and you kind of can see the streetscape, so that you see the types of homes will be of a high quality, be in a neighborhood that is controlled by a master homeowners association, that does have areas for community gathering structures and places for the community to be. And you can see just the types of homes that would be provided here in an area that needs single-family detached housing, which is what we're proposing in this instance. I also wanted to review, and I'll call them out because they get kind of harder to read, but I wanted to review why this proposal fits so well with our comprehensive plan. And I just want to highlight a couple of major points here. And we've highlighted here the 2040 comprehensive plan goals. And that is that to ensure a variety of residential land uses that support all types of densities and housings to meet the growing and diverse population. Certainly what we're providing here is doing that, providing that housing diversity to support our growing population. We're promoting infill development, and we're encouraging reinvestment and redevelopment of underutilized, blighted, and abandoned sites. This site is an underutilized, nearly abandoned site because it sits there on Barrett Parkway. It's not part of the Horseshoe Bend neighborhood and not able to be developed except off of Barrett Parkway. So it's just there underutilized, underdeveloped, and in fact, somewhat blighted. We are also providing a mix of housing types, attainable housing, and encouraging the distribution of housing types in our county while encouraging new and innovative housing types that meet the needs of a diverse community. Those are goals straight out of Cobb County's comprehensive plan that this project meets and satisfies in a particular location that I think carries the day in terms of meeting those goals. Those goals are designed for this exact type of project that's on Barrett Parkway and can provide needed single-family detached housing. The proposal in front of you is one that we believe is an excellent example of appropriate transitional land use, appropriate land use design, and done in such a way as to meet your comprehensive goals of your 2040 comprehensive plan, and absolutely is consistent with your future land use map as medium-density residential, which is why your staff has recommended approval. And we're certainly respectfully requesting your recommendation of approval of the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I know we do have opposition for Z5. You have a total of 10 minutes to share your time across those who would like to speak in opposition. So,
good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for the school district as it will result in an impact on the enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Please state your name for the record, please.
Robert Soroselli.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Soroselli, and I've been a resident of the Horseshoe Bend community for 18 years. I'm speaking today to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the property adjacent to my subdivision, Trotters Field, by the Revive Group. Recent years have brought significant growth to our area, but this growth has come at an expense to our community's character and environment. The pictures I'm going to share with you today only show some of the damage rezoning is doing. Developers seem to have a free rein over no accountability. Number one is the top photo. This is turning right onto Powder Springs Road from Horseshoe Bend Road. On the top left, you see only trees. There's a Eagle Point subdivision and 2 professional office buildings back here in these trees. And on the right, you see there's a subdivision back here called Weaver Run. And there's also a daycare and a church back here. My point is making that if you turn right onto Powder Springs Road, you'll see a whole different world. The bottom photos are recent developments used with approved rezoning. The bottom left is the reserve at Marietta, and on the right is the preserve. Don't let the names fool you. They're neither reserving or preserving anything. So this is the kind of landscaping that's been allowed to happen along Powder Springs Road versus older established communities up here that were built back in the 90s. Big difference. Okay, number 2. Developments such as the Reserve and Preserve have removed centuries-old pine and replaced with minimal landscaping that does not reflect the original environment. Commissioners, you have allowed this to happen. No one is holding these developers accountable. This isn't even to Cobb County code, what these landscape strips are. This is a God's eye view of the Reserve and Preserve. They look like cancer in our beautiful wooden community. This is what has been approved. It's not just because the vegetation is not mature yet. There is not going to be any canopy trees. This is the community. It's all dense and green. I'm sorry this is cut off a little bit, but this is what the development they want to be rezoned today is going to look like right on the other side of this. Large tracts of land, including a large lot on the intersection of Powder Springs Road and Macklin Road, have been completely cleared, leaving no mature trees or native landscape. In this satellite image, you can clearly see the thick forest that once was. This big forest right here was just completely leveled. Nothing native was left standing. These pine trees in here can be between 300 and 400 years old, and they just completely grazed it to the ground, to the red clay. In contrast, this is the view out my front door. Earlier developments like Horseshoe Bend, Huntswick, and my own subdivision preserved established trees, maintaining the wooded character that defined our community. When I moved here from California, I was very impressed with all these huge pine trees behind all the homes. Right behind this house is another subdivision. There's houses right here, but you don't see them because some of the original growth was left. Another example, this is my backyard. The developers left groves of trees throughout my subdivision. My neighbors' houses are right behind this fence. There's actually 1, 2, 3 houses back there, but due to good, if the builders were following the tree plans for Cobb County, this is what you would get versus the destruction that we're seeing right now. Oh, thank you. I didn't know you could do that. This lot on Powder Springs, adjacent to a Heritage Green subdivision, has been completely cleared of all natural landscape. These residents lived with a forest in their backyards for almost 20 years. There's no buffer between the subdivisions. The developer did not follow the guidelines or zoning laws. The continued approval of drastic rezoning applications threatens to further erode the unique identity of our community. I urge the Commission not to approve this proposal and prioritize responsible development that respects our environment and wishes of long-term residents. Please consider the consequences of these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have others that are in opposition that would like to speak? We have about 4.5 minutes left.
Hi, my name is Tracy Caldwell. I live in Trottersfield. I'm going to be directly impacted because I live on that back row of Stirrup Lane. And when I heard that they were going to put houses behind us, it just blew my mind because I literally can see the cars on Barrett Parkway going by. So I'm like, where are these houses going to go? Though I see cars, like how are they going to fit in here? And it's just amazing to me. It's not as dense as they say it is, and it's not blight at all. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, like, canopy of forest. My neighbors, we've lived there. I've lived there almost 22 years. We don't put up fences because our houses roll all together. It's beautiful. If you've ever seen our backyards, I will invite you to come. Raised my child there since she was 2. We have deer, we have foxes. I have pictures of peacocks that have come through my backyard. The idea of these huge houses coming up and blocking my view and taking away those beautiful trees is just traumatizing to me. And since they have built on the opposite side of Barrett Parkway, the ones he talked about, literally there's one on Macedonia, there's one right here. I can see them. I can see those houses across the street. And now it's louder. I can hear the cars now. I should just see the lights. I can see and hear the noise barrier's already been demolished, taken down several notches, just with that one on the opposite side. So the idea of another one coming literally behind me is just, I just don't even think about it. I'm opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jordan Caldwell. I am also opposed to the idea of this happening. Yes, yeah, pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steven Swanson, and I also live in Horseshoe Bend, right next to Trotters Field. I've only got 2.5 minutes left, but I will call some discrepancies into, I guess, to the record. So the applicant is trying to rezone to RA5 on paper, but they are also requesting 11 variances, one of which is cutting the lot size from RA5's 7,000 to 3,700, which is almost in half. For reference, RA6, which is 6 houses per acre, is 4,000 square feet. So they're rezoning it and then variancing it to something that's high density. But it's RA6 isn't even listed as high density on the future land use. It's actually listed as regional, regional activity center is what RA6. So that's what they're actually, it's more dense than a regional activity center. This isn't medium density residential. Now, I'll call attention to traffic. So on across the street, that townhome community, they can turn right and then go down to the light, which is right there, and make a U-turn if they need. Residents coming out of this one will have to go all the way down to where the soccer field is in order to make a U-turn, unprotected. There's no light in that location. Here, can I have the mic? Where's the mic? Yeah, so just takes a second. Okay, so you can see this is where they are proposing that people make a U-turn if they want to turn left coming off this property, right? And the submitted proposal has a stop sign right here. So these cars are going to have to go from a complete stop, gun it, maybe 200 feet, 200 yards, maybe, I don't know, and then make a U-turn across an arterial 21,000
Thank you,
car.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Parkway.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Thank you. We appreciate your comments, both the applicant and the opposition. This is in District 4, so I'll turn it over to Commissioner Massey to lead our discussion.
Can I start with the Department of Education? So can I start with Cobb County Schools, please? Mr. McCombs, you indicated that there was a school that's impacted. Can you indicate which school and what the impact is?
Yes. Let's see. The school affected is Osborne High School, and it could potentially add around 9 to 10 students.
9 to 10 students. Now, Osborne is the high school, but there also are elementary and middle school that also are in that cluster. Are they impacted as well? And Also, with the overcrowding for Osborne, can you explain what its capacity is now, and how they are considered overcapacity, what that number looks like, please?
Okay. For Osborne, the capacity is 2,412 students, and current enrollment is 2,707 students.
Do you have, are there outbuildings for those students at Osborne currently? Or is everyone housed within the building?
Housed within.
And you said that this impact to the school would be an additional 9 students per this
Per this development.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Does
And Hollydale is the elementary school, and Smith is the assigned middle school, and they're both under capacity.
They are under capacity. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for the school board? Thank you, Mr. McCombs, I appreciate it. I'd also like to hear from DLT.
Cobb County DOT, Wilson Collins.
Mr. Collins, can you explain to us what impact, if any, this will have to the area as mentioned by the residences that are in the area?
Sure. The subdivision itself wasn't enough by the numbers to even warrant a traffic study in itself. They didn't meet that threshold for having enough trips per hour or trips per day. But because this is Barrett Parkway, and any modification of that requires a review and the Board of Commissioners to approve that curb cut, the developer did submit a traffic study, and we've gone through that process and approved it, and it was a level C before, and B, and basically held the same, a B to B and then a B to C, but it was only by 0.3 seconds. So there is a slight increase in traffic, but I wouldn't say that it's any order of magnitude that's going to be measurable difference.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else from the board have any questions for DLT? Fred?
Was any consideration given to only allowing access on Old Horseshoe Bend?
The subdivision on to the east?
No, it's an Old Horseshoe Bend Road, right? Yeah. The neighborhood, is it only going to have access on Old Horseshoe Bend?
They're not proposing access, and I don't believe that the residents of the subdivision were in favor of that either.
Did you consider requiring them to access this through Old Horseshoe Bend rather than giving another curb cut on Barrett Parkway? How fast do you think most cars travel on Barrett Parkway?
45 miles an hour, supposed limit.
That's a joke. That's just not true. I understand for planning purposes, you folks continue to go with a number that's a lie, but I can't favor that. I think you need to realize what is actually going on in the world and plan accordingly instead of planning based on a lie.
I have a follow-up question. How far is it from the right out to the first place? How far is it from the right out of this proposed neighborhood to the first available place for them to pull a safe U-turn?
I do not have the exact distance. I could tell you it's shorter than what you have heard. There's a median break before the soccer field.
Medium break, but does it have a pullover or a way-by that they could exit the flow of traffic to execute said U-turn? Or are they just slowing down on Barrett Parkway?
They've got
ripping at you?
the available lane to turn, and they've actually got the, I guess they kind of hairpin increased radius for the turnaround movement as well.
Okay. I would be curious to know how far that is. If it's a mile, if it's a half a mile, just curious how far that is.
I just don't have that number offhand.
And do we anticipate most of these people needing to go left or right out of the neighborhood? So how many people are we anticipating making that U-turn? Because it looks like all the industry is playing south, correct? So
I don't have the trip distribution in front of me, but that was accounted for in a traffic study. I think it was 60-40 for north and southbound, but I could be making that number up. It was
So the
close.
majority going north or the majority going south?
I do not know offhand. I'm sorry.
I believe Mary is searching for it now, so if Mary, if you can join and add some insight, that would be awesome. Thank you.
I have the traffic study, so it's not that I have it memorized any better, it's just that I'm looking it up. So according to their traffic study,
Please,
you could
sir.
keep-
Yes. Thank you. Please do not talk when you're not on the podium, sir. Okay, thank you.
so they had 40% going to the north. They actually have a slightly different distribution for entering and exiting. They had 30% coming in from the north, so the people that would have to go down past the development and U-turn at the signal to come back. 40% turning right out of the development and going back toward Barrett Parkway. So it's fairly close, but they basically, because the right turns are easier, you don't have a U-turn involved, they did do an actual different split. That means for the other direction to and from the south, we had 60% coming in, coming north to enter in as a right turn, and then 50% coming out where they would have to turn right and then U-turn at the median break to come back.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions of DOT?
I'm going to ask the follow-up, because apparently I'm talking about traffic lights all day. Is there any contemplation in the future for some kind of traffic alleviation at this dual intersection, should it get approved?
At the dual, I'm
So
sorry.
it
I'm
looks
having
like
trouble hearing.
Spoonbill would be close to where the exit for this proposed new development would be. Would there be any contemplation of a signaled intersection there at some point?
At the driveway for the development or for a nearby driveway?
The new development and the existing Spoonbill lane.
So traffic signals are put in primarily due to signal warrant analysis, where we look at what the 8-hour volumes, what the 4-hour volumes are and such. Residential developments, especially one that wasn't even large enough to trigger a regular traffic study, are very likely not going to be able to have enough volume to trigger the need for a traffic signal. So unsignalized would be the primary way for their driveway.
Okay.
We've had this discussion before about you folks no longer require developers to build an acceleration lane,
Correct.
and that's still the way you guys feel about it?
Correct.
And that's based on planning that shows that people go 45 miles an hour on roads like Ernest Barrett?
It's not necessarily based on the speed of the road, but it's also based on the distance that's required if you're traveling at higher speeds, such as the freeway, since the kind of design he's talking about is done on freeways. But you have very long distances for that merge distance to occur, where in urban areas, we just don't typically have long enough to put that kind of acceleration lane in. When you don't have a sufficient weave distance, that means that person's looking over their shoulder trying to get in quickly. They don't have time to basically take their time to do it. From that perspective, it is safer for somebody that's coming in at 90 degrees to make sure they have an acceptable gap and then turn, than for somebody to be going that fast but not have enough distance to merge over.
Other than interstate highways, do we have any merge lanes in Cobb County?
We may have a few that are from, when those were acceptable, which was about 15 years ago. But we don't have any that have been built in recent years that I am aware of.
You don't consider those so unsafe that you've gone back to eliminate those?
There are places with merge lanes that I have concerns about the traffic safety. And we could have that discussion offline if you'd ever want to.
No, I think the idea of expecting people to ramp up to the speed that folks are traveling on Ernest Barrett Parkway, I think you're creating a lot of problems here.
And just because I was involved in all the steps of the traffic study, your question about whether or not we looked at connecting to Old Horseshoe Bend, that was actually an extensive conversation with them about the traffic study. When they originally contacted us, we said we wanted to see what the difference was between the two connections. The developer told us that if, and they're here today so they can speak for themselves, but they told us that if the connection was to Old Horseshoe Bend, they would not pursue the project. And so we said, well, then there's no point in analyzing it. Give us an analysis that shows us what the impact is to Barrett Parkway, and then, you know, we can say, does it have an impact to Barrett Parkway or not? You know, we as, you know, traffic people would prefer the connections to be on these lower impact roadways, but developments have to take other things into account, including public acceptability from the adjacent neighborhood.
If I heard you right, you just said you would prefer they enter from Old Horseshoe Bend.
From a traffic point of view, we would prefer connections be made on lower volume, lower speed roads than high speed roads.
So would I.
Does anyone else have any questions for or comments for DOT? Thank you so much, both of you.
No problem.
Can I have the applicant back up, please? In light of what has been shared from all parties involved, from what you heard, can you kind of elaborate a little bit further as to what the applicant is willing to do, especially if you'll start with the Old Horseshoe Bend Road example that Commissioner Burloin mentioned or raised?
Sure. So let's talk about connection to Old Horseshoe Bend. Okay, so Old Horseshoe Bend neighborhood.
Sir. Sir, excuse me. You are out of order. Please have a seat. We will ask you to come to the podium and speak, but outside of that, we can't just talk freely. Thank you so much.
So Old Horseshoe Bend as a general neighborhood, okay, because it was built 40 plus years ago, generally speaking. There are some newer sections throughout, but not that new. It's 40 plus years old. Great neighborhood, been there for a very long time as a single family neighborhood. So connect us developing, or anybody developing this property and then going through Old Horseshoe Bend. So where this comes out, Old Horseshoe Bend, is Powder Springs Street. So on the complete other side. So to develop this property, what we'd be doing, what anybody would be doing, is bringing the development, equipment, machinery, home building, equipment, machinery, vendors, contractors, subcontractors, and you'd be pulling them throughout the entirety of that neighborhood to get to this property that's sitting on Barrett Parkway. The number one thing when we heard from any community members was, as long as you're not connecting to Old Horseshoe Bend, whether you're building 20 homes or 43 homes. In fact, we heard from a number of people, individuals, that said, that called me personally or that I spoke to or that I met with, that said, I'm happy that you're doing single-family detached as long as you're not connecting through Old Horseshoe Bend. Nobody wants you to come through a long-time established neighborhood to build a subdivision at the very back. And so our decision, the Revive Land Group's decision, was based on that solely. Why would we want to even propose that which every single person that we spoke to in the community is the one thing they didn't want to see? Now, they may have other comments, but the one thing they didn't want to see was connectivity through Old Horseshoe Bend for that reason. And I understand it, but that's why, you know, we went ahead and did a traffic study. We worked with Cobb DOT to have an accepted, approved traffic study so this could be done safely. But that's the why behind connecting to Old Horseshoe Bend.
Thank you. And can you address the other matters that were raised from opposition?
Sure.
Just so that we can have the applicant's side.
Of course, be happy to. So as I stated with the Comprehensive Plan 2040, Cobb County's own adopted plan, as it relates to housing, we have an admitted, and it's been stated over and over and over again publicly by representatives of this county, by the Atlanta Regional Commission, which did a survey and said, what's the number one problem or concern that you have in metropolitan Atlanta? Is because I can't afford housing.
We have that. That's a problem that all of us are trying to address in some form or fashion. This property, as we have proposed from a land use perspective, doesn't seek to overdevelop it for housing purposes, but it does seek to provide a reasonable housing development and community that can be attainable as detached single-family homes. That's what we're proposing here. That's what development is. We're no longer the county that we were 45 or 50 years ago. We've changed dramatically. And development occurs in a way that is necessary to reflect the growing parts of our county. And here, when we're talking about what I heard was the way they're developing it. Well, when Weaver Run and when Old Horseshoe Bend were developed 45 years ago, there were large swaths of trees removed. You saw it in the picture. There are also large swaths of trees that were left. We're proposing to leave the entire back end of this property, as I showed you, largely undeveloped, which would undisturbed, which will provide that tree canopy of existing trees here. But yes, development naturally occurs, and once those new trees are planted 40 years from now, let's go take a look at those pictures that were shown, and I'll show you that same beautiful canopy. It takes a while, but that's what has happened. It happened previously, and it will happen again with this.
All right, thank you very much. You've heard the traffic comments. Are there any additional things that the applicant is willing to do to address the concerns of traffic from you guys' perspective?
Sure. So we work very closely with Cobb DOT on our traffic plan. We engaged them before we ever even filed an application. And so that's why when we went and looked at the northbound U-turn, there was a question about where that is. It's about just over 1,000 feet away north. So it's not even maybe a quarter of a mile or less from this entrance is where that protected U-turn is. It's a protected U-turn in Barrett Parkway where you can pull off into a lane, so you're not just abruptly pull off into a lane and then safely do a U-turn that even has the bump out on the other side so you can make that turn safely. It's sitting right there. So, that's one aspect of it. The other aspect of it in terms of traffic and safety, we have an accepted, approved traffic study when one's not even required. It was done because you do have to have specific approval for the curb cut out on Barrett Parkway, but we went through that process, and we have an accepted, approved. You heard the DOT representative say it's not even a measurable impact on traffic.
Are you planning to change, I think I just lost my question, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Are you planning to ask for any additional variances should this be approved?
No, there's no additional variances. What we have proposed and working with staff is, yes, we do have a list of variances due to the RA5 category once you create detached RA5 homes. Had we proposed this as 43 townhomes under RA5, just like across the street, we wouldn't have a single variance. It's only because we detached them and still trying to maintain, from a numbers perspective, a successful community at a successful purchase price and value, that we then run into variances, because when you detach them under RA5 and have detached homes, all of a sudden you have to have a 7,000 square foot lot. And that's fine, that's the ordinance, but there are times when this county and other locations has been approved where under RA5 you do detached, and it does have variances, but where you don't want to do townhomes, where it makes sense, so let's just do detached homes. Yes, they're smaller lots and so forth, but the variances are justified, because if we didn't want to do variances, we just make them townhomes. So it seems to me if you care about variances, to that extent, it's someone elevating form over substance at that point.
So to be clear, the variance change will be to change the style of property from townhouse to single-family detached?
Right, so that's what's resulting in the variances. Instead of doing townhomes and mirror exactly what's across the street, would have no variances. But as we are proposing detached homes, it creates the variances at that point in time.
Does anyone else have any? Sir, you've been warned. Does anyone else have any questions for Kevin?
So are you saying your minimum square footage for every lot will be 7,000 square feet?
No, it's not. It's as stated in the, we have a variance for lot size that we have also requested as part of this.
How many do you know how many lots you would lose if every lot was 7,000 feet, if that variance was not given?
Probably at least a third or to a half, depending.
Do you know what the lot size is of the lots that adjoin the east side of your property?
That's a PRD, so the minimum, back when we did PRDs 20-plus years ago, those were minimum 8,400 square foot under the ordinance.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for the applicant and/or any other staff or opposition? All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. I am ready to make my motion. I make a motion to approve Z5. Yeah, to approve Z5 as it stands.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Any second for the basis of discussion?
I'll second for the basis of discussion.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Michaeletto. Discussion, please.
So I think we've heard a lot about just lot size, traffic on Bear Parkway. Seems to be the U-turn discussion today. Is there any interest, if we can't reach resolution, in asking them to look at increasing the sizes of the lots? Or are we good with, you're good with how it stands? That was a weird way to ask that question. Sorry.
No, I get it. I'm okay with the lot sizes. I understand that some of the traffic concerns can't be mitigated via the builder at this point based on where it's located. I think that those are broader than what we are able to reach here. It was already approved for townhouses, and they're asking to detach them, which is just a different style property. The impact to the neighborhood doesn't seem to be different from the original approval to now. So that's why I feel pretty comfortable with approving, and it's based on staff recommendation to approve as well with staff stipulations and contingencies.
I think I missed the part where it was already approved for townhomes.
Sir, we're not going to warn you again. The next time that you are spoken to, we're going to ask that you leave.
Any further discussion?
See, my biggest problem with all this is that Bear Parkway got built, and for a while it was really good at having relieved traffic and moved traffic, and now we're on a pathway to creating burdens on it that are going to destroy a lot of the assumptions under which it was planned, including the size of the stacking lanes for U-turns. And I regret seeing us do that. I think there are ways to develop land on and near Barrett Parkway without doing that and without creating greater safety hazards.
Did you do that based on state staff comments?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Any further discussion? Let's call the question. All right, we have 2 yeses, 2 nos, and 1 abstain. And that was Z5, and the motion was to approve it.
The point of clarification is to the reason for abstention. from the District 2 Commissioner?
I just wasn't confident that in either direction that it should be approved or denied, so I wanted to abstain. It's my neutral vote.
Typically, abstaining is, there is a reason of conflict.
Oh.
Rather than just not agreeing with either. I would say if you're not in agreement with it moving forward, then advisement would be to vote against it.
Okay.
If you are in agreement with the motion as presented or discussed, then to approve it. But otherwise, abstention is generally for there's a conflict.
Okay. Do I need to change my vote then? Okay.
Okay, we have 2 yeses, 3 nos, Dance, Michaeletto, and Bloin. And so the recommendation for approval does not pass forward for Z5.
Yeah, so this time, the board, the Planning Commission can entertain another motion at the discretion of any of the members.
Then I'll make a subsequent motion to not render a decision, to send it directly to to Board of Commissioners for additional insight and decision. Final decision.
So to clarify, that is a motion of no recommendation.
To clarify, that is a motion for no recommendation to send it straight to BLC for handling.
I would offer a substitute motion to deny.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Commissioner Bloin to deny.
I'd love to hear your feedback. Tell me what your thoughts are.
Are you talking to me? Is that who you're talking to? Okay, I didn't know who you were talking to. I agree with all the comments that have been made here. I think this is too dense. I think it's too intense. I think that the variances are not just for one purpose. I'm concerned about them. I was persuaded because we hear it over and over again, and I was appreciative of the adverse comments about preservation measures and impact on the environment, which seems we pay very little attention to that. And so when you create this intensity, you create that other impact. I just don't think this is in the best interest of the community.
Sure. Well, we have a motion. That's correct, right? And what was please restate your motion for me.
Well, the current motion on the table is to deny it, and the second was also in conjunction with that denial.
With the denial, and then we had discussion there, so you can have additional discussion.
I can continue the discussion. Okay.
Yes.
So if this, because we're having so much conversation around this, if this project does move into the denial category, could they take the feedback and reapply at a later date, or does this denial mean it's done?
Denial keeps them from
Here.
coming back for, was it 12
1
months?
But this moves forward to the Board of Commissioners, so our decision is not final, only a recommendation.
Just a recommendation.
Okay.
All right, any further discussion?
Yes, so this is, sorry, guys. I'm just trying to understand the opposition beyond traffic. So this is regarding the impact to Bear Parkway. Is that what the major issue is? Yes?
Yeah, as I stated, my opposition was principally based on traffic and impact on Barrett Parkway. Yes, that is true.
Okay. And Deborah, yours is regarding the conservation of green life as well as traffic, correct?
And every other thing. And every other thing I stated
Okay.
already.
All right, any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and this is for denial of Z5. Call the question. Okay, so we have 3 yes votes, 2 no votes, Massey and Fawcett. And so that means the denial for Z5, the recommendation to deny Z5 passes. At this time, let's take a 10-minute break.
Welcome back to our meeting. Our chair has had to leave us, so we will proceed. And the next case is LUP 2, April Murchison, correct?
Correct. Okay, LUP 2, 2026, April Murchison. Request a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 376 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Wood Hill Drive and Shadowwood Court. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 2? 2 opposed? Okay. All those who want to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, you may proceed to tell us what your case is.
Yes, this is a land use permit to park a couple more vehicles.
I'm sorry, can I get your names first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Gregory, April Murchison.
Gregory Prasad Jr.
Okay, so you are both Murchisons? Or you said Gregory?
Yes.
I'm Murchison.
Okay, you're Murchison. And
Prasad.
And your last name is?
Prasad.
Okay. And your name?
Gregory Prasad Jr. I'm a junior.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
So we applied for a land use permit.
So code allows for 4 vehicles to be parked outside on the property, and we are requesting that we park additional 3 vehicles. We have a gravel driveway separate from our main driveway, which was there since the house was built in 1971. We would like to concrete that driveway and park an additional 3 vehicles on that driveway. The additional driveway stands at the other side of our property. We have a supporting neighbor here, along with a letter from another joint supporting neighbor who borders our property.
Okay, is there anything else you want us to know?
That was it.
Yeah, we would like to get that approved so we can have our cars there. My son drive, my wife drive, I drive.
And you have another son
We
that
don't, we
drives.
have another son that will be driving next month, so we don't want it to be a problem. Since this was noted to us that we was in violation, I fixed that problem, and now we were told to go ahead and apply for this land use permit, so that's what we're doing. If I need to build a shed or a barn or a fence, I would do so. I just want to be in compliant and let my neighbors stop calling code enforcement on me. I don't want to be in no violation, so whatever I need to do is build another garage, or metal shed, a fence, I'm willing to do so
Okay,
to get this resolved.
Resolve, yeah.
okay. Is that all you have to say right now? Because we'll probably call you back up.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine.
Okay, thank you. You can be seated, and the opposition.
Would you
can
like to
come.
see the letter that my neighbor?
If you can publish that to the clerk over there?
We share the fence.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, do you have someone else speak on your behalf? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Bearden. I live on Shadowwood Court, directly across from the Wood Hill Drive property. And ever since this has become to light, we've never had any issues with the vehicles being there. All the vehicles are driven, tagged. There's no broken down vehicles, not a hazard for the property. They're not causing any egress issues in and out of the neighborhood. They're not parking over this on the streets and stuff like that. So really, I'm saying we have no issue with additional vehicles being parked on their property.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in favor of the applicant? Okay. At this time, then, if the opposition could come forward?
My name is Michael Carl, Paul Michael Carl, and I live across the street from the applicant.
Carl is your last name?
C-A-R-L-E,
Okay.
Carl. Yep.
Thank you.
And on the 20th of January, we sent email to all of you with PDFs attached showing the opposition of the neighborhood. And I brought hard copies if you want them. You like them? Okay.
If you could give the clerk one and let her disseminate them to us, that would
There's
work.
7 up in there. And then I'll read what we got here, but I got some, this will be the first thing I want to go ahead. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the people in our neighborhood that are in opposition. We submitted to you.
If you can speak into the mic for us, please, so we
Sure.
can hear you.
We have submitted to you a neighborhood opposition document signed by 21 residents of the neighborhood and the adjoining neighborhood Blackwell Bend. We have also provided other exhibits that support the reasons for our opposition, which are located in your folders. In addition to those who signed the petition, we also spoke to a number of other homeowners in our neighborhood that are opposed, but they were afraid of possible reprisal if they publicly acknowledged their feelings, so they did not want to take a chance and sign the document. The applicants have owned the property since April of 2025, and in just that 7-month period, they continued to increase the number of vehicles, including trucks, trailers, one with a skid steer on it on their property until such time as they were reported to code enforcement. All right, I'd like you to see Exhibit A. On Exhibit A, this TLUP request is directly related to the 2 visits to this property by the code enforcement officer, where the property owners were found to have multiple violations. Please see where this was not acknowledged on the TLUP worksheet. Also, the required zoning sign was placed next to a tall bush wrapped in plastic, which made it almost impossible to read the details of the sign from the road. And when you're leaving the neighborhood, anybody trying to see it can't see it because that big bush blocks the view of it. And now I'd like to show you Exhibit B. On the Shadowwood Court left front side of the property, there were always 2 heavy-duty pickup trucks with construction-type trailers carrying landscaping supplies and a skid steer. These are used for the businesses that Mr. Prasad operates, and they're always parked there overnight on non-hardened surfaces. The black truck is usually parked on just mulch. We respectfully ask that neither of the work trucks and trailers be parked on the property because it gives the appearance of a landscaping and tree cutting business instead of a residential property. We also respectfully request that parking on non-hardened surfaces is not approved. Please see Exhibit C. Okay, on the Woodhill side street, there's a concrete driveway for the residents, which always had 4 vehicles in it. And to the side of that, there was always 2 pickup trucks and a suburban type SUV parked on non-hardened surfaces for a total of 7 vehicles on this side of the property, plus additional vehicles in the basement garage. This gives the appearance like of a mini car lot. This property is already set up to meet the code guidelines of only allowing 5 vehicles on an R20 lot. The double-wide concrete driveway can hold 4 vehicles, and there's also the 2-car garage, which can contain the 5th vehicle. Please see Exhibit D. Additionally, the backyard was also being used to store landscaping supplies, which were visible from Shadowwood Court. The homeowner has previously told us that he has another property for additional equipment parking and storage. Therefore, we believe he has alternatives for storing his excess vehicles and supplies. Please see Exhibit E. Since the second code enforcement visit, He has continued to bring the trailer loaded with the skid steer and supplies back to the property, each time keeping it there for more than 24 hours. The black truck with the dump trailer is parked there almost daily, and these can all be seen in the time-stamped photos. The homeowner previously made it clear to us verbally that he bought in our neighborhood because there isn't an HOA, and so that's to us is a problem. Please see Exhibit F. The approval of this TLUP permit request will continue the negative impact on the appearance of our neighborhood, as well as the adjoining neighborhood Blackwell Bend, and could lead to our property values being reduced. It could also set a precedent, making it easier for other properties in our neighborhoods to do the same thing. Residents of both neighborhoods, as well as potential home buyers, have to pass by the applicant's house coming and going into the neighborhoods. Had these code violations been present at the time we purchased our home in 2024, we would have never considered this house as a viable purchase. If we put our home on the market today, we feel that the pool of potential home buyers could be greatly diminished by these unsightly views. Our neighborhood wants to keep the existing Cobb County rules for our two neighborhoods without concessions. We want to live in a quiet, aesthetically pleasing community. We are a non-HOA neighborhood and really depend on your support in keeping our subdivisions the communities we love and invested in. Many of the people that live in these neighborhoods have been there 25 to 40 plus years, and we're used to it just being a nice residential neighborhood with no sign of business in it. Our final exhibit is G, which is just a review of the key points of our opposition. We appreciate you allowing us to talk to you and tell us why we are concerned with this. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who's here in opposition? Okay. I'm not. No, you're not. Sorry.
Sir, what we're not going to do is do that. So any further outbursts, you can be escorted out. Thank you.
As a reminder for the audience and everyone here, rules of decorum are maintained. There can be no speaking from the audience without an invitation by a member of the Planning Commission to come up and speak.
Am I good to go?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, this is in District 3, which I'm the commissioner for District 3, so I'll be handling, at least coordinating the initial questions. So at this time, I would like to ask Code Enforcement if you could step forward.
Good afternoon again. Yolisa Fawson, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Hi, so can you tell us the background on this property and how this matter came before us?
We received a complaint on November 3rd of 2025 stating that two business trucks with trailers, a skid steer tractor, also 11 vehicles usually parked at the property. The officer went out on November 12th and issued a notice of violation for single-family dwelling, customary home occupation, parking standards, and outside storage. The property is allowed to have 5 vehicles with 4 outside of the garage or carport majority of the week. The officer did observe trailers, pavers, cinder blocks, ladders, plywood, and other items on the outside of the property, and vehicles parked on gravel. So after he issued the notice, the property owner did clean up the items and everything, and the owner did come into the office to apply for a land use permit, which I did meet with the owners and about all the violations and what they were trying to do. And right now we're just waiting on a decision from the board, and then along with that too, the officers are waiting for the early morning inspections to start in that area, and then we'll know if there's multiple business vehicles or how many vehicles is actually at the property. We haven't started early morning inspections yet.
Okay, so when you say that some items were cleaned up, what was cleaned up?
The items that were stored outside were cleaned up. They did comply with cleaning up the property as we asked. The only violations they have pending is pretty much what was applied for. And I can't say that they have multiple business vehicles because we haven't observed it yet. That's why we're waiting for early morning inspections. But they've accessed everything for compliance, and we've been working with them.
So when you said home occupation,
That's operating a business from your house. Under customary home occupation, you're allowed to have one business vehicle under 12,500 pounds, no equipment, and no employees, and no customers.
okay, but y'all hadn't dug into that, is that what you're saying?
No, we have one officer that does early morning inspections for the whole county. So when he's in that area, it will be all the properties that need the inspections done for, it's done for 2 weeks to catch the property in violation. So we'll know if it's in violation or not.
Okay, and this application is for 8 vehicles, is that right?
I thought it was 7. It was for 8.
8 vehicles.
Okay.
So currently what you've observed is 5 vehicles?
No, we haven't observed all the vehicles yet. That's why we're waiting for early morning inspection. I do not know how many vehicles is at the property. The officer did observe the parking standards and a few vehicles that was home during the time of inspection, which was later in the day, so some of the vehicles were not there.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, can I address some questions to you?
Sure.
So the request is only for the, an extended number of vehicles at the house?
Correct.
Okay, we have no problem with the adults at the house?
No, they have 3 adults, so they meet the code for that.
Okay, and so the request is for an excess of vehicles from what number? Do we know?
They're allowed to have 5 on the property, of which 4 could be outside.
Okay.
So they want 3 extra vehicles, and I think they want them all parked outside, I believe.
Okay, and what does the code say about these vehicles that appear to be business-related?
Well, they're allowed to have 1 business vehicle on the property.
Okay, and what's staff's recommendation?
It was for denial.
Okay, and what is the basis of that?
Based on a negative impact to the neighborhood and based on the code enforcement actions that have been taken so far.
Okay. Anyone else have questions of staff?
No, staff.
Right. Okay, thank you. And the applicant is April Murchison. So can you come forward? Okay, and I'm going to address the questions to you first, so.
Okay.
I understand that y'all are a team, but you signed this application. So you have a request for 8 vehicles at the house. Do you have 8 vehicles currently?
Right, I do. I have 1 in the garage. I have, it's actually 7.
7?
Because our son is in college, so
Right.
he doesn't only come home on the weekend and, well, of course, when school's out.
He's not a permanent resident?
Well, he
yes.
lives there, but right now he's in college. So.
Okay, so he's a student at other times.
And as far as,
So let me back you up a second, though. You said you have 1 in the garage, and what else do you have?
I have a blue truck,
Uh-huh,
which is mine, a GMC truck, which is my son's. I have a little Honda that I drive on a daily basis to go get grocery and things of that nature. I have a white GMC, and I have a black Dodge that is parked there, which is the one that you saw on the pictures, and a 2500.
a black Dodge, and what else?
A 2500 Chevy, that white one that they had the pictures of. And in reference to work or business vehicles.
Yes,
We don't
what is
have,
that?
those are pickup trucks. We don't
Yeah.
have business labels on
Or
those,
exceeding those weight limits.
those vehicles. And as far as the Site 1 bags that are there, we are doing renovations and in the process of building a porch. Those Site 1 bags contain gravel.
Site, I'm sorry, site,
The pictures of the
One.
Site 1 bags
The
that
big
he
bags.
had, that contains gravel, which we are redoing our lawn landscaping with. And we have put some of that gravel down, and when code enforcement came back by to see if we was in compliance with him, he had saw that all that stuff was cleaned up and, in proper standings.
so you've been working with code enforcement, is that
Right,
right?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Danny, I can't remember, Brown, might be his name?
Harrell. Danny Harrell.
Harrell, yes. So, he is the one who told us to go and get the, land use permit. And that is what we did. We went and filed for that.
And the trucks are just pickup trucks, Chevy 2500.
Yeah,
none
they're
of them
not
So
big,
you said,
like-
you
No
said,
logos, no sign, no,
okay, and then you have one in the garage too? Because I'm counting
I
7.
do, right. So that would be the 8th one. That's why we're action to park 3 of it,
What's
8
the one in the
vehicles in all.
garage? What's the one in the garage?
It's a classic.
Oh, okay. Okay, so who drives which vehicles? Blue truck, who drives the blue truck? You?
My son,
Your
that
son?
one that's in college.
Okay, and he's who we met before?
You say what now?
He was up here with you before?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. And the GMC?
That's his as well. That's his. That was a graduation gift.
Okay, and the Honda?
That's mine. That's my grocery getter and run around vehicle.
And the white GMC?
The white GMC is mine as well. It's a 2000. I've had it since the year of 2000. That's mine. That was our family vehicle before
The white
kids
GMC?
got big.
Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
And the black Dodge?
The black Dodge is his.
Okay.
And the
And-
white 2500 Chevy is his as well.
Okay, so there's 3 of you there, and you have 7 vehicles, and you're allowed 5.
5, right.
Right. So is the request to park an additional 2 or an additional 3?
additional 3.
Additional 3, because my other son will be driving as of next month. And we have 2 gravel driveways, which has been there since the house was built in 71 and was utilized by the previous owners. But when we moved there, all of a sudden, it was a problem that no one could use those driveways. And another thing I want to say is, this guy has called code enforcement on several people.
Well, I want to caution you,
Okay.
let's don't get personal here, okay?
Okay.
So if you can make your statements without getting personal, that would be good, but I just,
Okay, well, yeah.
just speak for yourself, okay?
Right, and I believe that a lot of that has to do with, I don't know why it was done. Because when we moved there, we were nothing but neighborly. My husband trimmed trees from him before we even moved into the property. And my son and his brother went over and helped him move mulch and dirt and things of that
Yeah,
nature.
Just leave it alone.
And-
Don't worry about that. It's
Yeah, I
okay.
want to know.
That's all done. That's in the goodness of our heart.
Right,
That's
so
okay.
I don't know when it turned sour or bad.
That's okay. We're
but
just
it
not
did.
we're not gonna get worried about that, okay?
Okay.
We're just gonna stick with the facts, okay?
Okay.
That's fine.
So the
She's
facts
getting a
is,
little
I just
emotional,
want to
sorry.
I
park
understand.
3 additional vehicles if possible, and I am prepared
To
to
build a fence.
concrete that gravel driveway. Mr. Harrell told me that we may have to do that because sometimes you don't allow us to use the gravel
Right.
that is there. So if we have to do that, that would be fine.
So question, and I mean, you mentioned these pictures that they showed us of the
Yes,
white truck and the blue truck. You know, they are hauling something. What are you hauling with those trucks? And is that regular?
That skid steer was there because we needed that to move the bags of gravel that we have. They're big, heavy bags of,
1 ton.
yeah, 1 ton gravel. So we needed that to lift those, it's not parked there. It's not there now, and they haven't seen it there. So maybe they came out and took pictures when
While
they
it was
did
there.
see it there,
Right.
but it's not parked there. And
Okay.
it
So you just
doesn't-
have the truck parked there?
Right,
Not a
and-
trailer, not
No.
a loader or anything like
If we
that?
do have a trailer, it's the black one, because not every day I use both of them.
Is that the one that's behind this blue truck then?
Behind the
Black
black truck.
truck,
Black truck,
yes.
okay.
Because my other one stays on the
the
job
light.
site, that way I don't have to drag it back and forth.
Yeah, you need that to transport your skid steer back and forth, so we wouldn't bring that home and take it back.
Okay.
To
And-
where the
And what is
job
your
is.
business? What's the nature of your business?
A landscape,
Okay.
landscape and tree removal.
Okay. And are you storing your landscape at your residence?
No.
Okay.
No.
You have
No
a separate
signage, no
location?
Say that again?
You have a separate location for that?
Yes, we have an office that our business is registered to. Nothing is registered to the home.
Okay, and you store other supplies there?
No, it's just an office.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No employees come to my house. I go to my client's house. Obviously, that's where the trees and the landscape is done. Yeah.
Okay, and if you store landscaping equipment or supplies, all those kind of things, where are
What
those
is stored there is what we are using for our porch.
Extension, yes.
And we would want to build a porch and to do, like the previous owners had, pine straw.
We
We
replacing
have
that
that with
with-
many slate chips.
Right.
Okay.
So that is what is stored in those bags.
High
Yeah.
value stuff, so it's gonna bring up the value of everybody's house in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay.
come there to bring it down.
And that's work that you're doing yourself on your own
Yes,
property?
ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We just moved in 6 months ago, so I haven't had the slowdown time that I was hoping for. Thank God I've been busy to work on it, but I will do it, and that's why
Okay.
some of those bags are there.
Okay, and so y'all own the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let me pass this off to someone else for a little bit while I catch my breath.
I do have questions. You mentioned you're being willing to make some additional adjustments to your property, and I heard you guys speak about adding the additional driveway. That would not resolve the number of cars outside.
Right, that's why we're asking for the land use permit, and we understand that you can't park on the gravel, so we are willing to make those concrete, as we were
Understood.
told we would need to do.
Would you be also able and willing to build another garage?
Yes.
Yes, most
I would
definitely.
love that.
Okay.
Yes.
If that is an option, I think, if you were to build a garage, how many cars would it house, do you think?
I would do as much as you guys would allow. If I can put a 4-car metal building back there, I would like everything to be out of the weather.
Okay, I'm not certain about the metal building and/or the specifics. What I would, Commissioner Dance, I would, if the applicant sounds like they are very open to some solutions, maybe they can work with county staff as to figure out how they can maybe even build, what capabilities their lot has to build an additional garage. That way, that will take care of some of the outside parking by being able to put some of the cars inside, and would allow them to have the number of vehicles that they need and meet county code.
Mr. Peterson, do you have a comment about that? What might be possible?
Can you repeat the question, Commissioner Dance? I didn't hear the last part of it.
Actually, it was her comment, so I
Okay.
was asking you to comment upon her observation or her recommendation.
Can you please repeat it?
Sure, she wants to know what's possible, so my suggestion would be for them to, if they were able to and had if their lot could accommodate for it, the applicant is willing to build an additional garage, and that would take care of the outside parking if he was able to do so.
That would be the metal building, metal garage?
Yeah, I think that would be the.
Well, I'm going to guess, just looking at the shape of the lot, you might need a variance for that, depending on whether it's attached to your house or detached from your house. So, that would be one thing, because we have to look at setbacks. A secondary thing that we have to look at is the impervious surface on the lot, which is the amount of hard surface you have on your lot. So the maximum for this category is 35% of your lot could be hard surface, the house, the driveways, the sidewalk, and whatever else. So we would need to see a survey done that has that calculation on it. But, you know, I'm going to say it's probably possible, but we need to see more information.
Okay.
So you're open to having continuing discussions with code enforcement and community development?
Yeah, I would like to know where do I need to go next and what do I need to do?
Okay, well-
Do I go back to code enforcement?
Well,
Do I
just-
go back to zoning?
I'm just asking you if you're open.
Yes, I'm
Oh,
open.
most
Yes.
definitely.
Okay, so we're, so then we're just going to talk a little bit, and then we're going to come up with a plan, okay?
Okay.
Or a motion. But I was just asking about your opening, and it seemed like from the testimony of code enforcement that y'all have already been participating in those discussions.
Yes, all those pictures that you saw up front from the opposition, that was the first time that the complaint went out. We took care of all of that. The only thing that I have there is my truck that I use to go back and forth to work, and one trailer. But that's like, if the garage is big enough, all those stuff can be inside. That's why I even said, I'll build a fence all the way around the property. That way, nobody can see it. I even bought 2 big green giants to start planting, so nobody have to look at my driveway. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Because I'm not moving. I love my home.
Okay, so then we're going to have to come up with a solution, right?
Okay.
And right now, I'm not ready to say that you get eight cars at the house, right? 8 vehicles there, but right now, you don't have these trailers regularly sitting in the driveway, is that
No.
right? Okay, do the trailers, when your vehicles come home, do you detach the trailers?
No,
Or do you-
they normally stay hooked to my truck because I drive
The
another
one
car.
truck?
Yes.
Yeah, you said when I come home, if I disconnect the trailers from the trucks?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm hung up on, I got 2 pictures of trailers, but you
Yes.
only have one trailer that's
That
regularly
flat
there.
trailer doesn't stay there. That's
The
not.
one the machine is on does not
Okay.
stay there. I'll leave that on the site that I'm working on. Unless I'm downtown Atlanta, then I might move.
Okay. It sounds to me like some further discussion would be helpful. So I would move to hold this for the next until our next meeting, and allow you the opportunity to meet with code enforcement and with community development to see if there's a proposal that you can bring forward to us that's not just asking to put extra vehicles in the driveway.
So that gravel driveway on the side, if we were to concrete that in, we still couldn't park there?
What I'm saying is,
Oh,
we're not the people really to tell you that. You've asked us for permission to park additional vehicles in the drive. So, but if you work with the folks you've already been working with, code enforcement, if you work with community development, and see if there's a plan that you can come up with that you can bring back and say, okay, you know, we've asked for these additional vehicles, but here's the plan for how it's going to be implemented. So
Okay.
what I'm asking, what I've made a motion for is to hold it for 30 days and to ask you to meet with them and to come back with a plan that, you know, is limited impact upon your neighbors and accomplishes what you need to accomplish in accordance with the code, and so that you keep out of violation. Do you see what I'm saying?
yes.
I'm asking because it seems like y'all are willing to work with us.
Oh,
Work with the
yes.
county. Work with the county, come up with something, bring it back here, so that we're not just talking about whether or not you need 1 vehicle or 2 in the driveway.
Okay.
So my motion is to hold for 1 session.
I second that motion.
Oh, call for a vote.
Thank you.
Okay, and the motion passes 4-0, so you understand what you're to do when you leave here. And
Yes.
Get with code enforcement and
So do we still keep the hearing date for the 17th, or we just go back to code enforcement and start over?
The hearing has been held, so your next hearing is going to be March the 3rd.
March the
So-
3rd.
So don't show up in 2 weeks, because you're going to be.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
it will be with us again the
Have a
next
good
time.
one.
All right, and last item on the agenda is SLEP 1 of 2026. Dane Contracting LLC requests a special land use permit for wood materials processing for firewood in land lot 26 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Baker Road, north of Webster Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 1? One person? Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
Did you also call for support?
Can I get a show?
I actually have it, so.
Can I get a show of people here who, can I get a show of people here who are in support of SLUP 1? Please raise your hands. So we got two. All right.
No, just, you can sit down. You're good. And actually, can we start with the GIS? That's kind of a good spot.
You can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Kevin Moore. I promise this is the last time today you'll hear from me. On behalf of the applicant, Dane Contracting, this is a property that's located off Baker Road. It's about an acre and a third that is zoned light industrial. You can see it highlighted on your screen here, and when you pull kind of back from that on Baker Road, you'll see that it's zoned light industrial. So at least we start with the concept here that it's actually zoned to the right category. So it actually is zoned light industrial. And you can see as that intersection of Hickory Grove, and then you come up from Baker, on Baker Road, you can see there's a light industrial area there that includes this property. That's been there for a very, very long time. You can see the residential that comes up against it, but you do see that as light industrial that is there on Baker, between Baker and Hickory Grove. And in fact, this particular property was zoned light industrial in 1998. So in 1998, this particular tract was zoned light industrial, specifically to allow for parking of heavy equipment under the light industrial category. So fast forward a few years, you get to 2005. By the time you get to 2005, where this property is, you see there's a adjacent suburban condominium development. That's a condominium development, suburban condominium. So in 2005, that development was completed. So after this had already been zoned LI for light industrial uses, including parking of heavy equipment. But also in 2005 is when Dane Contracting and their principals actually purchased this property. Dane Contracting at that time in 2005 had another location. What they are is Dane Contracting, call it, and the sign will say, and does say, Dane's Landscaping and Tree Services. So primarily they're a landscape contractor, which is perfectly acceptable in light industrial and perfectly acceptable, especially in a light industrial tract that has been approved as light industrial for parking of heavy equipment. We're all good. The tree servicing part, though, what they also have done, and they did back in 2005 and prior to that in their other location, is they make firewood. Big log comes in, they have a log splitter, creates firewood that then they sell. And in fact, they have been doing that since 2005 at this location. In 2005, the principals met with county representatives because they were relocating from another location in Cobb County to this location in Cobb County, met with those representatives to review what they did as far as being a landscaping and tree service business where they do make firewood. You know, I say make firewood, they split it. So they split firewood. And whether that would be acceptable at this location, they were informed and it was confirmed to them they could do it at this location. Now, that particular meeting that occurred in 2005, nobody that's in here today was at that meeting. And nobody that was, and the people that were in that meeting as county representatives are no longer with the county. So, but that meeting did occur and they were told that. The issue, of course, is, and why we're here for this special land use permit application, is because in your special land use permit ordinance, there's one category that says that if your proposed use is chipping, grinding, or reducing materials such as timber, it requires a special land use permit. He was not aware of that requirement. They were not aware of that requirement at that point in time. But reducing timber to firewood is how that's been now and how that's been interpreted to require a special land use permit. So now we're here 26 years later, and he does need a special land use permit per the code, even though he's been doing just what he's been doing for 26 years there, as far as having his landscape contracting business, a tree service that includes the splitting for firewood that has been going on. In fact, just last week, given the temperatures we've had, I sold 400 loads in 2 days. So from a community standpoint, they do support his business there at this location. And I give you that story because I know a lot of times when you hear, and you've heard it today, where certain businesses or individuals or residents have been in a location or conducting an activity for which they need an approval. They need to submit for a variance or a land use permit or a special land use permit. But I also do think it's helpful for your consideration as to how do they get there. Do they just start doing it, or did they do something in advance? Here, at least they did check. They were told incorrectly, but they did at least check to ensure that at the time in 2005, and they've been operating that way ever since. There is and had been recently, which is of the past year for the first time, there was a complaint that was lodged with code enforcement, which is how he became aware of it. Code enforcement comes out and said, wait, no slup, you're making and splitting firewood, and you have to have a special land use permit. So that's why we ended up where we are here today. But the two gentlemen that did stand up, they're not employees of Dane Contracting. They're actually residents in the nearby neighborhoods right there that came to show up and have sat here all day in support of Dane's Contracting, landscaping and tree service business, for which they live in the neighborhood and are supported for it. And if you want to hear from them, you can. But they just want to merely make sure that their support was noted for this application. We understand Cobb County professional staff has recommended denial of this application for the reasons stated, but also think that, and I understand that the Cobb County staff wants to uphold and believe when you look through this that you have a business such as this is adjacent to residential, that is not appropriate. But I want to note one thing, and that is this was light industrial before the residential got there. This business was started in 2005 as the first residents were starting to move in. So they have coexisted together for 26 years now, 25 years now. 21, that's right, I'm sorry. Thank you for the math. It's late in the day, my math gets bad. It happens to Georgia graduates. Tech people can add late in the afternoon. Georgia folks like me and Fred, Commissioner Beloin, we can't add late in the afternoon. But they've been coexisting for 21 years. And and even coexist now today. I received several calls from residents in that suburban condominium development, spoke to them, and as we send out letters, because we send out letters to everybody within 1,000 feet, I received calls from half a dozen residents to talk about it and ask questions, what they're supposed to do. The main question was, well, what's going on? Is he changing? Is he supposed to expand? He's trying to do something different? And the explanation is no, he needs this approval to continue to do what he's been doing for this amount of years. And at least the people I spoke with at that point did not have an issue. They love the owner and how he operates in terms of his approachability. And he's also here and can answer any questions that you may need. But we bring this forward to you as a SLUP so that he can continue to do the type of business that he's been doing for 21 years. And to allow that to continue on this site that he's invested in as a business and as a local business on property that is actually zoned light industrial for this purpose of parking heavy equipment, such as an association with a landscape contractor business. For your detail level, he has one log splitter, so this isn't a gigantic industrialized log splitting business. He has a single log splitter that they use in conjunction with that. It's a part of his business. The majority of his business is the landscaping contracting, where he has his folks come, they take the equipment, go to the jobs and do what they do from a tree service and landscaping business standpoint. And then he has the seasonal firewood business as well. So that's the kind of the detail level of where this applicant is with this proposal. We respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. And again, we're here to answer any questions and have the folks here who can do that for you. And thank you for your consideration this afternoon.
Can you just state your name and,
Yeah, my name is Amy Maraisani.
are you here in support?
I'm
Okay.
here.
Okay, wait just a second, because I thought you had two people here in support. I'm sorry, maybe we took you out of order. Is that, or is she part of?
We do have two people that are in support, that if you have a question for them as residents as opposed to actual employees or something like that, they're actual residents in the neighborhood and they're happy to answer any questions, but they just wanted to note their support, so they're not part of my presentation.
Okay,
Unless
thank
you have
you.
a specific question for them.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and are you here in opposition? Okay, and if you could just start over again, I appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is Amy Maraisani. I'm also speaking on behalf of our Madison Community's HOA president, who shares my views. We live in the community right there with Eden Ridge Drive Road. I personally love small businesses, and my neighbors and I have tried to be good neighbors to Dane, and we always put up with minor things caused by the business, such as noise pollution during business hours, and then occasional rocks and debris, burning smells. I would just like to make sure that this permit still requires Dane to abide by the summer burn ban that's imposed by the Georgia rules for air quality control that goes from May until the end of September. Unfortunately, Dane did violate this burn ban in the past. One particular bad instance in June 2024, I actually had to call the fire department because there was so much smoke being produced that my 8-month-old baby was coughing and couldn't breathe well. And the fire department came at that time and got them to stop the summer burning. So I would just like to make sure that we as homeowners are still protected by this burn ban and that it will still be enforced, and also that the ability or that their ability to work will still be limited during business hours. I wasn't real sure based on the communication I got whether that would be in place, so I'm here just to represent those interests.
Madam Chair, formal time has expired. So it's at the discretion of the Planning Commission if you want to offer more time.
But she's in the opposition, so she would be the first speaker.
Oh, okay. I apologize. My bad. I was still under the
Okay.
impression she was, I apologize. So you should still then have,
Yeah.
not 8.5 minutes.
Have you finished? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else here in opposition? Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Beloin.
Thank you. So Kevin, if I could get you back up. I'm going to get to code enforcement in a minute, but they provided a few comments to us, including the fact that apparently based on a 1998 zoning, it's their understanding that there's supposed to have been a 40-foot natural buffer out here. So I want to start with that.
Yes, so there is in 98, when the prior owners zoned it, or it was rezoned by the Board of Commissioners, there was a 40-foot natural or landscape buffer that said against Baker Road. And when
Against Baker Road?
Correct. So when this applicant, when they bought it, when the principals bought the property, it was not an undeveloped tract. It was already developed in its current state with the two smaller buildings on it, paved and so forth, and was being used for another type of light industrial type use, but there was no 40-foot buffer in front. So it had not been, that had never come into play. But that's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about the burning. I'm going to assume what's going on is they're they're doing tree cutting, they're hauling the trees back here, they're chopping them up, they're splitting them, they're sawing the wood.
Correct.
There's going to be some sawdust, there's going to be some small twigs and limbs and things.
I'm sorry, I want to get clarity on
That's okay, go ahead.
your question.
So my question is just, what's the if you're not burning in the summer, how are you disposing of the stuff you're not selling?
Right, so, yes, they understand and are aware of the burn ban. In fact, he just had an employee who did that on an occasion, who was immediately told, absolutely not. So they don't do the burning there, so anything that, call it the leftover, what's not utilized as part of the taking the log and making it split into firewood, is this just simply hauled off as part of their typical operations, but it's not burned.
Okay, what are the hours of the business, if you know?
Business hours are Monday to Friday, 7 to 6, and Saturday, 8 to 5. So normal business hours.
No Sunday?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if your clients want to stipulate the conditions on those, if there aren't already some in place?
The business hours? Yeah, yes, those are his business hours. So yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Did you have any other comment?
I did not. I just was answering your questions. Yes, he's agreeable to his business hours.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
If anyone
That
else
was a
has
condition.
questions of the applicant before I move on to the others? No? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Let me go with the opposition, if I could, before we go to code enforcement. Let me start. Can I get Amy back up here? I don't want to mispronounce your last name, but I didn't hear it right. Well, did you say Verasani?
That's good.
Well, I'm is that it, or did I miss a
You
little
can say
bit?
Mariah Sani if you want, but
Okay. All right. So you said there were some issues with rocks and debris. Where was that?
well, you know, they do a pretty good job of trying to sweep it off the road, but sometimes, you know, there's debris that gets left. I mean, that's something that we would want them to try to do a bit better, but I know they make an effort when they can, trying to keep the Baker Road clear of debris from the trucks. I would like to say that they're not, like, we as neighbors just want them to abide by what they're supposed to abide by. So if this permit is going to still have them doing those things, then, you know, I'm happy about that.
How often did you note this burning going on in the summer months or in the warm weather months?
It was several times before I ended up calling the fire department back in 2024, and then after that, in 2025 summer, it did not rise to that level.
Okay. All right. To what extent have you had any issue with any noise emanating from the splitting of wood?
It's there during the day, but we're okay with it.
Okay. Can you point out where your unit is in Eden Ridge?
Move left, down, left. Yep, we're right there.
Okay, so you're about as close as anybody, and the noise is not like 100 decibels plus from your house?
Right,
It's not?
right.
Okay.
We're okay with it, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else have any questions of her? Huh? Let me hear from code enforcement.
Good afternoon, Yolisa Foster, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Okay, thank you. And I noted that in October of 2025, I guess there was a unpleasant exchange out there? Is that?
You said October of 2025?
October 30, 2025, it indicates there was an unpleasant exchange with one of the owners? It's on page 5 of the...
I'm reading over it now. Yeah, there was, it appeared with a confrontation with an employee. The officer was conducting an inspection. But prior to that, we've gotten a call in regards to one of their trucks blocking the northbound and southbound lanes on Baker Road. So we definitely want to make sure that their trucks are not blocking the road from traffic.
Just basically trucks parked out in the public road?
That day, that day only, it was blocking. I'm not sure if it's a continuous issue, but on that day, we received a call. It wasn't an observation that we made, it was just a complaint we received.
Okay, all right.
The officer went out there originally to issue a notice of violation because they're in violation of the zoning stipulations for the buffer that was established in 1998. But I did briefly meet with Kevin Moore, and he's going to work with him about reducing the setbacks and applying for a variance and everything. And the other issues there was him having the special land use permit that's required.
So it sounds like, based upon what you're saying, you think this is something where maybe we could work with the applicant and his counsel and come up with an acceptable solution to allow the activity, allow this for a limited time, maybe, watch it for a period of time and make sure we're in good shape out there?
I would recommend whatever Mr. Peterson and his staff recommended, along with the rest of the county staff, because code enforcement does not give recommendations. We just enforce the county ordinance.
Okay.
But whatever it is Mr. Peterson says, that's what we're with.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll go there next, I guess.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, John, so staff recommended denial, but we have a applicant who sounds like they're willing to work with us, and I see certain proposals in here regarding there's some staff comments regarding access gates. There are some comments in here regarding various Cobb DOT recommendations, and I could call them up and go through all that, but it sounds like certain things from V106 in 1998 were never implemented as well. Start anywhere you like.
There are a number of conditions that have not been completed yet, and there are some conditions that are required right now. For instance, DOT wants them to install a 150-foot decel lane. They want them to upgrade the driveway to commercial standards, and they want them to replace curb and gutter that's been disturbed, as well as the sidewalk. The other staff would like them to install the 40-foot buffer along Baker Road, and it says the north property line. So I'm going to assume that was along the Eden Ridge property at that time. But I'm not sure if the applicant can get this done within 30 days or not, or do you need more time, Kevin, than 30 days?
Yeah, I would think so for all that, but I shouldn't speak on that. I'm sorry.
You mean 30 days to have that done, or 30 days, more than 30 days to work out a solution that works for this property in the way that it's set up and try to meet the goals of what staff would like to see as well?
Yes, 30 days to meet the conditions, not to get it done.
Right, so I think the existing conditions, if you just said those by conditions, means the existing 1998 zoning conditions dealing with the access improvement, decel lane, and a 40-foot buffer on Baker Road, which I still don't understand. But anyway,
That was my next question.
right. Yeah, that could not be completed in 30 days, obviously. I mean, I think that what I would propose doing is perhaps we can come together on maybe an acceptable, from a staff standpoint, resolution to those issues and what would work best for the property given what's there. Now, that may take longer as we view that, just because you have an existing business that's been there. We understand, look, those are conditions that were put on there in 98 before he bought it, but those have some financial implications and consequences. We just need to, as well as utility of the property. So maybe there's some ways we can do this to make it work, and maybe doing all of them. I don't know, but that's my response when you say more than 30 days. You certainly couldn't do it in 30 days, but you could certainly come to I think a satisfactory resolution by the April hearings.
So I'm probably not supposed to be thrilled to note that we actually have a landscaper operating on LI property instead of out of a residential neighborhood, but yeah, I presume that buffer had something to do with the residential nature of the land across the street. Just guessing, but understand that may be something we may wish for the Board of Commissioners. This is going to go up to the Board of Commissioners anyway, ultimately. So, John, this is something they may be willing to revisit, perhaps, if we come up with a plan that addresses some buffering in the front and possibly retains some buffering. My concern is just simply that this looks to be a successful business that's certainly got a lot of folks coming out there to work, certainly got a lot of firewood moving through, and it's certainly using up a lot of property. My only concern is whether the acreage here that they have is going to be sufficient for all their operations when one includes buffering. But if they can make it work, that's something I'd be willing to certainly try to work with. But as far as the Never really gone back and done that before, but certainly that's something within our purview to try to change conditions that have been put in place in the past.
No, the Planning Commission cannot do that.
No, we can't do that. But the Board of Commissioners can, correct?
Not through the SLUP process. They would need to come back through other business or rezoning application to amend the prior conditions.
Yes. Okay. Well, one of you wants to speak or ask questions, go ahead.
I have a question. If 40 feet is too much, would the client be willing to entertain matching the existing buffering on the neighboring LA property?
Quite potentially. That's the kind of thing we'd love to dig into.
Okay, because it looks like they have a beauty strip kind of separating them from the road, providing a break.
I had one question from our planning meeting. I thought we saw a visual of what this property has looked like over time. Did you have that? My point would be that there's been an expansion of the chopped wood and things like that, and so
Right.
if some more containment could be managed so that it looks more professional, that would be helpful, I think.
Okay.
As we're talking.
We can
through.
look at these things.
Remember that? I think she has the pictures if.
While they're doing the pictures, the applicant did inform me that the encounter with the code enforcement officer that was referenced earlier, I just want to clear him, that was, there was some gas line work along Baker Road, and it was one of the contractors involved with that
gas line replacement, not one of his, neither he nor one of his people were just speaking with the code enforcement officer. Yes.
So this picture right here is from an inspection on February 27th of 2025. It shows right out front Baker Road, there's a lot of wood that has been splitted and piled up at the front of the property. This is also from February 27th, showing the logs that's on the property. This was in February as well. This was October 30th of 2025. And these are the last set of pictures that we have, as we held off with enforcement for them to get this process done.
Okay, and I think you showed us some other photographs that were over time, you know, from like years before, so that the scope of the operation had grown. Do you recall that?
Yeah, and those are not through code enforcement, those are on the GIS layers. That's
Right, so-
prior years. So if you go back to like 2016 on GIS and you toggle it in between, you can kind of see where it's kind of gotten more intense over years.
Is there a plan for the applicant? I think I saw on the outside of one portion of the fence, somewhat like a fence screening that covered a good portion of what's behind it. Is it possible for that screening to continue all the way to kind of mitigate a lot of that, the view in? I think that will kind of help it not be so much of an eyesore if that was kind of, that fence was wrapped. Is that something that the applicant would be willing to do? Okay.
You folks are done?
Mm-hmm.
You might not have seen these the other day, but
Yep.
you might want to at some point.
Okay. So one more question of the opponent, if I could. And I use that word politely because you've also said gracious things about the applicant.
The opponent is concerned she didn't do enough research on the specifics of the permit, so I would like to not be the reason this doesn't go through, because I'd like to say that they're pretty good neighbors, but you can't
Okay.
burn wood, that's my
I like
main
that.
thing.
And I like to hear that after the rest of the day. I appreciate that. So what about, have there been any issues at all with like sawdust in the air or anything like that ever, to your knowledge? Because you're right there at the adjoining property, so.
No.
Okay. All right, good. All right. That was the only additional question I had. Well, let me let you have a seat. With that, I'm going to recommend we just hold this for 30 days, and I'm going to try to meet with Kevin and try to see if there's a way to come up with something that makes sense. My biggest concern is simply that by the time we add any buffers or things of that nature, it might be that their operations are just so huge they need a bigger place, but that's a nice problem to have in its own way. But I appreciate everybody's comments. So that's my motion that we hold this for 30 days.
Ooh, I'll second that.
You have to call it? Okay. It's been silently called.
Motion passes 4-0. We also have some minutes that we need approval for.
I make a motion to approve all applicable minutes.
Second.
I second that.
Call the question. Motion passes 4-0. And with that, we are adjourned.